Okay, friends. Excuse me. Please bear with me. I've barely slept. We've been wildfire tracking for days now, just around the clock. So I'm at extreme sleep deficit and a bit heat exhausted. So I thank you for your patience. We've got a serious situation, of course.
Just hot spotting along that right flank on the edge. Target's opportunity. Hitting hot spots on the right flank. Fair time.
I'll try to get a word in. This is the thumbnail image, and this is what's going on at Placerville. This is a view of the Placerville airport where I've spent quite a bit of time, actually.
I see air attack, air to ground.
I'm blown away. So as people come in, thank you for being here. I'm sorry, I'm very underslept. I'm trying to get my energy drinks thrown back. I have a stomach ulcer situation, and it has really kept me up even when I end stream. Watching wildfires doesn't help when the best thing for stomach ulcers is reduce your stress.
Quick update, everything's still holding within the retard line and dozer line. Things are looking pretty benign right now. Helicopters continue to do good work. Still have two S2s in orbit, but they're getting pretty low on fuel. They're going to have to RTB here shortly.
We're listening to Placerville fire called the Pay Fire. So just hang on and I'll get a better image of what's going on with the aircraft. Many of them can't stay much longer. But you can see that they're circling right around the Placerville airport and just to the west. So, hey, Spyman, thank you. Where is there a fire? We'll be looking at the Granite and a couple others of grave concern as well, and then checking on what's going on with the lake fire. That one kept me up as it seemed to run. I did an all-nighter stream again. It seemed to run towards.
All direct. Yeah, he's a little nervous down there, so we'll just keep loitering.
It's all good. I just wondered if they were going to Grass Valley, they were going to take our last pit. So they're going to McClellan.
Copy all.
We're looking west from the Danaher Cam, I believe it's called. Excuse me. Yeah, Mount Danaher. So this is Placerville Airport. Things are looking much better thanks to the hard working ground crews and a super air show.
Delta, that was a nice drop.
So I'll talk in between them. Please let me know which fire you need to know about next, and thank you all for being here. Sorry, I need to retweet this. Doing my best. It's been incredibly difficult trying to be up all day and night trying to catch these fires, and it's been super exhausting. So it looks like, and to catch me up to speed, friends, that it started just west of the airport. We were looking almost due west, I believe, and it climbed up the hill and at least took out 2 hangars. I'm pretty blown away by that. We were going to check on the Granite fire too.
Negative. I imagine this is the origin down here somewhere.
Yeah.
You got it.
Yeah, we love our fire crews too, man. This is a challenging place to have a fire, very challenging. I've spent a lot of time at this airport. We took off from here to film the Caldor fire.
I agree. That was not a fun start to my leg. Yeah, Cruiser handed you a bit of a shit sandwich. Yeah, my mentor likes to call those sloppy joes. Okay, that's the politically correct way to say it, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I've been, the humor of some of the pilots is amazing. I'm not even sure exactly what they're talking about, but they're doing great with some more drops. Helicopters, they mostly want right now the fixed wing, from what I've been getting, from what I've been hearing. Thank you for getting me up to speed. Angela Rounds, especially, and Sea Probe and Sierra Luna. I don't think she's here right yet.
Echo 1.
And Smitty, of course. They texted me, and I've been trying to wake up to go live. I've barely slept, and 4 days. So.
Drop distance? Not really. No, it's kind of a hard spot. Just up the road. Okay, we'll look for it there.
Okay,
I turned
friends.
around and went the other way so I could actually see something.
Try to adjust the volume so it's not too loud or soft. Please, friends, share the watch duty link, and also this is the evacuation map. I've been listening to them. Ground crews getting people out. The big tankers they released because they need to be dropping water precisely near homes right now. So if you're familiar at all with Placerville, excuse me, here's the evacuation map.
We can give them a 21 and find out.
Of course, it's just west of the airport and is spread up the hill. So that's all I know about what happened. I hear two hangars were destroyed. We're going to check for multiple. Excuse me, friends. It's hard to talk in between them. You can see the dizzying array of units up here at the airport. It's very hard to defend. Just taking a look around Placerville in summer 2022 when Steve Probe and I were filming the Caldor Fire's burn scar from the air. We took off from this airport all the time. And I was just noting wow, if a fire got here, it'd be quite hard to defend this plateau up at the top. So if we go back, you can see how the fire is climbing up the hill. Excuse me, and they had units there, but it still was a terrible situation. So I'm just going to fast forward this a little bit. Please let me know what your next, the other fires we need to be covered. It's looking much better right now. So they said let's release the big air tankers because we were going to do precision, drops near the neighborhoods. So that's what the best use of helicopters are for. So you can just see how it just ran and tried to sweep over the plateau, which is the airport here.
Copy, we'll give them a call back.
A bit unbelievable. So later I can share some of my own personal pictures and such of the airport, but right now we're just going to listen to the air traffic.
We still have 4, so they needed aerial supervision unless we kick 2 loose. That's all you can remain without aerial supervision.
They said it's looking much, much better. Just before I went live, they said it's looking even great from the air. As far as
looking good for you guys with the activity that happened with the spot fires, and we can utilize the 4 aircraft to smash it before pumpkin time.
Pumpkin time is when the aircraft have to fly home, like Cinderella.
The Maritech that was here earlier, most likely.
Speak of the devil, as soon as I said it was looking better, he's saying, yeah, it's looking good. So there's a lot of smoke, of course. But we'll, I hate to fast forward this by minute. Thank you for your kind donations and support. I have to tweet that I'm live.
You still up?
We're going to listen to the assessment of air attack.
For until 12, it's mapped at 77.5 acres.
Okay. They've got they've got Fierce in the sky, or Fire Eyes, Firis. Mapping it sounds like. So let me tweet that I'm live. I'm live. And, I'm sure that this is called the #PayFire on Twitter or X.
Camino Pay IC update at 77.5 acres per intel aircraft.
Okay, 77.5 acres. This is our live view that you're looking at, and then let me tweet that I'm live. We'll cover the Granite fire as well. So this is pay for Placerville, California.
Sounds burning pretty good. Just don't want it to spot out below the road. Okay. The only thing there was a really good bit of flame on it.
All right. I am at K Wildfires. If you guys want to follow me there and share, this is the tweet that I just made. You can share it with others you think might need this information.
Victor.
Yeah, Terry, we're gonna look.
Go for 917. Where's your fuel truck at? Well, we see our pod, the rolling stock here, so we're hoping the fuel truck will be shortly behind them. Perfect. Well, we got about 10 minutes left, so we'll have to go land. Copy. So, if everything goes right, they'll be right here at Placerville. That's affirmative. There's that copy.
All these cams have trees in the way.
Affirm. ITEL stay use area.
This is our last 30 minutes. See the huge air show just flying around Placerville. So, sorry, friends, I'm fighting an ulcer and total exhaustion. The lake fire did an insane thing yesterday, and it was just pretty much 7 miles long down at Lake Zaca, ZACA, down in Santa Barbara County. It was like 7 mile long. A 7 mile long wall of flame just swept down out of the mountains. So we were really concerned for that last night. So I did a second stream and covered that all night. So sorry, here's the last hour. You can see a lot of the aircraft here, at least from this angle. And once again, they released the big tankers. Most of them are timing out too, where pretty soon most of the aircraft have to be off the fire. But the great news is Air Attack keeps saying it's looking great. Like it's much reduced from intensity from earlier. So, but hit the like button if you could, please, guys. Subscribe if you ever want to find us again. But you help other people find this stream who may need this information. Wow, that's a really big Bambi bucket from a Chinook right there. If a video goes trending, people find it in the search results. And but we fight the algorithm, and every time we restart the stream, we have to save videos. YouTube doesn't save any video. That goes over 12 hours. Every time we restart the stream, we have to start at the bottom of the search results. So you're hitting the like button really helps people find us. I appreciate it. Thank you, all the mods and friends, keeping me up to speed. This is our latest.
Victor, Ida, Lincoln, Adam, Sam.
Sorry, I'm going to mute that. We're also hearing things that are law enforcement for El Dorado County. We're listening to El Dorado and Amador counties public safety. I'm going to drop the link in chat where you can hear this as well. Hang on.
And I'll be in to the office to
Lincoln 110210-4.
It is looking much better. So let me check on other fires too.
Engine 5221, return the quarters 1909.
Okay, so some of the aircraft is still there. We will check on what the lake fire is doing, and there's sort of a miracle at 2 a.m. where the winds changed in their nature. The wind did blow it down in a 7 mile long wall of flame, and it would look like apocalypse on our last stream. We cover all the fires of California that we possibly can, and Oregon and Washington too. We do have level 3 evacuations going on in Deschutes County, but we'll check on as well. I want to check on the Granite fire real quick.
Tanker 85 loaded. It's going to go to McClellan for fuel, 10 minutes en route, and then he's going to carry over to Santa Rosa.
Oh, this is looking better, thank goodness.
Air tag, 1910.
So it's technically Mariposa County, and they don't need any more crap, right? Looks like forward progress has been declared stopped. Awesome. 22 minutes ago. Okay. This was very concerning.
That stuff towards the heel, the heavy retardant on the grass component, that brush, the heaviest smoke. Can we concentrate on that?
Yeah, up kind of on the edge of that hill there.
Affirmative.
Copy, I'll hit that.
Thank you, sir.
One of these helicopters says, copy, I'll hit that. So he goes, can we concentrate where there's a lot of smoke? So it's really hard to track exactly where the helicopters are. They're flying so low that their transponder is not going to give a really accurate reading about where they are. They'll be in one neighborhood and then like they'll poof, teleport to another end of town just because they're flying that low. So
Were you talking about that heavy smoke kind of off our 11 o'clock that we're just coming up on now? Affirmative. All right.
So one of the two helicopters is going to go take care of it. So, wow, we have a 59-year-old Sikorsky S61V.
Show me en route to CJ, starting same ending.
Now that's a classical airplane or aircraft.
1912.
I believe the Soviets tried to put out the Chernobyl. I think these aircraft.
Well, we can hot refuel if the fuel truck's here, otherwise we'll be shut down. We'll let you know. We'll give you a shout. Copy.
They didn't really, of course, put out a nuclear reactor fire, but they helped put out the fire near the buildings at Chernobyl. I believe that was the same kind of helicopter design. So the Granite fire looking much better at Mariposa County, just kind of right on the border of Mariposa County. So that's great. They
Right.
just
Where exactly is that?
listen. Let's listen.
Yeah, that doesn't help me up here. I don't have any super cool maps with all the roads. Did you see the helicopter that just dropped towards the hill? Want that to back. I saw it heating up and I thought I was doing you a solid, but if you want that to back into the grass in the return, let it back.
I was hoping they'd say exactly where it is.
I apologize. We'll call them off.
Maybe it was this little guy. It could have been. So where the fire started looks like it's just west of the Placerville Airport, and it raced up to the plateau. Yeah, Terry, we'll talk about what happened with the lake fire and check up on it. Right now, we're listening intently to see what's going on with the current.
That stuff that you just dropped on, we're going to have to knock it off. They want that to back, so pick a new target.
Okay.
45.
So when they said they want that to back, that means what they want is for a little patch of grass to burn, so that it helps contain the fire, right? So
air tech 5,000, tankers 4,000, rotors 3,000 below.
220, copy 6,000, 3005. We're showing 20 south. Correction, 20 from the north.
I have unconfirmed reports that they may have lost 2 airplane hangars.
Alpha 610 for transport.
At Placerville. So I know this very well. I can show you personal photos of when I was there in summer of 2022, when it calms down a bit. So what they said is, whoops, they actually want.
230, so you have a new voice here shortly.
They actually wanted a little grassy field to burn to help contain the fire, and they went and put it out with a helicopter.
904.4.
Whoops. Thanks, Lady Bird.
Alpha 694 1915, run number 136 136.
But the good news is it's going much better right now. Air attack's still going to be around for a little bit, but many of the pilots.
Okay, thank you, sir. Same thing. New voice here, transitioning.
Oh no, new voice channel. We may lose the audio, but there's not that many hours left.
So, yeah, do you want to plan for me to be back on the ground at 2003 in the morning?
Of daylight.
It all depends on the IC. Is that what time you need to get back for pumpkin time?
Yeah, that's the end of shift start, but I'll just go later time, but just let me know and I'll decide what to do with the fuel truck, either send it or we'll keep it here for a bit longer.
Well, I got 19:15. If you got an hour, that's 20:15. So I think they'll be good with you going back to Auburn. I'd hold off on the fuel truck right now.
Copy that, I'll hold them here.
230,
Okay.
pay air tactics. 230. All right, as far as tankers, we have 8-8 on scene for probably another 5 minutes, just orbiting. They wanted here a security blanket. When they're bingo fuel, we're going to send them back to Grass Valley released. Copy that. This is last of the fixed wing. As far as the rotor wing, out of dump dip, you have D2 Delta, 30 minutes left on station. Fuel truck here at Placerville.
Oh, that's a live image. A helicopter.
Just 169 2 hotel. 917 going down for fuel right now at Placerville. Going to be back up shortly. They're down for fuel right now at Georgetown. They should be back up within the next 5-10 minutes.
Wow. Ironically, this airport would have been the best thing.
Copter 514, 82 Delta, 2 Hotel Papa at 917.
Would have been the best place.
Sorry to pull you back out here, but they wanted constant coverage with what happened earlier. For that, I understand. As far as everything else, I'll wait till you get on scene and bring your eyes to the progression and where we have it pinned. Copy y'all. 11 miles out.
I think it just landed. Yeah, one of the helicopters, I think, just landed for fuel at Placerville. I'm not sure, but we just saw it droop down. One of the Soviet Sikorskys.
2 Hotel Papa has an hour and 10 left on station.
77 acres, Terry Murray, here at Placerville. That's okay. Typos are allowed. Just don't let it happen again. Yeah, it's a crazy situation. This would have been the best airport to fight the fire at, but it ran straight up towards it, and
How's 82 Delta sitting with fuel?
unreal.
Fuel truck at
So it's looking much, much better. The Granite fire has forward progress stopped in Mariposa County, by the way.
7.5 acres.
We're listening to the last bit of the air show here. Helicopters and most of the planes are timing out really quickly. Pilots can only fly so many hours of the day before the FAA steps in and says, you need to rest the next day, you can't fly.
341-1919.
So they call that pumpkin time. It's like Cinderella. She
Plan on 5 dip.
3005, 3000 and below, and I'll shoot for the 5 dip, 514.
I want to check on Deschutes County, Oregon, too. Where they
447 for Highway Martel.
Yeah, I did eat maple leaf. I got about 5 or 6 hours of sleep, but that's not much considering how we've been live so frequently the last couple of days. If you're just tuning in, please hit the subscribe.
Why don't you stretch your legs and go to the bathroom, and then spool up, come back out for pumpkin time and put in some solid drops. You're going to have a new voice on the radio.
Yep, so he's landing, using the bathroom, and fueling.
Donner Memorial State Park, 125 Manfred Donner Pass Road, at 1920.
I feel so bad. Once I got airsick when
Boogie?
we were here.
Yeah, it's probably about time. I'll just close it out with you before I start transitioning. I appreciate it. I'll talk to you back at home. Hey, we'll release back from Grass Valley. Thanks.
This is some sort of reflective shine or something on the lens.
Reno, pay air attack, aircraft release on command 2.
Oh yeah, Placerville's original name was Hangtown. Yeah, Wild West names were pretty brutal for most of these towns, and then they would send for their wives back home during the gold rush, and they would say, "I'm not living in Hangtown," so you have to rename it. Same thing with Paradise. It used to be called Pair of Dice, and they're like, "That's gambling."
Bear attack on air tactics.
Yeah, Wrath, when you gotta go, you gotta go. Okay, please hit the like button.
Copy. When you come around here, right flank, retardant in that bare grass, open flame. Let me know when you have that.
Got it.
They want that to back. I don't know how well it's going to do in the retardant, but they got crews in there and they don't want us putting water on that piece. Other than that, I've just been using targets of opportunity, mostly right flank and head.
Copy that.
You see where it bumped out up towards runway 23. They have some indirect dozer line, a couple spot fires out there that we took care of. Put some indirect retard line, talked them into not burning, and just going direct and holding it in the footprint that it's in right now. And just basically a helicopter show.
Copy that. I know there's a couple spot fires outside that initial retardant line, but is everything inside your second retardant line there?
It is. You have the VOR. You'll have some retardant on that side. There's a dozer line, but there's a spot fire right on the lee side, down slope of the VOR, in grass.
Copy. Have the area in sight.
Okay, they're not giving us anything like street names, so
Indirect retard line.
Copy. Have that in sight.
but we're still hearing valuable information about how they're working hard to protect the
And then
neighborhoods.
the rest, we're just hitting hot spots with the helicopters, utilizing dump dip with A2 Delta and 5 dip with 514 that you heard him check in, 2 Hotel Papa, and then you copy the traffic with 917, stretch the legs, come back up after they fuel.
Copy all.
Other than that, nothing too exciting. Been talking to most of the divisions and IC direct.
Copy. And I overheard there's a union now. Is this on the right shoulder down here where the structures are? Or uniform, I mean?
Yeah, they surprised me with that. The uniform is just structure protection group.
Copy.
Okay, they're talking about divisions. As the ground crews arrive, they'll be
Echo at
given
the heel.
Copy that.
letter names like D is Division
Nothing
Delta.
too exciting, but yeah, good battle.
Yeah, thanks for coming out and cleaning up my work.
I couldn't hear you. You were covered. Repeat.
Is he gonna repeat it? Thanks for coming out and doing my work. Covering my work. Wow. Okay. All right. So, big sigh of relief about how much better it's looking. I know the area have been there somewhat recently. We filmed a counter burn scar. Sea probe rented a plane. Took us. So I know that this is extremely difficult to defend.
You got the fire. I'll take dispatch.
These neighborhoods.
Copy all. We got the fire. Thanks.
Oh.
We'll talk to you next.
So we're. Sorry, it's hard for me to get a word in. If you've just arrived, we've covered most of the wildfires of California, Oregon, and Washington when we can.
Go ahead.
Hit subscribe button.
Driver's license number David 2.
Hang on a second. So there's a lot of bleed in from the sheriff's office and other public safety things. So the situation is looking much better here at Placerville. I know just how difficult this was to fight and defend. The ground crews are at it. The air attack is still overhead. There's a couple of helicopters that'll be with us, but mostly the fixed wing aircraft have to leave and go. Most of them timed out with maximum pilot hours. So we will cover any, first priority is any of the fires with breaking news and evacuations. I'm sorry, I've been doing this for days, and so I've had almost no sleep. That's the delay going live today is, you know, I can't even move if I just get 4 hours of sleep. So I got about 5. We covered the lake fire last night. We're going to look at it, the lake fire in Santa Barbara County. That ran wild last night, and so with apocalyptic scenes of a 7-mile-long wall of flame marching down mountains in Santa Barbara area. So if you will please hit the like button right now, it helps other people find this video who are looking for fire information. We're just fighting the stupid YouTube algorithm. We have to be a trending video in order for people to search for this fire and actually find us. So that's very appreciated. Also, if you hit the subscribe button with the ring bell, you'll know whenever we go live, which is usually in a crisis or a red flag type of a day. But we're live most days of the summer, and sometimes deep into the winter, like last year. We've covered everything from the glass fire of 2020 and the 2020 mayhem to 2021's Dixie and Caldor, for example. Like pretty much live every day for all of that. I'm listening to the pilot still. Mostly that was just a bunch of chatter from Sheriff's Office.
7, clear your FTA.
Hang on.
Copy. And did you check out with Orville? Because I did not hear it on my radio. I'm just wondering if I have some programmed wrong.
Okay, that's why you didn't hear it. They changed on me midstream. Never told me, but they're now on CDF command too. My apologies.
Copy that. We'll explain it. Glad I asked.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked too. Sorry, that's on me. How are you?
Well, AirTac's been apologizing for the last couple of hours about being a little bit off, so I don't feel so bad. So just bear with me, guys. I've been dealing with a bit of a stomach ulcer situation monitoring these fires. But if you hit the subscribe button with the ring bell, you'll know whenever we go live. It's very, very difficult to find us again by search on YouTube, and all that is very, very much appreciated. We'll go higher in search results for people actually typing in, you know, pay fire, granite fire, this, that fire. We'll go higher in the search results as the channel grows and as videos trend. So that's the best free way to help us. If you can drop $1 into the laptop fund, that would be also much appreciated. Don't worry if you can't, though. We've got multiple ways to help. You can do super chat, super stickers, but the pinned message in the chat is PayPal. You don't need a PayPal account. Just put in a debit card, I believe, or a credit card. Venmo and the like is a paid is in the description, and we want to be ad free. We want to be donation based. I never want to interrupt emergency evacuation information with some sort of a Sasquatch soap ad or something like that. You know what I mean? We wouldn't be able to control when the ad's played, and that can be during critical danger. The best use of our stream here is we get evacuation information out to the public, oftentimes minutes or even hours ahead of when the officials do. Like here today, we were here exactly when this fire broke out. Look at that drop right there. That's a helicopter drop of water. But we've done that for the communities of, say, Mariposa and many others before. And many of you are probably returning from the Caldor fire, the Caldor veterans.
Getting oriented back in. Confirm with priorities right now. We've got two copters working hot spots. And everything seems to be contained within the line. Pretty moderated.
Oh, thank you, Dustin. You're a wonderful supporter. You get hearts.
89's released, loaded, on base, Grass Valley.
So.
I got the released, loaded, on base, Grass Valley, 1930.
17, thank you.
Thanks for the pat on the head. You can't hear much. Can I improve the sound, flapping wings? Is it too low? I've got.
Sounds good, thank you.
I can't
1930.
change the fact that some people on the radio are soft and some are loud. I've already done my best with a filter that tries to boost.
Moving AT Delta back over to the same dip, so you guys are all going the same direction with the low sun angle and the poor visibility. What do you guys thought of that?
Doesn't bother me either way. It's working good, depending on what he wants from it.
Yeah, the radio is what it is.
Daniel 4 GCS 15. Chief Blaze Avenue is going to be hypoglycemia. Staff on scene there.
Sorry, I'm going to mute that person's. Going to mute that medic call there. Justin says Sikorsky is not a Soviet company; it's an American company founded in New York by 1923 by a Ukrainian immigrant. Okay, thanks for the correction. Did they copy us then? The helicopters at Chernobyl looked very, very similar. I know that the Soviets cloned a lot of our. That's a great correction. Thank you. They cloned a lot of our aircraft, and they even cloned our space shuttle. There was a Soviet space shuttle. It's still somewhere in Kazakhstan in a hangar. But
Okay.
Seems like a good plan to me.
what good plan? It was just all static. So we're still listening to what's going on at Placerville. It's looking much, much better. It's hovering just around 80 acres. They did have a good mapping plane earlier. Sorry, we have to also, man, watch duty is going off like crazy with updates. Some of them are new fires.
Delta, air attack on Rotorbreaker.
Some are not, but please help me. Yeah, I know, Dustin. We also spied on them and did a little bit of that too. But thanks for being here. I'm seeing a lot of good old familiar faces. Thank you, Melissa, for your $10 donation.
Move you guys all three to the 5 dips.
Sometimes
I'll probably only do maybe 3 more ground through.
we have to do a
fuel tender here, or where are you going out?
Yeah, it is here.
Copy.
We have to check also what's going on in Oregon as well. There's also level 3 evacuations. It's on the border of Crook and Deschutes County. So we're not moving away from the Placerville fire. We have to do a circular loop to go from fire to fire to fire. Just tell me in chat which one is the most, pressing for you. What do you need to know? The McCaffrey fire, straddling Crook and Deschutes County lines in Oregon, has also a level 3 evacuation order from earlier today. They have closed the Redmond Airport for exclusive use of the firefighting aircraft. So this is very close to where the Pines fire, the Darlene 3 fire was last week. That was so terrifying. So there have been red flag conditions: high wind, high heat, low humidity. So any little minor fire becomes a big one wherever there are red flags. So if we look at this one, this kind of looked like it started at the end of the runway almost. Who knows what happened here? But here is one of the photos from earlier today, and that looks like Mount Hood right there. Remember, if you get the Watch Duty app, which is amazing, there's a little camera button in the corner, and that's for you to take a picture of a fire, and then you just hit the submit button. You can be anonymous or name yourself, and that will help people understand, first responders too, what's going on with the situation. So that's an example of one of those fires right there. So earlier today, Deschutes County, excuse me, I lost my place here, did give us an update. It was estimated, what time was this? 2 hours ago, estimated to be about 150 acres with multiple BLM and Forest Service engines responding, along with private crews and a dozer. They had 3 large aerial tankers assisting on that fire with 2 seats and 1 heavy, I don't know what a seat, SEAT helicopter is. 2 seats and 1 heavy helicopter. If anybody knows, very much appreciated. And welcome back, Dustin, by the way. We missed you. The plain knowledge is awesome. I've improved mine a little bit. So, this is very...
25 mileage for your transport.
We're still listening to what's going on at Placerville. We're going to... This is our live view. So you can see they're still doing a lot of bucket drops to the southwest of the airport.
Major 372, Medic 28 Medical at the Federal County Fairgrounds, 100 Placerville Drive, near the snack bar by the Speedway, 1936.
Okay. Somebody has heat exhaustion or something at the fairgrounds. We're going to hear a lot of that bleed in, but please share the stream with anybody you think could use this information. We go live 24 hours in a crisis. I was going to go 24 hours today, but myself and mods were totally exhausted, and nobody was able to devote, the 8 or 9 hours of time to watch the stream while I was passed out and asleep. That was the plan, to sleep that long. But here we are. Sorry, I'm running on about 10 hours of sleep in 3 days, so just bear with me. Irvin, welcome back here.
100-100, Fair Lane for possible seizure.
Excuse me. We're not going to hear too much from the air anymore. They're basically talking to each other in dispatch. And air attack, I believe, is off the fire. They call it pumpkin time when they have to stop flying for FAA rules. Pilots can only fly X amount of hours.
372 Medic 28 Fairgrounds.
Sorry, that's the fairgrounds patient. I'm going to mute again. They've got more helicopters than they have pilots, in airplanes. So this is why, it's dangerous to fly after dark, so they don't. Only the nighttime helicopters that are special will fight a fire after nighttime. But B, if they even go over a little bit, the FAA says, hey, you can't fly tomorrow all day. So that the pilots will quickly land to meet that deadline, otherwise they can't be available for the next day. California definitely needs a lot more pilots for this sort of thing. It's a matter of willpower and money. Don't ask me why. So what the feedback has been is that it's still hovering around 80 acres. Some of the smoke, they are doing some actual controlled burns of the situation where there are just grassy fields. They are lighting that or letting it burn on purpose to make, excuse me. Okay, sorry, I was listening to medical dispatch there. It's not the fire. If they can burn off a grassy field, that happens real quick. Then it cools and it's just black ash. So what they've had a lot of problems with is, since it's a hilly area here, obviously, is the spotting issues where the wind is carrying flaming debris, like flaming bits of sticks and stuff. And it's landing into stuff it can light, and it's caused a whack-a-mole situation. So if they can burn off some grassy fields that don't harm anybody, then wherever those little embers land, it won't be starting a new one. So that'll help contain the fires. So that's what some of the smoke is. It's on purpose. If you look at the 3-hour time lapse, what a difference it makes. Have you guys been able to find out, did they lose any hangars? I heard that they may have lost 2 different hangars in the airport, with presumably the aircrafts burning inside, probably belonging to, flying club groups or private pilots who rent the space, but it's unknown. So we're still listening to Placer County, but we're very unlikely to hear. Oh, there's 2 helicopters next to each other. We're very unlikely to hear much more on the radio from them because they've been told to attack. Oh, never mind.
I'll go for some fuel. I don't really see anything to drop on, but
Great.
Yeah, once you turn around, you're like, oh, there they all are.
yeah.
Well, that's pretty funny. So this helicopter presumably spoke to the one next to it, that I'm coming up behind you. And he goes, oh, okay. And then I unmuted it, and he goes, yep, I'm going to go over here for fuel. He goes, alrighty. So we've seen a couple of them land here at Placerville. Ironically, this would have been a great place to fight the fire from all these aircraft, but it started to try to eat the airport. So
that were on foot down closer to Cedar Ravine.
okay, if there is a video, I'm going to check on it right now. Let's see, this one's called the Pay Fire, right? So let me get the latest. If they just, yeah, they posted a video. Thank you for the update. Check this out, friends. I'm sorry if this is loud when it starts to play, but this is by Furious. This is the plane that just about an hour ago. I flew around here and mapped it approximately an hour ago. I'm going to retweet it. It's at K Wildfires on the X, you know. So let's just play. I'm sorry if it starts out loud.
OES Intel 127.
Hang on, let me adjust.
624 at 1539 hours overhead of the pay dirt incident, El Dorado County, LRA, just underneath the Placerville Airport. Looking through color camera now at the heel of the fire, switching to IR. Heel of the fire located just above Pay Dirt Drive. Ran up underneath structures.
Sorry, I didn't realize he was going to be speaking. Usually it's just a helicopter whine. So let me.
David, first of Loretta, Lincoln Ocean, Robert, Edward, Tom, Adam.
Hang on.
05-26-1984-84.
I'm going to mute for a second Amador and El Dorado County Public Safety so that we can hear this pilot and his assessment. Let me go back.
OES Intel 127624 at 1539 hours overhead of the pay dirt incident, El Dorado County, LRA, just underneath the Placerville Airport. Looking through color camera now at the heel of the fire, switching to IR. Heel of the fire located just above Pay Dirt Drive. Ran up underneath structures.
I'm going to let this loop again because it's a lot to absorb.
See, fairly cold along the lower left flank. Isolated heat, that is. And then as it ran up Texas Hill, we've got a pretty continuous heat at the head underneath the hangars at the airport.
Okay, sorry, I believe I just got another donation. Thank you, everybody.
You can see significant ember wash that's contributed to short-range spotting on the right shoulder, where they are picking up numerous small duffers and continuing with retardant operations, direct and indirect, offset of the right upper right flank. The fire was mapped at 17 acres at 1522.
Yeah, it's 70. Like 70, not 17. I don't know if he just misspoke, but 70 is the Furious plane. This is a helicopter, but I believe it's a helicopter. So this says AEVEXFIRIS, like Furious. They should name it Fire Eyes. Intel 12. I thought it was a helicopter. I'm not quite sure here. So there's all sorts of interesting like compass directions and all that. You can see that down here it's very, very up above the clock. It's very, very small on the screen, but it's looking north by northwest, like from his current position, like with this frame, you know, the last frame. But anybody who's familiar with the town just knows from just viewing here what
the pay dirt incident, El Dorado County.
You know, where we're at here. So it's harder to scrub around and control here videos on Twitter, but he goes into infrared. All that red, all that when it's in color, see the red stuff on the trees, that's retardant drops. So that's how they tried to protect the neighborhood. And he goes into, in the airport, he goes into infrared, and you can see the aircraft that are just there chained down. It's like a parking lot for aircraft, and just how close it got. And sorry, I haven't been able to read all of chat. This is full screened, and wow, this is super bright. Oh my God. I could see how they may have lost two hangars or had them damaged. Is it over here, maybe in the lower left, perhaps? But oh, what a very, they even said, good battle, good battle. Like, yeah, we could see it was a battle. So as they pan over here to the right, you see that. Remember, everything that is white is light, heat, and fire. All the same. It's all the same to the camera. He unfortunately just has black and white infrared. If we had the color, there'd be a lot more nuance. So, but remember, light and heat and all that is the same thing. So hot smoke, fire, and light is all going to look like super bright white. You could see the embers flying up in the air like they're invisible to the color version, but that's incredible. This is what causes the spotting. And this is what the helicopters have been chasing after. Like, it's the same view, but that's the spotting. So what happens is they get taken by the wind, and that's why they do want some portions of the grassy areas to burn, because wherever these embers land, they cause a new fire. But if they land where it's already burned, of course, it's not going to do anything. So what an incredible video. I'm very happy when they share this stuff with us. Now, right now, the fixed wing is off the aircraft, and the aircraft, pretty much all of them are off the fire, except for just a couple of helicopters doing awesome work. You can see them a couple times in this video, like right here. I believe that's one of them. Looks really tiny though. I'm not quite sure about that one. But earlier in the video, if we back it up, you could see one of the helicopters fly right in front of the infrared. See, where is it? So it's making me car sick too. Let me find that frame. I think it was that Sikorsky. Yeah. But this is, exact same view, but with infrared. Incredible how we can see how the Evercast is such a big factor there. So, wow. It's incredible. It's looking really good there. I'm going to turn back on the radio.
Engine 372, please.
Now I have.
Engine 372, this will be a patient AMA, medicated available. Engine 372 will be available in approximately 5 minutes.
Going to
Engine 372, patient AMA, medicated.
Give you my Twitter link right here, guys. We may not be able to hear too much more of what's going on with the pilots.
So just want to be clear, you got that one copter flying over your division right now, copter 514, a white and blue one. That's the general area. Confirm.
Irvin says, is the pay close to the moccasin?
He's flying kind of the center of the fire right now.
Hang on, we're listening. Yeah, I don't know what a duffer is either.
Be clear where you're at to hold on the drops. Or are you talking the whole interior of the fire?
Yeah, I think FLIR is a name brand spyman. FLIR has color infrared, so it looks just. I don't think that was. If you look at my Twitter, X, whatever, I just put the link. There's a whole bunch of things in the heads-up display that explain what the camera views are. It may just be the old-fashioned. It looks like really primitive black and white infrared. But FLIR makes a lot of the color products, and I believe they're a name brand.
All units return at 1949.
Yeah, we'll check it out, Urban. I think try one.
Control staging.
I don't believe.
Division uniform, which I believe is just off your left shoulder up here in kind of the structure area, is requesting no more drops in their area. They got crews working interior with the snags.
Okay, no more drops in that area.
Yeah, so I think where you were just dropping was fine.
Okay, let's see where he's at. If that's the helicopter pilot they were talking to, they said no more drops in uniform, but where you were just dropping is fine. I wonder if I forget what little pond or body of water this is, but it looks like they may have been dipping out of it. So I'm not sure where this helicopter's going. He's probably actually still there by Newton Road, but this is probably an example of an error with the transponder. If he goes too low, then what the Flight Radar 24 tries to do is predict, where would that aircraft be if he kept going along that direction? And so, when they're so low, they lose contact with the transponder.
Right, is the closest match for the male is going to be clear expired out of Downey with a different date of birth.
Sorry, that's some sheriff's office stuff. I'll continue listening and I'll unmute it. I mean, it could be over there, but it's likely the helicopter will rubber band. There it goes. See what I'm saying? Now that he's come up off of the pond after dipping, the transponder has the transponder has come back and connected with Flight Radar 24, and so instead of just showing him disappearing and reappearing, they try to predict where aircraft are. That works on a passenger jet flight or something, but not really well for firefighting aircraft. So this is why they tend to rubber band and run around. So I'm still listening to the El Dorado County Public Safety, and they said in certain areas wherever uniform is division uniform, they said we're doing structure protection right here. The crews are on the ground. Please don't drop. That's because the people can get their necks broken. The amount of water that's dropped by a bucket is not as much as the airplanes, of course, but that can really seriously injure people or break their necks. It's like several. It's like a swimming pool almost, a small swimming pool of water being dropped on you out of the sky. Okay, sorry. There is a lot of just regular sheriff's office stuff going off in my ear. I've muted it so you don't have to listen to it. So yeah, everybody please hit the like button to make us trend so other people could find us. And if you do want to know whenever we go live, which is usually during a crisis, we've been live almost every day here for more than a month. It's exhausting. Sometimes we can't be there every single day, and I wish we could have been here earlier, but we were watching what was going on with the lake fire all night. So I did a huge amount of streaming and just I'm running on very little sleep. But
the road, can we just go further towards the heel?
Okay, let's listen. The heel of the fire is to the west.
Vantage point I was at, I thought that was closer to the hill.
Yeah, I just see some helmets making their way up from the road right now. They're about halfway between the road and then where it gets into that right of way.
All right, let me make contact with that division there and make sure that we're still good.
Air tech on air to ground 3.
May not be a useful view, but they're talking about where they're doing some of the drops. So.
Air tech on air to ground.
Yeah, Trident 1. What the lake fire did last night was unbelievably apocalyptic. So this is not showing the hilly nature of the terrain. It's flattened out, but you can kind of get an idea sometimes in the 3D view of where the drops are occurring as you see the aircraft go lower and lower. Thank you so much, Small World Life, for your continued kind donation. I'm very sorry if you guys...
Just confirm you have that whole section along Texas Hill that's coming back down towards the heel, where the copters are right now.
Texas Hill. Okay. That's a road. That's the heel of the fire, meaning the back end.
062, you can show me 1010.
So that's Highway 50, I believe.
Interior, they're near division, back kind of underneath the hangars and underneath the runway there where the dozer transports are parked. You're still clear there.
All right, so they're still working around the Holmes, Texas Road or Texas Drive is neighborhoods. This may have started in a neighborhood, then raced up the hill to the airport. So the Granite fire, which we're trying to cover all the really, really important ones with the evacuation.
Air attack. confirming some work locations for the helicopters. We're getting a little tight on space. I just want to make sure we're not dropping any of your crews. Down where that copter's coming in right now. Do you guys have any crews down in there, or are we clear to drop in that area?
Where the helicopters right now, but there's 2 of them, so yeah, Texas Hill Drive. I'm sorry, I didn't know if that was Texas Lane or Drive. The fire started right about Pay Dirt Drive.
Medic 2 is en route for Amador, so 2 is 1.
Somewhere in this neighborhood, then it raced up the hill to the airport. So, friends, I'm sorry, it's hard.
Back to McClellan. 2 Hotel Papa is coming out of the dip, and 514 is well clear. Thanks for you guys' work. And ETA.
Okay, we're just listening to get more information about where they're working the fire. We know the heel of the fire. They're doing a lot of good work at where it began, kind of by Pay Dirt and Texas Hill. It's looking really good at the airport. Some of the helicopters have been landing there and using the bathroom and refilling and such. The Granite fire is looking great. Forward progress stopped over in Mariposa County. Deschutes County, not looking too bad. It's not that many places are actually inhabited that they evacuated by the Redmond Airport. Is there another one with level 3 evacuations or something similar that we want to look at real quick? I don't believe that the Moccasin and Placerville fires are near each other at all. So to show you on the map, the Pay Fire is at Placerville, Highway 50 on the way to Tahoe. The Moccasin is
Camino Truck 85 's en route 473 Montridge Way, public assist.
That was something that was affecting people like 3 days ago.
About 20 minutes of working time left with the rotors. Sounds like most of the stuff up in uniform, as well as Whiskey and back down in Echo. They have no need for the copters at this point. Didn't know if you had any other priorities. We can work on here.
They're trying to give the helicopter pilots a job. They actually say that, looking for work when they come over to assist.
But to get the copters back to their bases in time, we'll be starting to peel them out here over the next 20 minutes. But I got 2 copters I can keep working for about the next 20 minutes. There are still some smokes and heat interior, but there's also a lot of crews in there, and it's getting hard to see them. So it's getting a little uncomfortable working tight in with the crews.
Okay, so they do have helicopters for 20 more minutes, but if they can't see the crews, they could accidentally drop water on them and, you know, hurt them. It's kind of depending on the load and what's going on. It's like having a Doughboy swimming pool dropped on your vehicle or yourself, and so that.
Hotel Papa, did you copy that interaction on air to ground?
Hotel Papa did, but I'm not exactly sure where he's talking about where the resources. It sounds like they're
all right, it's hard to get a word in. But one of the worst things that can happen is they drop it on a tree or something.
It's tougher to see crews in there. So if you can find some areas where you can confirm there's no personnel for the last 10 minutes or here or so, and we'll start cutting you guys out.
Yeah, there's a little hot spot right behind me there at my 6, but they also told us earlier they wanted it all to burn out, so.
Yeah, copy that.
Where that indirect retardant is and then the dozer line, they just wanted that to burn out.
All right, copy that.
Right, that's going to help protect the neighborhoods, just to burn off the grassy fields.
Big Hill out of service.
There's our areas super well, so I'm clear on that. But yeah, if they asked us not to drop there, those requests hold still.
Yeah, that's right. And then along here, just out my left, that's where we were dropping, just above those houses, and that's what that guy was talking about earlier, right? Not dropping in here anymore.
Yeah, affirmative. So I think what we'll do is, two, tell Papa we'll keep you guys orbiting and looking for opportunity stuff. And 514, if you want to go ahead and land and grab your crew.
Elkhorn, Yolo County.
Okay, that's very hard for me to finish some of my sentences sometimes.
Do you have a time frame for it in case you guys have some long clocks we don't bother you?
We're expected to be back at the ramp by about midnight.
Yeah, Urban, it's somewhat nearby the Moccasin Fire. It's like a hour's drive away, almost, depending on what kind of roads you take.
Tomorrow's op plan for the helicopters. If you guys have worked up an order or we're going to keep any of these rotors assigned or committed when we send them home tonight.
Okay, good. I got 20 more minutes of available daylight for the two helicopters that are still working the fire at Placerville. Yeah. The Moccasin was a structure fire.
And get the crew.
514 copy. Copter 917 or 917 manager, air attack on rotor Victor.
Do you want the 3D view again, guys? It kind of makes me car sick sometimes, but if you haven't seen the insane footage from earlier. We have to go to
1 Alpha, you're extremely scratchy. I think I copied your release and returning. Confirming returning to the basin.
Operations air attack.
That's
much better. Go ahead.
Yes, we've been released from the Pay Fire en route back to the TMU.
Recommend 2 Type 2s if you're good with that.
My man says the hurt.
With that, I'll be releasing the Type 1, and I'm releasing Copter 514 with a crew because they got to get back before dark. And then we'll keep the last helicopter here in orbit for till we have to, and then we'll cut them out.
It's a live image. I'm going to show you guys a couple of my own pictures from when we took off at Placerville. So let me get a. This was a summer of 2022 when C Probe and I were filming the Caldor burn scar. Some out of focus. The helicopter. Is there another pressing fire I need to look at right now? I'm sorry, it's been very difficult to catch up with chat and everything. I'm going to turn down the radio volume a little bit. Just let me know. Yeah, we're going to look at the lake fire. That was insane. I revest it's, well, they don't have any containment percentage, but it's looking way better. Oops, I just hit the wrong time lapse again.
Charles Union King 3614.
Sorry, that's Placerville and El Dorado County Sheriff's Office that keeps bleeding into the feed.
Just our side of where you were landing, just on that taxiway. I think they're going to make their way over there.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, I'll just stay up here making circles. Come on in whenever you want.
514, thanks.
After the helicopters leave in about, 15 minutes, we'll be able to. We will.
Stand by 27 degrees.
We will be. We will be able to summarize a lot better here.
Copy now, there, attack, copy. All advised through Camino. It's fine with me. The north opposite flank, redirect.
Okay, one of the helicopters.
1311, west Marlet Street, space 56, confirm response engine 6233.
Let's see, that's Sheriff's Office bleeding in again. So one of them went back to the Basin fire, so but there are 2 remaining. They had at least 4 today, a lot of fixed-wing aircraft. So the eye in the sky is just still circling around. Hang on.
At Placerville. They wish to stay here rather than relocate if that works with North Up. And 514 will be released here shortly.
Hey, Air Attack Camino, copy 82 Delta to McClellan ETA 2030, Copter 917 at Placerville, RON. We'll check with North Ops.
Air Attack copy.
Okay, friends.
So. 29 on 1 by Sam Yobi out of Wisconsin. Last Nebraska, Robert Adams, Sam, Mary, Union, Sam, Sam, Edward, Nora, versus Jesse, John, Edward, Sam.
All right, they're running plates and stuff. It's hard to mute and unmute all the time when it's sheriff's stuff unrelated. They have some amazing, beautiful sunsets here. We took off in the sunset here, went to film the Caldor burn scar. I can show you guys some pretty incredible and behind the scenes, you haven't seen it yet, kind of footage for when we filmed the Caldor burn scar in 2022. So, Mr. Jeweler Sr., welcome. It says check out the Bald Mountain 1 cam. Okay, we will. What was going on? Do a 12-hour. What the heck was going on around? What 1300 hours is at 1 o'clock, right? Let's check it out. Let me know which Bald Mountain, is it Bald Mountain Butte, or which Bald Mountain? It's a lot of these. Bald Mountain Butte. This one captures a lot of death.
Right off into this road here where it turns.
Copy that. Yeah, I think I'm going to keep you kind of just in an orbit here for a little bit longer just to make sure everyone's a little jumpy now.
Yeah, that's not a problem. I've got almost 2 hours of fuel, so I can orbit and then I'll get to orbit.
Copy that.
Okay.
And my water doesn't go away in the tank. It's good.
Right.
I see Bald Mountain. Is Bald Mountain Tower 1? Oh, okay. So that's going way down to the south here. Yeah, we're gonna look at the lake fire and the other crazy stuff. Remember, guys, hit the like button if you could to make us trending so people find the channel and find these very important streams. We get evacuation information out to the public usually long before authorities can. We listen to the radio, listen to them say stuff like this or that, neighborhoods in danger.
235, Forest Code 3.
And we get people evacuated, like Mariposa. We gave
2690 Country Club.
We gave them like 4 hours ahead, heads up notice in Mariposa the other day. So, okay, I'm checking out the cam request here. The Granite fire forward progress has stopped, thank goodness, at just across the border in Mariposa County. We will go back and do a roundup, like what's going on with the lake, the French, the Basin, all of these. I just want to make sure I'm not missing something here. So this is about 1 o'clock. I don't see what but what was supposed to be happening? 1300 hours. Am I on the right camera here? It's a special request. Oh, like over here. Okay, Vault Mountain Tower. At 1540. What is that? What tower is that? So it'd be 3:40 in the afternoon. Horrible tone outs. We're still listening to Placer County. I'll turn it back on. Let's see. That one is what county is that? Antelope Valley. We'll just check it out. Did Watch Duty have one down there? So even though this is close to where the Moccasin fire was, somewhat, it's like a 40-minute drive, I would say. The Moccasin fire was a house fire that, or structure fire that spread to vegetation before. So it's totally unrelated. We had a little bit of confusion in chat days ago. So looks like it's the Veronica fire. That was a 1-acre fire. Mr. Jewelers Sr., and thank you for your kind and continued support. I kept trying to apologize throughout the last hour. I still have to listen to Placerville for at least, the next 20 minutes. Right now they're just running plates and they're responding to intoxicated persons. Hopefully they'll reduce evacuations later tonight. I believe they will for some of these neighborhoods, so just, stay tuned. If you hit the subscribe button, you're much more likely to come back and be able to find us. It's very appreciated if you hit the share button and share this stream with anybody you think may need to know that we exist, A, and then B. You can find us again because we're live almost 24/7, sometimes in crisis. We were going to have a 24/7 stream, but many of my mods were out of town, so we didn't have enough mod volunteers, and I had to sleep sometime. I'm running on very little sleep in the last 4 days, just back-to-back crazy fires, insanity. Last night's I was about to go to bed early, right around 10, because I only had 4 hours of sleep. Then that's when all hell broke loose in Lake County, and you won't believe some of the images. So the Lucerne fire, we did want to check out as well. We do roundups, and we go back to the fires to check on them, and every few minutes we get new time-lapse images. So I didn't cover this earlier. The San Bernardino County has a Lucerne fire. It was spreading fast, but not really threatening any homes or anything. All right, let's listen back to pilots. Placer County.
We will be closer than 288. Go ahead and set it to our NVP.
Sorry, my phone just jingled. So is that rotor wash from a helicopter landing right there? What I keep trying to apologize about is I can't.
Additionally, helicopter 514, release back to White Cloud, ETA 2035.
Yeah, I believe that helicopter just took off from there.
04790, Black Toyota Tundra.
Yeah, we don't need to know about a black Toyota Tundra. So.
F2 patrol is taking over F1.
And all fire units were supposed to switch their radio channels. That's what she just said. So yeah, rotor wash is when the helicopter takes off from the ground. And it swirls the air up. So that's pilots talking again. 1 second. I can't keep track of the Cash App and the PayPal donations. They just jingle my phone endlessly. I'm so sorry. When I look at it, I'd have to open the apps, put my fingerprint on, find a bunch of, a list.
Just
so
spoke with a neighbor on Robin Court. He said he hasn't heard anybody screaming.
See, there's just more and more. It's hard to juggle the mute button for, random sheriff's office calls in Placer County, but it's very much appreciated. I'm so sorry. It's just really hard to keep track of. And as soon as the stream ends, I should be thanking people like, oh my gosh, thank you. but I'm just like, there's so much to do after the stream ends, like deal with copyright matches, and some of them are false. They'll block my video if I don't take action and say no. You know, I was not playing rap music. I don't know why that got a match, but
34889, Busted Oyo, Gallegos, mail out of Elk Grove.
I'm sorry. Oh my gosh, I just whacked the microphone. My bad, guys. I pass out the moment that I can from exhaustion, and then I wake up and there's fires, and I just sit down and stream again. So I thank you for your patience. I'm really behind, but super, super appreciative. Everybody who's donated to the laptop fund. As soon as this is a live view, the helicopters are still working the fire. Not for very long though. So what we want to hear, and why we're still listening to, we're waiting for their final assessment before the eyes in the sky leave, and then they'll explain how the fire is going. Right now it's looking very, very good. Ground crews are all over it. Some of the smoke.
27 status shows suspended, withheld, FTA.
See, that's more law enforcement stuff. So some of the smoke on cameras right now is on purpose. They're burning off some grassy fields and slopes in order to make the area more fire safe, because that cools down and becomes, unburnable in case the wind or something happens. But no, it's not under control. No wildfire is until you really get 100% containment, and that can take days, and for big fires even months. But what we were waiting for is for them to declare forward progress stopped, and that's the first step in getting it under control. So first, they want to stop the fire from moving ahead, like where it's going. They want to get in front of it and cross the T. So like, here's the fire, it's coming up from below. You get ahead of it and make some sort of a wall. Retardant is good, but road access way better. And then if the fires ahead can stop moving forward, then sometimes they call it anchor and flank. It might be called the anchor in front, and then like they would, it's hard to show here. I can't draw on the screen until I get a third monitor set up. Then they go around the sides of it. So, okay, they're talking about fire radio.
Traffic needs to be on F1. All fire traffic needs to be on F1.
They're just talking about changing their radios right now.
235 down south.
Facility 235, 2018.
Yep. Ultra heat wave, heat dome, sweltering stuff. I'm sure the snow is melting. Places like Mount Bachelor. That's the east. That's the dry side, the dry and hot side of the Cascades. Okay. So we did look at the Lucerne. Is there something I was skipping? The Granite had forward progress stop. So that's step number one. But don't get any sort of false sense of security. A fire is not under control until you get 100% containment, which means that it can't move past their lines. So we've got a sweltering heat kind of situation today. I want to remind.
386 of 2019 was Medicaid 86 arriving.
I want to remind people that look at this image here. This is the embers that were just a couple hours ago drifting in the wind. You see that the hot smoke is the blinding white stuff there. But these, if the wind picks up anytime, day or night, where the fire has been, these embers, which are little bits of flaming material on fire, like little bits of tree branches and leaves and the like, can move the fire beyond the lines that they have it, and you can have a new crisis. So embercast is one of the biggest threats. So anytime there is wind and the high heat and everything that's going on with California, that's a big concern. So we're still listening to the firefight down at Placer County. We checked on the fire that was up by Redmond, Oregon, the airport, looking much better. forward progress has been declared stopped on the Granite fire at Mariposa County. We will look at the lake in a second. We just want to make sure we're getting all the information we can, because they'll do a final assessment pretty soon, and then air attack will completely leave. And some of the helicopters, these are probably their last drops. And then they'll say, hey, maybe we need help overnight or help for tomorrow. They'll put an order in for the kind of air resources that they might need tomorrow. So hopefully we'll still be able to hear that on the radio. And this is our live view. This was a last 30 minute thing. You can still see that right at the airport proper. Tons of drops still being made. They keep landing there and taking off after getting fuel and using the bathroom and stuff. Which fire? There's a new dam fire. Golden Hills Road, LA County. 1 acre reported difficult access. Okay.
Ponderosa Crew 7. Uniform, TAC 9.
Let's check it. We're still listening to what's going on at Placerville. Please hit the like button to make us trend. Very appreciated. Super appreciated. And hit the subscribe button with the ring bell if you want to know whenever we go live with fire coverage. We're usually live every day and sometimes 24/7 in a crisis. Like we just weren't earlier because I had to get at least 5 hours of sleep.
Make sure all of the Ponderosa crews are aware we're switching over to TAC 8.
Right, this is LA County. This is a new one that just broke out.
Uniform, you copy that? TAC 8.
It's a 1 acre vegetation fire, medium brush with a slow rate of spread. Located 100 feet.
Dry space 193. Confirm response into 6333.
Below a road.
6333. Responding for a lift assist at 2022.
Sorry, random medical stuff will bleed in here. Is this the one dam that broke long ago? No. No, that's Santa Monica. Okay, yeah, the other one was at Ventura, but there's several dams, of course, in the area. Yeah, this is not the one that broke and drowned people in the 30s or whatever. Yeah, that would have been the floodwaters went past Fillmore, Santa Paula, and Ventura.
Operations air attack on the other ground.
It's a different dam road that goes to a different dam. Okay, we'll keep an eye on that one. Keep me informed, friends. Last night, if you don't know what happened, we're still listening to Placer County. They're still working it with buckets. All hell broke loose when I really was trying to go to sleep. Around 10 o'clock, I looked back. 8:30 is when I stopped the stream. 8:30 at night, and we've been watching this with a lot of.
On CDF TAC 8. Ready for check back.
We had a lot of anxiety.
2781.
So hang on, we're still listening to Placerville.
Mail's going to be left of Leonard, first of Gregory. He's going to be HPD. Our P advised there's a pellet gun in the living room, and returns for the mail are clear valid.
El Dorado County's big, and we're listening to all the crime as well. It's the same channel. Can't help that. Sorry. So I'm doing a timestamp. Look back at the lake fire. We'll be able to turn this off and do a proper summary. But this is why I monitored all night this fire when I came back. I restarted the stream after 11 p.m. just. This is what it had looked like during the day. It was running towards the camera, even though the wind was. That wasn't the wind direction. This became, in a matter of hours, this became this. I couldn't believe it when I looked back at my phone. So this is why I'm on lack of sleep and had to. Yeah, Dizzy, that other one was over by Ventura. Yeah, that killed a lot of people. The dam breach in I believe it's the 30s. My step-grandfather witnessed it. I wish I could have interviewed him better, but he
I got a 29 on 1 by deal.
he passed on. But I will give a full reporting of what happened here at the lake fire. We got to check on it. It's a number one fire of concern for me right now, as you know, it could with the potential to become huge. That and the basin's looking much better. Okay, wow, that's crackly. I muted it for you, and I'll turn it back on if that horrible noise stops. I don't mean like number one concern because it's not burning near too many people right now, but it has a great threat to the rest of Santa Barbara County. What I'm talking about is what is the fire most likely to become gigantic in California. This one is probably number one right now. The basin still has potential, but of course, our number one priorities during stream is current threat to life and property, which is why we keep returning to the pay fire. We have not had a watch duty update, 44 minutes. Right now, there's horrible sounds on the radio that I muted for you guys. Barely a word or two can be discerned. Wow. It's like staticky, like somebody doing a drum roll of static in my ear. Cool. So there's still one, maybe two helicopters doing their last bucket drops of the evening. What we're waiting for is a report by Eye in the Sky here. And he'll do his order for, you know, how many aircraft they think they may need the next day, and that'll give us a clue about what kind of progress they've made. It's looking way better than just a few hours ago on the cams. I'm hoping they might be able to let a lot of people back in their homes tonight, but we will keep checking back. There's been no change to the evacuation maps in a bit. If you need any of this information,
around the perimeter. I don't see any work for the helicopter. If you're comfortable, I'd like to release them back, and then we can stick with you for a few more minutes, or release your call.
the beginning was cut off. He goes,
and then you got the order for 2 Type 2s tomorrow.
Okay, here it is.
And we'll keep them in orbit. Just let us know if you have a need.
Copy, thank you.
I
unmuted it right about as he was saying.
Rotor. Yeah, they want to keep us out here till the end. What time would be your bingo time? I have to get back in time.
Probably need to leave here about 20:45, I'd say.
Copy that. We'll plan on that.
Yikes, Desi.
21:03, right? So it takes me about 15 minutes to get back, maybe a little less.
Yep, copy that. We'll plan on 20:45.
Okay.
Okay. So 15 more minutes for the 1 or 2 helicopters that are still there. So they'll be doing some more drops. So what they said is they want 2 Type 2s tomorrow. I believe that's helicopters. I'm not certain. So that.
Okay.
Let's take a look at the time lapse and current camera images. So right as I unmuted it, he goes, "Well, that's the only place I see active flame right now." A, that's good news, but B, he didn't say where. So it'll flip into infrared, and then we might be able to see some things better depending on who's in control of the camera. It's the last 30 minutes, and mind you, some of the smoke is on purpose where the crews are Um,
Under 4,500. Still 1,500 above you. If we look bigger, that's why.
Copy. 202 Papa. Did you get the pictures?
I did. Nice. Or not nice.
What? Okay. The helicopter, the pilots have been joking for the last several hours here. I remember we do go live when
Camino, water tender 235 in quarters, Georgetown.
subscribe if you ever
235 at 2031.
hope to find us again, because we have to make a new video every 12 hours. That's the way YouTube rules are. So this
320, 2031.
is our current live view. So we have just heard some of the of what we were wanting to know for the next 15 minutes. There's still helicopters in the air. They'll probably do another reassessment about how it's looking right before they leave. So they said at 8:45, it's now 8:42, 8:32, excuse me. They will leave the Placerville area. So it's not under control. It is not contained whatsoever. We don't even have a forward progress stopped declaration yet.
Medic engine 435.
That I can tell.
Medic
However,
435.
they may declare that soon. That will be really good. So there's only one spot on the fire, one area where they said there's like active flame, like meaning,
Command, you were all static.
like meaning it's trying to spread and it's big, you know. So this is looking very, very good. That ground crews are working hard to protect the neighborhoods.
Go ahead.
Medic testing.
In 2032.
Earlier we had some incredible pictures. This goes to show that it forward progress stopped. Oh my God. I'm going to mute that for you and unmute the pilots again later. Forward progress stop does not mean out of danger, does not mean contained. It's just the first step, the very first step. And so look at the embers being thrown around. White is heat, and they're hot, burning bits of leaf and stuff. So if the wind picks up at any time, day or night, before containment is 100%, sometimes this is how it can get out of, this is how it can leap out of control again. So this is a good illustration of, with the naked eye it looks like so. Can't even see it. But if they have the special cameras, you can see much better with the infrared, right? So at K Wildfires is my Twitter here. I share a lot more images and such than I do here on the stream because I can't show everything that's copyrighted, but I do share that if you guys want to retweet, especially that we're live. That will help people find the channel. We basically spread by word of mouth. So I'm going to mute that for a second. We're still waiting for the last updates. So it's a little bit easier to see, whoops, where some of these planes and helicopters are. Right now we've got a helicopter. They have a good amount of troopers here at Pay Dirt and Texas Hill. That's about where it started. So that's what they're calling as the heel of the fire when they're referencing that. I have no idea where the head is supposed to be, but just taking a wild guess, probably near Newton and Big Barn Road. I don't know if it's Newton or Newtown. Sorry. Over here, we saw the helicopters doing a lot of circling, but it may be that they just were putting out little spot fires because we just saw how the embers were carrying with the wind that way, like it was trying to follow Texas Hill Road. I'm on that side. They, I mean, it was trying to go up and swallow the whole airport, but they defended the airport. Eventually, kept it from getting up there fully. Although some of the hangars may have been damaged, the southwest portion of the airfield, but they defended the airport. And along the slope, kind of along Texas Hill Road in the general area, it was up there on the plateau, and the wind was pushing it to the northeast. So it's unclear how far the actual fire's gotten. They'll need a new infrared map. We only have one that's hours old now. But this pond or body of water over here seems to be where the helicopters are getting a lot of their water. And then instantly, I mean, this is so lucky that this was here. Instantly, they just flew a few seconds later and caught a lot of the spot fires. And that's what we've been hearing in this sort of chaotic radio air traffic control here. So we have a lot of new viewers here today. Hitting the like button helps other people find us. That's why it's so appreciated. We do go live sometimes 24 hours in a crisis. I just didn't have enough mod volunteers to keep this 24 hours while I had to sleep. We watched the lake fire do incredible, crazy runs. A 7-mile wide wall of flame swept over the Santa Barbara Mountains. So I barely slept. I did most of the day and then most of the night stream back to back. So I was hoping to have the stream go live and be live while I was sleeping with mods to give people information in chat. Now remember, these are lights. These orange spots are lights here, by the way. This is our live view of Placer County Airport and the pay fire. So remember, that's, you know how they have red lights on the top of fire trucks and stuff. If you hit subscribe, then when you search for us again, you'll find us with the ring bell. And if you want to know whenever we go live, sometimes it's most of the time, most days of the summer. So when the mods are back from vacation and all that, oftentimes I'll go to sleep and they'll continue to hold the fort, give people a lot of information about evacuations and fire info in chat with links, and they're wonderful. Just please thank my mods, guys. They're wonderful, sweet, excellent volunteers. We're a wildfire tracking team. I can't do this alone. It's enough to try to maintain all the equipment and get all the volumes correct and show different windows. This is also a new live view. Do keep me informed. We crowdsource information. Do feel free in chat to ask any questions that you have about the fires, and tell me about new events, or say something that's on your phone, like, hey, I got an evacuation notice. What is this? Or whatever warning you get. Juggling the whole screens thing. It's very difficult for me to also have a moment even to look down at notifications on my phone or anything. So I really appreciate it. Sometimes that's the fastest way to know about a new fire. Somebody goes, hey, what's that on the camera? You know, and so we can find them sometimes before watch duty even does. So I appreciate it all. Like, even if it turns out to be nothing or a very small fire, like if you see something weird on the camera, we'll check it out. Now, what happened with the lake fire? We're still listening to Placer County. They're just being quiet for the moment. They're still running license plates and doing criminal stuff. The reason I was awake so freaking long, and we do have some videos and images to show. Oh dear, that's very funny. Sometimes sheriff's office is very funny. Because suspect said his ex-girlfriend just keyed his vehicle. Oh dear. That person either has very poor choices in relationships, or what did you do, man? Okay. So this happened last night with the lake fire. We write the timestamp down. Tell us how you found the stream and how the weather is where you're at. Things are a little more calm And then what are your greatest concerns? That's my sweater back there. Okay. Leaning my head back. There's something poking me in the back of the head. A zipper from my sweater. Okay. Sorry about the noise. It didn't look at anything at all that bad on the cameras. We knew that it was spreading really rapidly in Santa Barbara County yesterday. We were covering it from mid-afternoon to the evening. And I entered the stream because it was, it was looking bad, but it wasn't near any inhabitations, and it wasn't moving towards them at the time. So if we look at CalTopo, this is the huge, gigantic heat signature that's pretty much live down there in Santa Barbara County. They haven't had a fire here since I think around 2007. Tremendous fuel load, a huge amount of dry grass from the crazy amount of spring storms and wet spring that most of California had, especially Southern California. So the grass is like, it's shoulder height and super thick, and then all grass in California just dies after May, usually, when it becomes 95-degree heat or so usually by May 20th in much of the valley. So it's normal for it to die, but that was it's created a tremendous fuel load everywhere. Most places in California. That's why many of these grass fires are just tremendous. They're moving like tremendous machines, like Secretariat, Secretariat's Belmont, to quote that. This is the current heat signatures. So what it did, and I wish I could draw on the screen, is the winds were about 45-mile-an-hour wind gusts to 50 when it started. I can't call it yesterday anymore, can I? Was it yesterday at 3? Yeah, 3:45 in the afternoon or 4? Yes, that was yesterday. When it broke out by Lake Taka, it's a small one. I can't really even see it here underneath the mess. There's a lot of campgrounds and little areas by the lake. We don't know if it's accidental or what, probably. But they evacuated the people around the lake, and the winds from the northwest in general pushed it to the southeast along the top of the mountains. So what this did was create a horrible situation, even though they hit it with all kinds of aircraft retardant and stuff to kind of put a line on the west side. It just kept moving tremendously fast to the southeast. I knew the camera would burn. The Grass Mountain camera would burn. The flames were coming straight towards it. And I'll perhaps show you a little bit of the, we're still listening to Placer County. It's just, I'm not talking about pilot stuff quite yet. Any minute now they will. But I'm explaining why I didn't sleep last night. What it did is it ran the ridge tops very long distance and made it 7.5 miles almost. And then what happened was a nightmare. I had just ended the stream and said, look, sorry, I'm listening to the Placer County to see if I need to unmute it. It's just law enforcement stuff right now. There was a crazy wind shift, and 7 miles long wall of fire just started spilling over the mountains. And it did burn the camera over. When I checked on it, I said, I'll check on the fire at 10:30 at night. But I ended the stream about 8:34. 8:38 p.m. is when all hell broke loose. And then by the time I looked back after my walk, sometime around, well, it went late. It was about 11 o'clock at night. I went, holy crap, because I was trying to check the cameras for Grass Mountain, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was like, what's wrong with the camera? Why is there a weird purple line there? And what it was is that the camera had burned over. This is our current view of a mushroom cloud that's still going on there. The camera at Grass Mountain had burned. Oh, we're listening to pilots again. Yep. Still listening to Placer County. It's about time they're supposed to check in. Oh, Simply Rose 63. Great. Butte County had a fire, but it seemed to be extinguished by homeowner. Yeah, Butte County doesn't need more craft. We'll look at the Thompson and the French, the lake, the basin. We'll do a roundup.
You obviously caught that. Thanks for your work. We'll see you guys, or see you.
Copy that. Yep, it'll looks like 11 minutes.
Copy that. Thanks for hanging with us.
No worries. There's quite a bit of fire still in there.
Yep. All pops up at night.
20 degrees too.
Yeah, so it's not exactly going to cool off.
It must mean Celsius. Okay, I don't know if you heard that, but man, I unmuted it in time. There's nothing cut off there. We sometimes don't hear the beginning of the conversations. So he goes, yeah, there's still a lot of fire in there. He goes, yep, and it'll pop up at night, meaning they'll see it better at night.
I copy. And I'll also give Grass Valley a call when I'm landing too. Let them know I'm back. Copy.
That sounds a lot like the Lone Ranger.
ETA 2057. I think they'll come up with you on Eldorado Command.
Air Attack Camino, sorry, I cut off your first part of the transmission. I copy 2057 ETA.
For 2 Hotel Papa, back to Auburn. Release.
Yeah, so I was hoping we'll hear a little bit more. Air Attack is still circling. All the help. Oh man, I hate it. I don't know what mixed radios do that. I just muted it for you, but it's still pounding my head. So I'm hoping the Air Attack will explain to. Right now, he's looking after the ground crews. This is the last remaining airplane. He's just looking around. Yeah, I heard it.
Showing about 8 minutes out. Just myself on board and an hour and a half of fuel. Hotel Papa.
It's the very last hour here. You see sunset. They did put an order for 2 Type 1s. Okay, I'm muting that for you guys again. Man, I've been brutalized by that much of the afternoon. Sorry, guys. Like I said, this is a lot of windows to juggle. So that's not fire. These are lights of the, especially at the end where you see like sets 2. That's lights from the fire trucks. Like they still have their lights spinning around on their vehicles, you know. We'll check other cams, but I think this is just the best one, the best kind of view we're going to get. So, hey, Hugh Yasole, or I hope I said your name right. Yeah, no containment. Hang on, we are trying. Just had a bit of a in between that horrible sound, which I just muted for you. Somebody was chirping on the radio saying something, and then just pounding noise started again. We have no containment. I wouldn't imagine that they won't. I don't believe they'll have any containment percentage available to the public until at least morning with a 7 o'clock update. What we want to hear is forward progress stop. I have not heard that. This is not Placerville. This is the lake fire. Let me do a separate window. For watch duty, I have to make 2. One for Placerville, one for the lake fire. Excuse me. I have not heard of forward progress stop, which will be the best new announcement that we can get. Maybe it already has been made, but I don't see it. I do not see it. They did reduce some evacuations to warning more than an hour ago.
On Newtown Road, still in the warning zone, but unknown if the subject needs to evacuate.
Okay, so they're still trying to evacuate some people to keep them out of danger so that they can work. Even though it's looking much better right now, the pilots even remarked that there still is, quote, a lot of fire there.
For a 64-year-old Danny Hasling.
They said there's still a lot of fire in there. And the quote is, yeah, well, pop up at night, which means become more visible at night. So they'll get a better.
Tone 2.
They will get a much better map and visibility, and all that. So there's right now this is hours old, like where this little perimeter map is. So they had many spot fires jump out all the way. Okay, I'm gonna mute that all the way. Just Texas Hill Road is a kind of general northeast kind of a road. So right as it climbed a hill and was trying to destroy the airport. They had some damage to some of the hangars way back at the end. I don't know the status, but I hear at least 2 were significantly damaged. Horrible sounds in the radio, but I'm still listening. I'll unmute it for you guys when that stops. Spot fires were just jumping out and headed towards Newtown Road, so I don't know exactly where, but the helicopters were working here to stop that. If you look at this incredible video here, you can see from a couple hours ago the mapping plane. You can see how it's invisible to the naked eye, but the smoke is carrying embers, and so they were landing to the northeast. Like you can see the airport here, so it's going to the upper right corner of the screen. So you can see incredible new details with different types of views. I wish they had live views like this all the time during fires, and we know a heck of a lot more, the public would, about what's happening. But this is just a very short blurb video that they put up hours ago. So the fire kept going, we're paralleling the runway to the northeast. I don't know if they're going to declare forward progress stopped, or if watch duty people missed it, or just what's going on. So we're waiting for air attack to give a final assessment. He's watching out for the ground crews right now. Yeah, they're running on M222. Lady Bird, yeah, Godspeed with your hurricane prep. We'll check on where the hurricane thing is. Hey, Broke, thanks for being here. So what I was trying to say, and thanks for coming here.
All subjects are at that address.
I know everybody who went through the Caldor is on pins and needles about this one. I can show you guys later some of my photos from the Placerville airport when we took off and filmed the Caldor burn scar. Remember to hit the like button and then the subscribe with the ring bell to know whenever we go live. This will be, a days-long battle. There will be a couple more days where they're around, at least, taking care of this fire. So the first thing is you want to hear forward progress stopped, which means fire's ahead, the way it was pointed. If they could stop that, that's the best news. The first big piece of good news. I have not heard of that. Watch duty, it is not saying that. So after that, then they can start surrounding the fire. So one of the next announcements, if they get around to it, will be something like hose lay around the fire, or dozers around the fire, or units have surrounded the fire. And then they'll start working on it to widen the lines, which is basically like make strips of dirt or burned area where if the embers should want to drift, that hopefully they won't be able to drift past the lines, right? Sorry, I'm listening to the radio still. I'll unmute it when the pilots are talking. The next thing you might want to hear will be, starting to fill in black line, and black line will be a containment percentage where they feel like the fire can't pass. It's like, Gandalf and Moria, you shall not pass, right? That's what black line is about. So it's literally like around a fire when they pencil, where they've got their units around it. They'll do like a light gray on some of their maps, and it'll be solid black and thick, where they're very confident the fire can't pass in that particular zone. But that until it's 100% containment, you're not 100% safe. Don't confuse containment percentage with safety percentage, because the grave mistake is that sometimes people let their guard down and unpack and they're not ready to go anymore. And there was a 70% containment or better on the Bear Claremont fire in 2020 when it jumped the lines and raced at record time downhill, took out 2 towns called Brush and Berry Creek, and then jumped all the way past Lake Oroville, and that was in record time, and that was fatal. So just remember that containment percentage is the percentage towards making you safe, the progress. But the heavier the fuels, the crazier the up and down terrain, the less road access that they have, the less likely they can catch up to anything that might breach their lines, right? If you have really good road access, if it's flat, if they have a huge amount of units, and if it's still daytime and helicopters can still fly, that's when you're safest, right? But I know Placerville, and I know this is up and down hilly, really thick brush, and hasn't really seen a lot of fire, you know, in these areas. And a lot of the roads dead end. It's still very, very challenging. So I think that they will reduce some of the evacuations, I hope, later tonight or early tomorrow. But this is going to be real difficult to even make the neighborhood safe to return to, because fires will chew through power lines. They'll be ready to fall down. There's plenty of damaged trees and the like. So even if the fire's not threatening the neighborhoods per se, oftentimes a day or more is what it takes to really fix the area. Otherwise, people might go in there and, you know, get hurt. So the more they tell the public about this, the better. We still have eye in the sky. I'm still listening to dispatch. When he makes a final report, then we can turn off this radio and do a better assessment. But the good news is that everything that the pilots were saying, and you can look at the 6-hour time lapse, and it's nuts, is that it was looking real good. There's still a lot of fire around, but the crews on the ground were doing an excellent job, and they did great with air attack too. One of the pilots did say before I went live, one of the pilots said before I went live, I was setting up the stream, there's a lot of behind the scenes buttons to push, that he was wondering why the ground crews were not able to catch something early on in the fire. And they said, he kind of asked the other pilots, like, do you know what went wrong there? And they said, we don't know. He goes, well, some days you just have a bad day, I guess. That's, yeah, they didn't explain where or what happened, but like I said, you know, road access and awareness, they were in the middle of evacuating people is what I would imagine is, you know, save people's lives is first priority. But that's what the importance is of road access. If a lot of streets don't connect to each other, then they may have to drive away from a fire, turn around, go down, and come at it from the other end. But they have to roll up their hose and put it back on the truck and things like that first. So if streets just connect, like in grid patterns, and especially in flat ground, then they could perhaps just drive down the street real quick and not have to do that extra step, you know what I mean? So we see in this neighborhood, there's a whole lot of dead-end kind of roads on the slopes. This is why it's so challenging for them to say, if they're just using this as a random example, if they're on Donner Trail, it doesn't connect to something in if the ember's spotted over towards Miners Court, it's just theoretical. I'm just making this up. Look how they would have to go around and chase it instead of it, you know, connecting. But that's the nature of the hilly terrain, is you can't always connect the roads. So you gotta appreciate that it gets much more difficult to chase after fires that way when they're doing this crazy amount of spotting in the wind, like we see on the cameras. I'm gonna replay this video. You guys want me to? This is pretty incredible, but it's hours old. If anybody hasn't seen it, actually, it's pretty amazing. Hang on, they're talking about air ground. Let me unmute it. Let's see if the pilots get.
Coming up through Charlie looks really good. Everything behind the hangars looks good. We don't see really any heat or open flames.
Here it is.
Continuing up through Charlie and Tango, starting at the end of the runway. And coming up all along the runway, there's just a little bit of heat inside. When you come up to Tango uniform around the top, up there there's structures again. All looks pretty cold from here. The one area of the fire that has some heat, a couple different open flames would be coming back down along the Whiskey, along the Texas Hill Road area. And then where it cuts up from the pavement, underneath the very end of the runway, still burning in there. It's all inside the line, but there are some open flames up in that area.
Great. Awesome. All right, I wrote that down as fast as I could. I'll repeat. Let's just see if it's where the open flames still are.
You can cancel 9234 calls.
I copy that. I'll place a phone call to the strike team leader.
Wow, look at the Grass Mountain camera again. We're going to look at the lake fire and the insanity, the super insanity of the lake fire in a second, guys. This is what kept me up last night, looking at the lake fire down in Santa Barbara County. But this is one of the most important things to hear. Where is the like head of the fire? Where are the open flames still? So writing that down as fast as I could, they still do have flames and heat, quote, at the end of the runway, and I believe that's the northeast end. So let me finish up my notes here. So that was 2:15. We're at 2 hours and 15 minutes of coverage. If you just tuned in, it's looking much better at Placerville, where I don't know how many homes were damaged or whatnot, but the Pay fire started at Pay Dirt Road and then ran up and tried to eat the airport. So the open flames and the highest heat is still at, quote, the end of the runway. He said where the pavement meets something, and he got kind of cut off a little bit, or I missed it. But it looks like it's right here in this general area. We can look at CalTopo heat detections, but it's going to be such a huge margin of error. It'll be very difficult to check it out. Nope. He said things were looking really good. That back by where the hangars were, they did not see any real heat or open flames. Where I believe they got at least 2 damaged.
What are you guys working on?
Those were at the southwest end of the airport, of the runway. So where there still is heat and open flames would be approximately the end of the runway by Texas Hill / Big Barn Road area. So somewhere right in here. If we look back at our, well, we will look at the lake fire again. That's incredible stuff. But keeping an eye here on Placerville, there's a lot of trees in the way. So doing a half-hour time lapse though, all these little red things moving around, those are the lights and sirens of the actual fire trucks. So we can't see open flame here on this cam, but as soon as it switches to infrared nighttime view, we might be able to see at least some of the heat. So, but fire trucks are there trying to defend the airport. They said critically, they also mentioned, excuse me, I'm losing my voice. They also mentioned that it is within the lines, or they saw the open flames are, quote, within the lines. So awesome. It sounds like forward progress is stopped. I don't see a declaration there. So,
Sequoia 322, Tango.
So we'll.
37 been released, returning.
72105.
Ryan, this guy's still looking around. He'll probably give at least one more update.
1098, Ida.
The sheriff's office.
240, just for info, my Wi-Fi is not working. Can you put me on 1063 at 3 please? And I should be code 4.
code 4 means okay. I'm going to mute that for a second. 12 minutes ago, the El Dorado Sheriff's Office said those who are displaced by the pay fire due to evacuation orders, excuse me, I'm going to retweet this. Go to the Union Mine High School.
8 of 2023 on 2013 Ford to John Mills out of Thompson.
Copy, I'll be 1195 at the Linda Vista Motel.
Okay, law enforcement is talking over the pilots. I hate that when that happens. He goes, what about that road down there? And then law enforcement talked over it. What can we do, you know, about the channel? Lucky to have it and be able to listen. So I would assume, this is an assumption, that forward progress has been stopped, that it's not moving further in any significant direction. They're saying where the open flames are is still active and there's heat, which is at the end of the runway. I take it to mean the northeast, because where the hangars are is the southwest. So that was looking really good and mostly cool. Far cry from the raging inferno that it was earlier. So he did a good, decent job at defending, the airport, and it must have been really difficult. I know that it's hard to even get up Airport Road. That's a winding road if you want to arrive from from the freeway. There's no direct access off the freeway. You have to take a lot of winding roads from downtown Placerville.
And start me a second. Code 2 medic unit. Both will be committed marshal.
Medic code 2, 21.
So he's still flying around. So I assume we do not have a declaration that the forward progress is indeed stopped. But they're not out of the woods yet. They've got a lot of heat. Like, as in local temperature. Making the intensity.
6530288 lots of Mills.
Stupid law enforcement stuff. Let me mute that. It makes it very, very shaky situation. The dryness, the heat wave, the low humidity. Does anybody know what the current temperature is at Placerville? Maybe C-Probe, you can check out the airport. Okay, more law enforcement stuff. I can show local news briefly. I can, but not like the whole thing. Yes, Placerville, California, Salties Digital. Thanks for being here. If anybody has just tuned in or doesn't know what the stream is, we go live whenever there's a crisis. We've had so many though the last couple of days. I've barely gotten any sleep. So when this first broke out, we weren't live. Many of my mods are on vacation. Usually they cover the fort for me while I'm asleep. But I've barely gotten 5 or 6 hours and barely slept much of the week. We've had back-to-back crises. That is what kept me up last night, looking at Santa Barbara County. And right now we have some incredible images of like what's going on in Santa Barbara County. So we're going to wait.
Engine 8421 on that.
Okay, they're releasing Engine 84 from the pay fire. They're returning to wherever they came from. So that's what they just said. We were going to wait for the infrared nighttime version of the vision to be on this camera. Excuse you guys. Haven't yet eaten today. We've got incredible videos from this is at K Wildfires on the Twitter. The eye in the sky earlier today was showing incredible embercast. The Grass Mountain, switching gears, we were going to cover the lake fire too. Last night, just after I ended the stream.
Medic 1 code 3, Medic 1 code 3, Mill Creek.
A 7 mile long.
Medic 1 code 3 to Mill Creek State Prison, old facility, 35 year.
Sorry, the law enforcement's doing stuff. A 7 mile long wall of fire started spilling over the mountains of Santa Barbara last night, so I covered it all night. Okay, this is fire crews, but they're too far away to really register on the radio. It's so hard to juggle. iRiva says it's 94 is still too hot. It's finally cooling down. I know, but I don't think it's going to cool down too much tonight. Do you guys have the low temperature for tonight? 24% humidity. Yeah, everything's dry as a bone with this heat wave and this heat dome. So I just had to remind people that if they do release a containment percentage by morning for the thing at Placerville, that containment percentage is not how safe you are. It's progress towards making you safe. 100% is when you are safe. So depending on the wind forecast and such, it's still a touchy situation because I know the area and I know how fuel loaded it is. Sorry, we're still going to listen to the radio for a bit. I'm trying not to swoon. The Grass Mountain Cam burned over last night. I ended the stream around 8:35, and at 8:38, all hell broke loose with the lake fire. And so what it initially did is it ran
247-33116, male last of Kariga, break second.
Sorry, law enforcement running more things. We're hearing the entire county talk to dispatch about law enforcement stuff. So the nightmare scenario that happened down with the lake fire, what kept me up was the fire ran along the ridge tops from northwest to southeast. So it became 7 miles long, and then right after I ended stream, a west wind picked up, the wind changed direction, and blew a 7-mile-long wall of fire down the hills here in San Bernardino County last night. And it was just looked like apocalypse, and we could barely hear anything on the radio. Like every hour, maybe they said something about the fire. Santa Barbara County was not releasing their own information. The Forest Service was silent, like they had gone to bed. They never even made an evacuation map, even though they called for evacuations in some places and warnings in others. But we saw the incredible, the fire burned over the position of 2 cameras. They're still functional, but you can see if you go to my channel, you can see yesterday's broadcast. It's all in alphabetical order by date. Sorry, this is a 12-hour time lapse and it's on rotate. Sorry, so we would have to do a 24-hour for this one to show you how the camera got burned over. This is the Grass Mountain camera, even though it's not on Grass Mountain. Don't ask me why. The cameras got spared, even though there was dry grass underneath them, by the fact that the fire was just burning so hot because of that super high winds, like 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And it flattened the grass down, and all the flames were down horizontal along the ground, and so the flames couldn't rise to melt the camera's protective bubble dome thing. And so presumably all this stuff still functions, all these solar-powered heaters, and I don't know what these are, but they seem to be radio repeaters or something. There was a, sorry? Listening to Placerville. What did they say? Dozer's going down left. Dozer's going left flank to Charlie. We don't know where Charlie is right now, so. Actually, yeah, Charlie is at where the hangars are. I did write that down. Charlie is right around here.
2 ball 60. 10-6 right now. Speaking with them now.
Okay, so when they say Charlie, which they just did, I'm going to mute that again. They said they were putting in dozer lines. It's from around Pay Dirt Road to the up the hill to where the hangars are at the southwest tip of the runway. That's what they're calling Charlie. And earlier they said it looks good. No heat really detectable up on the hangar areas. Just, really minimal. It looked really cool. Oh, if you do find my broadcast from yesterday, the very beginning of it, I have an insane camera burnover looks. In fact, I'll show you guys. Sorry, there'll be weird suggested videos and stuff. If you hit the purple K, you go to my channel. That's what you should bookmark in your bookmarks and share the channel link with people so they can find us again. That's not what I need. Excuse me. So if you go to live, you don't go to video. It's live. Here's our current broadcast. This is last night. You can see how this 7-mile long wall of flame was going down, spilling down the mountains of Santa Barbara County. Just totally insane. You turn off the chat replay. That's weird. Stop. Look at this. It looked like Santa Barbara got nuked. The mountains. Excuse me, I'm going to mute that. It looked like Santa Barbara had been nuked, like in the movie, like in the show Fallout on Amazon. I was just like, wow. So this is the Santa Ynez Peak. Okay. Let's see if the airplane is still. We're still monitoring what's going on at the Pay Fire, but we are going to look at what's going on with the lake in just a second. Hey, El Camino 333 is available at Engine Station 31. So El Camino helped out. I'm sure they called it mutual aid. A nearby town, place name, sort of. Hey, sister, welcome here. Sorry, it's been very difficult to keep up with chat. Oh, did they rename the Pay Fire to Dirt Mountain? What? Did they? What? Did they? Sorry. We'll go back to looking at what happened with the lake fire. It's still called the Pay Fire. Maybe I was misunderstanding what you meant in chat. According to Watch Duty, it was pay dirt road, so they should just call it the pay dirt. But don't ask me why. Yeah, Desi, it's totally insane. So you can understand. Sorry, why I was absent today. I well passed on. We were covering what was going on in Santa Barbara County. We've got to check on it now, but we're still waiting for the final air attack report from the pilot. He's been giving us details of like where the fire is and such. Put in chat which fires concern you. You remember if you just found us, this is our third year for the most part of covering fire. Just gonna put here.
I'm 97, Denny's.
We will continue to try to look at what's going on at the lake fire. But my last broadcast, holy crap. I think you'll understand why I only got like 5 or 6 hours of sleep.
No, Denny, I'll get away for you.
We've been covering fires almost around the clock for the last a week and almost every day for the last month. So bear with me, guys.
Question 2119.
Very, very, very grateful for all of your donations. I'm sorry I can't keep up with all of them and do individual thank yous right now. It'll be...
The warning area and not the evacuation mandatory, can you confirm?
Hey, firm, can you give me the address again?
1737 Fairover Court on the app. It was listed as Jim Valley Court, I believe.
I don't know what they're talking about. What about it? So we
Right, Denny's. I'll be checking inside.
we need to continue listening to this chaotic radio until at least air attack is gone. It's looking very good right now. I believe forward progress has stopped on the Pay Fire. Even though you haven't declared that for some reason. So those who are affected, they have an overnight shelter at Union Mine High School, which is 6530 Koki Lane, which is Koki Lane, El Dorado, California. anybody in the area drive super slow.
I'm available to turn. Engine 5111, 2120.
Yeah, it's going to be another hot night, so until it's 100% contained, it's not 100% safe.
Edward William, 323 on a white Chevy.
Intensive. No complaints of chest pain, abdominal pain, or back pain. Confirming, is this something you want me to fly out, or?
Okay, just going to mute that. There's law enforcement and medical on the same stream as air attack and fire, so we just got to deal with it. We just got to trying my best to mute and unmute relevant versus irrelevant. So, but thank you everybody for your kind donations. It's so hard to keep up with the cell phone. In order to see them, I've got to put my thumbprint on there and open the app and then press a whole bunch of buttons to see a scrolling list of donations. It doesn't update me as they come in like it should, like I thought it would. And plus it's chaos even if it's there. So, but very grateful for the donations. I'm still listening to the radio there. Let's look at our current view of Placerville. Yeah, we've got medical talking about a potential patient. So I was hoping as soon as it goes into infrared, it's not even focused, that we might be able to see a little bit more of where the fire is. But remember, the lights of the vehicles, the emergency vehicles and the runway lights and the airport lights will all be white. Heat, light, fire, hot smoke, all the same whiteness, including vehicle lights, street lights, whatever. So hopefully they'll focus this and maybe calibrate it and look at other camera views about what happened. I think that is the very best one though. Mount Danaher. Remember, if you're going to come back and find us tomorrow, it's a 6-hour time lapse. It'll be hard for you to find us. But hit the subscribe button with a really ringing bell to hopefully get a push notification on your phone, or at least subscribe without the ringing bell. If you just want to manually search for us, it'll connect you much better. But if you want to just do a good old-fashioned bookmark in a browser, bookmark the channel. Channel link is right here. Mods, if you can from time to time remind people to bookmark that page, that's how a lot of people can come back and find us. So,
Airman 42 en route, 2123.
Okay, looks like they are air ambulancing somebody away from the local hospital. So if you see a helicopter coming near, it's probably the life flight or whatever they're doing.
Dissipated a little bit. Should be easy to identify. We're going to release back to Grass Valley. You're good with that? Stop. Working with the conditions you guys had at 106.
Okay, that's Pat's talking. Elvis has left the building, so all the aircraft are off. He says we're just going to go back to Grass Valley.
Chevrolet station wagon to a 1 Laura out of Plymouth.
Sorry, I'm going to mute that. But what he just said, because the law enforcement and EMS was talking over them, he said that the place where we saw open flames.
140. All aircraft off the fire.
He just said, yeah, where we saw the open flames. That was it. We didn't hear the beginning of his sentence. So, great. So I'm going to share the link to Broadcastify now if anybody wants to continue listening to it. I'm going to have to take a break from this. It's mostly a whole bunch of law enforcement and EMS type stuff. So, hang on. Unit responding to pay dirt. Were you covered?
10-4.
I will have to eat at some point today. It's already 9:26, guys. Wow. So if you are going to sleep, remember to hit the like button is very appreciated to help rebuild the channel popularity, the search results. When fire season ends, a lot of people like en masse unsub. Like we get like minus 3,000 subscribers. So I'm hoping you won't do that. It will help the stream best to hit the, even if you just don't want notifications for a bit, like the off season, you could put the no notification version of the ringing bell, right? But because YouTube is kind of stupid, it's run by an algorithm by mathematical formulas. They assume that everybody's an entertainer, and if 3,000 people unsub suddenly, that you have insulted people or been a jerk or something. So it will put us down to the very bottom of the search results. People come back a year later and say, "Hey, why did you quit Firestream?" I'm like, "I didn't. We were here like every day all summer." And they're like, "Really? What?" So, hey, Afrak, thank you for your kind continued support. And I'm about to show you the apocalyptic scenes that why I was up all night. Instead of going to bed early, why I was up all night covering Santa Barbara fires. It was a super apocalyptic down there, where a 7-mile long wall of flames spilled over the Santa Barbara mountains last night, and it looked like Santa Barbara rural, like the Taka Lake area, had been nuked. I mean, it made a pyrocumulus cloud at night. So this is what some of the camera images were, and I just like, holy crap! After I went for my evening walk, which I thought would be right before bedtime. So let's look back at chat for a second. But that's a pause of last night's broadcast. If you start at the beginning, there's some insane, and here's a link to it, insane time lapses. But just wow, you know. So I covered that for an additional 7.5 hours after I'd done the day stream. I've barely slept. I've barely eaten. I need to get something out of the fridge or I'm going to collapse here. But I just needed to at least cover live what was going on in Placerville. We'll keep checking up on it as we get new info. I'm still listening to the radio, but I'm about to probably turn it off. Yeah, Husky. Yeah, that was called the Lake Fire down there. It's still a huge, big threat. Oh no. 99-year-old female ground level fall with a head injury. This is so sad. It's hard to monitor these things. This is the current view from the same Santa Ynez camera. A 90-year-old female, I think. So we're still listening to Placer County. It's just I'll unmute it when it's fire related. This is the last 24 hours of what's happened in Santa Barbara County. So we have to monitor this one. This is our current view. And we got John Bruno, the retired fire captain in Shasta County, said he fought fires in this area before. And it's a nightmare, an absolute nightmare to try to deal with this. This will probably be just gigantically huge. It'll probably burn at least in the old scar of the 2007 Zaka fire, Z-A-C-A. And that was 240,000 acres. Like, I couldn't see it on the maps. I was like, where? You guys said there's another fire here. I can't see it. It's because I didn't zoom out enough. Like, it's huge. The former, where the Zaka fire burned. So, hang on. Cedar Ravine and Pater, what about it? Still listening to Placer County for a second. We're going to keep checking on it. There's 124 today in Palm Springs. What is that in Celsius? It's crazy. Yeah, Angela, you're right. You're right. Hopefully I can just get some sleep tonight. But this is the last 24 hours. Just
get hold of 21260.
Cam link if you guys want to run it yourself. See why I was awake till like 7:30 in the morning. So I'm sorry we couldn't catch the beginning of some of these fires today, but I'm trying to get at least 5 hours of sleep in. So the current view, and I can see the camera burnovers, which are also insane. But remember, flashing light warning. It's still alive, but it's the Grass Mountain 1 and 2 cameras that did the burnover. It was in progress right before I got home from my evening walk. So flashing light warning starting now. We don't have that many frames.
Subject first at Nicholas, 1024.
Who knows? I'm going to mute that again. It was totally nuts, and if you look at my old broadcast, we have much better time-lapse images, but the flames just totally took over the camera, marched down the walls. I was absent. We ended the stream at 8:35. All hell broke loose at 8:38 or so, and this is 9:47. Yeah, 9:47, and the flames leapt over this ravine area or whatever was in between the camera. The embers did, and lit the ground on fire right where the cameras were. Eventually looked down, and you could see like the dead tree that was down there. The other trees above it did not burn, the living ones, and they should have, with a dead tree at the base. That should have gotten the fire hot enough, long enough to light the living trees on fire, right? They have a lot of water inside them because they're alive. But it's like putting kindling at the base of a fire, and that's how you can light living trees on fire eventually. But the weirdest thing happened is color distortion. It wasn't really purple, guys. The wind was so fierce that it flattened the flames against the ground. It was 50+ mile an hour wind gusts. In Santa Barbara, it was 9% humidity, and it was still 95 degrees up here in the hills. It was 74 in the valleys, but up in the hills, it was like a hot blast furnace wind coming out of the California Valley, and which also kind of came out of the Nevada desert. And it met the coastal winds that were fiercer and stronger that came off the ocean. And so it just swirled and just created this giant like vortex and started creating its own weather. So the strange thing is like there's a weird zone where if the winds are extremely high, a lot of living trees are going to survive because the heat and the flames flatten down against the ground. And so the flames can't rise and light, say, living trees on fire. They couldn't burn the camera, even though it's not that far up off the ground. So I predicted the camera would be obliterated, but we watched the blast furnace effect. Look at that. You see how the winds just hit it, this dead tree on the ground, and it incinerated it to white ash. That's what hot, dry winds can do. It was blast furnace effect. So the grass burned off right below the cameras too. It was about knee high. Hang on, evacuation information. This is still listening to Placerville. I unmute it when they talk about the fire. We'll check on it just a second. But this was the craziest extreme fire behavior, but they had extreme red flag warnings. Then this is looking south, same cameras. The fire went down to try to burn Neverland Ranch. I don't know the status of it, but it started swooping down the mountains, being driven by the wind. So I was very, very concerned, just super concerned, for the situation there. But okay, never mind. They're just trying to make sure people are out of the evacuation zones at Placerville. I still listen to that if you hear me cocking my head here, listening. So there's a strangeness to it that if fire is like really lazy, if it's called a creeping fire, if there's no wind whatsoever, it's really, really lazy, really, really slow, literally moving about as fast as a snail can go, maybe twice that speed, but turtle speed, then mostly living trees survive because it's low intensity. It just burns pine needles and stuff off the ground. But if grass is thick and tall and it's slow like that, oftentimes the heat will go up and light the dead limbs and stuff on fire and start killing the trees. If it's wind driven, like light winds though, probably you're going to lose a lot of the living trees if there's dead stuff, especially at the base. But if you have extremely high winds, it's like extremes of are your trees going to live or not? Almost no wind to extremely high winds, they're going to do the best. Because the high winds will flatten the heat and flames down against the ground, and no wind means it's a really low intensity fire. But in between that, you're gonna lose a lot of trees, and you'll lose the cameras, they'll melt down. But it's so ironic that extremely high winds can spare a lot of trees. Mature trees have bark, and that's basically fireproofing. So, whoops, I screwed up the 24-hour time lapse. Anyways, it's better probably to just look at my stream anyway for that higher resolution. But this is amazing that these cameras are still functional. All aircraft are off the fire at Placerville. I'm hoping that we're going to get another mapping plane up there later tonight, and maybe they'll give a containment percentage or something. So, let's check back in with what's going on at Placerville. Excuse me, wrong watch D link. But we've got to keep an eye on what's going on with the lake fire. It has every potential to be California's next big huge fire if the winds and such continue. So we going to refresh pay fire and then do a little time lapse here. We still don't have any official updates. We can look at maybe there's something on El Dorado, like Facebook, El Dorado County Sheriff's or something like that. Let's see. Yeah, that's the top fire. Where is that? This is a new video posted. I mean, here's the one at Placerville. I'm at K Wildfires with the Twitter, and I'm retweeting a lot of stuff that I don't show on camera. But somebody said, yeah, protein shakes would help, and special blood sugar ones. Yeah, that's correct. But any kind of food will help with blood sugar too. I've got spirulina, like spiritine, that's really good. I'll make myself one of those later tonight. Superfood called spirulina. Amazing seaweed extract that tastes sweet, and it's one of the earliest known superfoods, one of the greatest. But it's packed with minerals and stuff too. It's been around since like the 80s. It's a classical, old school health shake, that you mix in milk. I'll show you guys later. It's called Spirutine, Spirutine, I believe. But what is this? The top fire? Where was that? Let me look real quick. So far, it's still just law enforcement. Placerville, we're still listening. Oh, is it Riverside County? Oh, it's got a 50% containment. That's good. Okay, nothing we have to cover about that right now. What did I miss, guys? What should I go back and cover? Yeah, Spirutine is amazing. I get the chocolate ones and banana and mix it together. Half a scoop of each. So, Rob Langsdorff says we sent our campers home early Friday morning to get them out of the heat. Yikes, where's that, Rob? I need to take a bathroom break and quickly go over and get some reheated steak leftovers from Sea Probe, who was so awesome and cooked it and cut it up for me and delivered it. Let me see if I've missed anything in the chat. let me know which fire you want to look at. And if you have any questions, it's open question and answer time. If you are going to go to bed soon, please remember to hit the subscribe button so you can know when we go live and find us again. If you know people who need this fire info, hit the share button and text it to them. A lot of people, we spread by word of mouth because YouTube's algorithm is, okay, what it's asking me to do is pay them to show up in the search results higher. Okay, that's fine for entertainment channels or what, you know, Kardashians and stuff, but we don't have that kind of money, and I find that unbelievable. So the free way you can help is hit the share button and put that on, say, your social media or text it to other people, especially elders who may not know how to navigate the web very well. They should have YouTube on their phone. But sharing it to your own social media or the group pages, like, you know, if there's an El Dorado County group page, that is the best way to have people understand that we are live and covering this stuff. And it's super appreciated. But every time we restart the stream, every 12 hours, the algorithm thinks it puts us to the very bottom of the search results, no matter how many people were listening to the stream before. And so we need to go trending with likes and chat and all that. So I hate to be like a beggar. It's not like, oh, make my channel popular. It's we just want to get this information to people. Oh, I think that was a fire alarm or something I was just talking about. Somebody accidentally set one off as he closed down for the day. It could have been a burglary alarm. Where I'm still listening to Placer County. I'll unmute it when they talk about fires. Let's look at the time lapse. But let's see. This is the old 6-hour one. What a different 6 hours makes, guys. It's still just a bunch of law enforcement chatter and medical mostly. I haven't heard them say much about fires in quite some time. I'll keep listening to this few more minutes, then we can get a much better overview of what's going on. I'm hoping Santa Barbara County or Los Padres National Forest Service would explain what the heck happened last night and maybe earlier today with the lake fire, because that's a gigantic mega fire in the making. That's why I didn't get any sleep, you know. When you see stuff, oh, there are some few videos, good. When you see stuff like that, you know, dude, that's why I was awake all last night. When you see stuff like that, dude, like when I see that, how am I supposed to sleep? Yeah. So, but you can look back and just look up by date any of the fires for the last several years. I still have to redo the date codes for 2020 fires, but and basically just type in a date or the name of a fire, and you'll see exciting coverage for several years in a row. So some of these time lapses I was doing are just totally nuts. Yeah. Yeah. Good night, Maple Leaf. Ravelin says, Captain, are you a former forest management or how did you end up tracking fires? No, my friend died in a fire. I always wanted to be a first responder. My poor health doesn't allow for that. At least doing dispatch is what I would hope to do. I got high in the 911 operator hiring process, but didn't speak Spanish, and that's what held me back. But with the persistent stomach inflammation problems I have, that's would be a very difficult job, you know, to do. So I used to build computers for, you know, money on the side, and I've quit that to do fire tracking. 2017's Cascade Fire killed a family friend of ours. That was in the area near Paradise, south of there. And same night that Santa Rosa burned down, PG&E started 3 different wildfires that killed, that erased like 3 different towns. Santa Rosa got all the press, but Bangor and Loma Rica got kind of forgotten. So that woke me up to the fact that there's something wrong with giving people their emergency information. They never got it. They never got any warning the fire is coming. Reverse 911 is a broken system for the most part. Butte County happened again. Reverse 911 did not function, and unfortunately, it said to people, an automated voice said, well, a year later in Paradise, where my brother lived, get ready to leave, but we'll tell you if you have to. And they didn't realize that long-range spotting could happen, and it skipped all over the Concow Valley, which they thought if it reaches Concow, we'll let Paradise let them know and evacuate them. So the long-range spotting, the embers flew miles over the top of that valley, landed at Paradise on the east side, chewed through the telephone lines and the cell phone towers and the power lines. Nobody had internet, phone, or anything, or cell service. And so my brother's life was saved because my cop screeched around the corner and screamed out the window, "Run for your lives!" Basically, other neighbors of his were not so lucky. They couldn't alert everybody. So when that happened, I went live for the first time, just showing people scanner radio. I didn't have the confidence to tell people where I thought that fires were going, even though I knew how to track them due to just mapping and computer expertise, right? I had video production classes that I took, but I wanted to make boring videos about history, right? Or disaster videos about what we can learn from disasters to save lives. Yeah. So I'd had some of that training and knew about computers, knew about going live in video production a little bit, had crappy gear. Then real firefighters came, took me under their wing, and began telling me about the basics of fire behavior. I'm listening. Okay, it's not a firefighter injury. I'm still listening to Placer County. We'll look at it in a second. Okay, vital signs are stable. Somebody just overdosed and got saved by Narcan. Mind you, we're looking at why I was awake all last night. I'm trying to answer a question in chat. What happened to Santa Barbara County last night was bizarre. So this is me scrubbing through my whole broadcast, just kind of show you the insanity of the camera burnover and stuff. So what happened? Yeah, thank you for the condolences about our friend. He would have sued the ass off of PG&E. Excuse my language. That's after 9:30. He would have sued them because he was an attorney. But what I did is I tried to learn as much about wildfire behavior as I could. We already had some knowledge, and I realized a lot of people have zero knowledge. We used to live in the foothills of California, and so we used to have barbecues and free meals for some of the volunteer firefighters up there, and we asked, how can we make our own property safe? So the first level of education was, back in my childhood when they explained how to make shelter-in-place options like ponds and whatnot, and then how to make our house safe, why we should put water tanks up there, make a few fire access roads with gates, give the firefighters the keys. I realized that a lot of people have no idea about this information. They said, if fire's coming up this hill, because you're one way out, the hill that we live on, because you have one way out, the fire will block your way somehow down the line. It will take you 30 minutes to get down the hill to a nearest paved road in order to evacuate quickly. So shelter in place is your best option if it's if fire is very close. And so dig 2 ponds, one for water use, especially for helicopters and fire crews, and a second one further away from our house to shelter in place and with no vegetation around it, right? And so we did a lot of these things and created ready-made fire breaks, and I realized that a lot of people don't even know about that information. So as the firefighters, I was pretty meek and humble, and did not, even though it was obvious to me where fires were going, because we've got tools, satellite tools, like we could look at where the wind is blowing and live heat detection. So as you see, like here's the wind and current wind speed and direction in Santa Barbara County. You could see the wind is coming out of the northwest and pushing this lake fire to the southeast. It's just kind of obvious. I wasn't really speculating on what fires might be doing. And then that's when real firefighters like Cogito and others later came into the chat and said, girl, we'll teach you anything. We'll be here. We'll be your mods. And all you need to know is just the very basics. And then pass that on to the public, what the officials want people to know. As long as you say, hey, this is speculation, but it's, the fire could be heading this way, that's actually golden information. That's what people need to know. Because the officials are too busy fighting the fire to evacuate people and let everybody know that it could be possibly headed their way. They do want people to evacuate before they're told. That's the best course of action for people. Giving people the greatest heads up possible will save lives and mean the difference between people getting their livestock out, or heirlooms, or whatever, or being able to warn their neighbors and take them too. So I gained more and more confidence, and as the years went by, that was when I first met Cogito. He was the first firefighter mod that we had. Later, people like Torin too, and I believe Dusty Smokes and others. Of course, John Bruno, the retired fire captain of Shasta County, took me under their wing too, and I just kept absorbing everything that I could like a sponge. I had already known about. Should we evacuate Pollock Pines? I don't think so, Global. If you want to get my attention, like with a specific, like, hey, information like that, hit at Catherine and then select my name if you're on a browser. Thank you, Larry Green, for your kind donation. I'll zip back to Placerville in a second. I believe that all of their open flames are within parameters right now, within where they've got crews all the way around a fire at Placerville right now. It's still touch and go with perhaps ember cast. If winds pick up, it may blow across lines, but right now it's tentatively a good situation. I don't think they have declared forward progress stop, but looking at their current evacuation info, sorry, I got to pause the last conversation. But I think you get the idea. Like, if heat detection is going and the wind is blowing that way, tell people downwind to prepare, as best as we can. I use a variety of information, everything we can, live radio, scanner radio from the firefighters, live satellite images, weather data, official press releases, people's photographs from the scene. People email me that stuff. John Bruno and others are on speed dial. I can ask real firefighters what they think of a situation. So later, as I gain more confidence and realize, just like Cogito says, fire behavior is not rocket science. Actually, it's pretty basic. That's all the public needs to know. Like fire goes where the wind blows, and like if the smoke columns turn towards you, get out. If you're near the fire, because that means the fire just is heading directly towards you. Just basic advice is golden. We have evacuated many communities, like Mariposa. We gave the town of Mariposa the other day evacuation notice 4 hours ahead of when they finally put people on notice. Because I knew that, like, okay, this is the big lesson. Everybody, Placerville, listen up. The big lesson is Mariposa the other day. So I just, people thought that it was a done deal. They started, unpacking, perhaps. Hang on, I'm still listening to Placerville's radio. I'll turn it on if the firefighters start speaking. This is our live view at Placerville. It's not really calibrated here for heat, so most of this are the lights of fire crews and their engines. But listen up, Placerville. what happened at Mariposa the other day. If we go to the other broadcasts, we'll zoom back to what happened with the lake fire. Was it the actual 4th of July? The day before yesterday? I'm getting everything confused. When the fire at Mariposa broke out, let's look at 4th of July stream. Yeah, when it broke out, it was just going up a hill. Here's my stream from the 4th of July. And the homes at the top of the hill were threatened, but the town of Mariposa and the downtown is to the bottom left of this, right? It looked like they were really getting it under control, that they were saving individual homes, but then they said, Highway 140 near Old Town Highway and Scott's whatever road here, it's spotting over the highway. So we had been watching it for hours, and it looked like they had just about contained it with at least retardant, with even 737 aircraft, and it was just going to affect the hill. I told people in Mariposa, look, from the distance, this looks like a nasty mega fire. It looks like a mushroom cloud. And then, just as the sun was setting and they had to release most of the aircraft, all hell broke loose. And they said, okay, shelter in place at the hospital, in these little areas. It's too late to evacuate. Downtown hotels, shelter in place for the tourists. Mandatory evacuation of all of these nearby, the nearby neighborhoods and most of the town. Pretty much like everybody was on alert, but it went from looking like this to a little bit later, marching balls of flames headed straight for neighborhoods. And I don't know this current status of how many homes maybe they lost, but it went from 0 to 60 when everything was looking good as darkness fell. So people of Placerville really have to realize, under these critically dry conditions, one little ember making it cross some line starts a new fire in a new neighborhood. So be very, very vigilant, especially anywhere northeast or east of the airport. But when the even west, like west of Pater, where the mandatory evacuations are currently, there's a reason why you're still on yellow alert. Like be ready to go at a moment's notice. It's one little ember across the line, and all of a sudden they are struggling to save a town. So this is a different fire that was at Butte County, the Lumpkin, but all of a sudden, boom, I switched back and the fire's just racing towards Mariposa County. It almost swallowed the entire downtown. So our channel got people notified. I said, look, the wind is blowing towards Mariposa, and if it reaches their lines, even though it's looking good, earlier, be ready to leave. Like call everybody you know in the town, make sure they know the danger of the fire, because most people had no notice. Finally, when they called for evacuations, the situation escalated so quickly. It was just like, boom, grab your keys, go now. But anybody who was watching the stream prior, or who got informed by the people watching the stream prior, knew that this was a possibility thanks to what our channel did. Right? This is how this was how it looked later on the cams. These are some of our finest moments, giving people advance notice. There's something terribly wrong with the current policy and/or red tape, bureaucratic nightmare, or whatever, for warning people about wildfires in the West. Not just Cal Fire. It's not just a Cal Fire, not just a Forest Service problem. It's not just a local problem. There's bureaucratic nightmare, red tape stuff. Excuse me. I don't mean to be replaying the other chat. Yep. Heck. So this is what we do for people. Wish I could have been here for Placerville earlier today, but I had to sleep at some point. 5 hours and lasts like 24, but I got an energy drink. So that's later when the camera looks towards the southeast, and it's the lights of city lights of Mariposa. You can see how they stopped it right at the backyard of the downtown building. They started running on the east side of the town, trying to erase the town. So we'll look back. It's called the French Fire. We'll look at the current status. I haven't been able to keep up with it. But this is what Placerville people should understand, how quickly it can get out of hand because of winds picking up in the night or something happening. So, yeah, don't think that just because forward progress is stopped or something like that, that you're safe, you know. Because here's a zoomed out version. You could see how quickly the fire spread just after a couple of embers got picked up by the wind when they were almost ready to, you know, almost declare it like a done deal. You know what I mean? When they were almost ready to declare it surrounded. So this is a good, a sobering reminder. This is just part of California. The lake fire is another good example of how it was not that big of a deal when I logged off at 8:30 at night. It was concerning, but then all hell broke loose, and it was a just insane fire that looked like Santa Barbara County had been nuked. So this is the let me write the timestamp down. The warning for Placerville and the treat. You know, when they're saying be ready to go at a moment's notice and be very aware and vigilant, that's exactly what they mean. You don't unpack or let your guard down. And other people who think, oh, it's a done deal, they correct them in their error. You know, come back and say, go to Catherine's channel at today's broadcast at 3 hours and 14 minutes and just before then. And here's the sobering look at what happened to Mariposa. This is the Mariposa example. So I'll try to make a clip of that, actually. I just spoke for longer than 5 minutes, but let's quickly look back. I'm still listening. Excuse me. Let's look back now at what's going on at Placerville. This is the 6-hour time lapse for anybody who may not know what happened there today. Hang on. Unmuting it. He said something.
Camino engine 61.
Hit the like button if you hit.
We've been released from the pay and we'll be returning to quarters.
Awesome. So finally. The little community of El Camino rushed to help today. This is their second engine that I've heard is released back, engine 61 or whatever. That's a good sign. If they can release some units, that means they're more confident that they can handle with what they've got. I can't believe it's 10 at night. What a time warp I'm in. I haven't eaten yet today, so let me remedy that situation. I ate a couple of pretzels. It's just when I'm sleep deprived, wow, time just flies past. So yeah, running on empty. Oh, there's a structured defense per radio traffic of Parker Dam Road. Is it really spelled like that? Running on empty. So it's looking good right now at Placerville, but like I said, be aware. This is the we'll look at the news start that just happened. I guess the fates heard you. Now I can't eat quite yet. I'm holding it too. I gotta use the bathroom soon. But it's Mama told me there'd be days like these, right? So I hope that explains how I got some, in a roundabout way, the original question of no, I'm not. I'm not.
2204.
Engine 334 released from the pay incident as well. So this is also some units are being replaced by others. Night shift will replace day crew. So this is working overtime. Usually that happens at 8 p.m. A shift change, but you know, it got intense. Here, putting it mildly, it got intense.
3-4, release from the pay, return to quarters.
Low-dock engine 334, 2200.
I do not know what may have started. Do we know? What may have started this pay dirt road fire called the Pay Fire at Placerville? It was the neighborhoods just to the west here of the airport.
Tom Mary, 845.
Oh, sorry, that's law enforcement. They said something about Amador County. I'm sure units came from all the way around to help what happened at Placerville. Yeah, Big Al, let me switch to what just may have just started. I just wanted to show the evacuation map of Placerville. Do not let your guard down. El Dorado County, I should say. Whoops, that's not the right one. As a random satellite image. Did I close it? I may have closed it. All right. So where you are on alert here in the yellow, be very much on alert. Be ready to go at a moment's notice. Don't unpack. This is where the fire could spread if embers drifted over the line. So they said as the helicopters and stuff were leaving, around 9 o'clock, there's still some good fire in there. And I believe what they were saying is that it was at the northeast end of the runway, at Texas Hill / where it kind of meets Newtown Road. Somewhere in El Dorado, there's a odor of smoke somewhere, and they're investigating and unable to locate it. Maybe like a structure call. But just beware that these are the locations most likely to be impacted if there's even a little bit of ember drift across. And hang on.
Right now, so you guys aren't going to have water. I'll let you know when we get it in Chamberlin.
Let's look at the new fire. He just said, just so you know, there are no engines pumping your hose right now, so you don't have water. But they're not saying where. So Parker Dam Road, yeah, let's check this out. A new vegetation fire, San Bernardino County. Okay, wow, breaking news. So while I'm not an expert and I'm not a hero, and we are hero helpers here at the Wildfire Tracking Team. So we are trying to assist our heroes doing their job and with the communications aspect. The officials, they go to sleep at night in like the Santa Barbara County. They didn't
Clear to go back to NEU.
even bother to make an evacuation map for the apocalyptic scenes, even though they had evacuation warnings and some mandatory. I don't know what's wrong, but it may vary from county to county, but what they should do is have 24-hour information streams about wildfires for the public to call into. But until they do, we are here trying to pass on as much.
Rex 56, Forest, Stone 4.
No nonsense. We are here to
56, Camino.
present as much real, verifiable, no nonsense information as we possibly can. So we have a new fire. This is San Bernardino County. We'll have to go look back at the lake fire too. Keep an eye on it, friends. See if there's any new issues. And if there's new evacuations and such. We have been unable to really do a proper roundup of it. So they haven't given us a name on Parker Dam Road. Five additional Type 1 units have been requested for structured defense. As per radio traffic, law enforcement have started evacuations. So breaking news here. This is San Bernardino County. Southwest of Lake Havasu on 95 and northeast of, what is this community? What is this community? Anyway, I don't see a name for it. Whatever. Significantly far north of Quartzsite and Blythe. A little bit ways south of Lake Havasu on 95. You're just east of the intersection of 62. I guess they're calling it, Parker. Okay. Don't ask me why. It's just northeast of Parker on the, it looks like the north side of the river. Okay, I'm going to switch radio channels. So there's nothing really being said that's significant about what's going on with Placerville. Please let me know if there is a new update, like say the watch duty or whatnot. This is eye bleeding. Let me change the layers. There we go. This is a recent view from somebody taking a picture. Wow, from the reporter. Wow, Michael Sylvester, who reports on wildfires, took this actual picture. I think either that or somebody sent it to him. He's a reporter for watch duty. Man, those guys are heroes too. So that's looking serious. They are doing local evacuations. If this is correctly placed on the north side of the Colorado River, they must be, if the wind direction is correct here, see which direction was the picture taken from. Come on, watch duty. Usually there's a direction indicator of the photo. Maybe they need to refresh it. This is a late, it's not even named yet. This is a breaking news fire with localized evacuations. Parker, California, San Bernardino County, just south of Lake Havasu, where 62 meets 95. So if this is correct, the wind direction here, then local evacuations probably at least be here, whatever this is. We'll look at it on Google Maps to see what this community is, or resort, or whatever that is. But that's looking quite nasty. So do we have a scanner radio for this one? They're talking about it being there. I'm going to check behind the scenes. There's a Shelly Fire eating update. Great. Yeah, Michael, it's all wows. I know you have trouble typing. It's okay. The running on empty 22 says vegetation fire, Parker Dam Road. Yep. That's. Thank you for letting me know about that. See, you guys can get in chat and you can let me know what fires are happening. So, and remember, guys, Michael's not a troll. He's got typing issues, guys. It's hard to peck on little phones. I know that. Let me look back up. Did I miss some information? Angela Rounds. Do we know about which channel to check on Broadcastify? But no. I hope Global Optima Tarot that answered your question. I don't believe Pullet Pines is in danger at the moment. I'll let you know, of course. I'm familiar with the area. And later on the stream, I'll show you guys if we get a moment. C-Probe and I took off from the Placerville Airport time and time again to cover the Caldor Fires burn scar in July and August of 2022. So we've got tons of high quality, like on the scenes video. You'll see how dang difficult it is to fight a fire there. And it's behind the scenes stuff. Like you'll get to see part of the documentary before the documentary is released, you know. But we have to, of course, cover breaking news and wherever there's threat to life and property first before we relax and go back to others. So I need which county? It's San Bernardino. We go there. Santa Barbara. No. Then we got to look at what's going on with the lake fire. Let's see, San Bernardino. Ring a ding ding. I thought I had it on speed dial. Hang on. Yep, I'll just make one. Thanks to your kind donations, and thank you everybody who has donated. I'll create a new dashboard. Do we have any normal cams, by the way, with what's going on with this new fire? I'll make a new dashboard, and I can then go to my little bookmarks with Broadcastify. Thanks to your kind donations, we purchased the pro version. It's $30 a year. It's just one of the many subscriptions I have to pay monthly or yearly for, so you guys don't experience ads and irritation. So big thank you to the guys who support us here. We want to stay ad-free and on the air. We just can't monetize. I find that distasteful. I don't want evacuation emergency info to be interrupted by some commercial. I'm going to create a dashboard. It's going to be called San Bernardino, California. It's the county, by the way. It's Colorado. It's the Colorado River by what is this town? Parker, right? So it seems to be on the north side of the river right now. but that remains to be seen. Let me set up the feed behind the scenes, and we'll start listening, hopefully. So add feed to our dashboard. United States, California, San Bernardino County. Is it straddling a county line though? I can't see which. Okay, there is San Bernardino County Fire High Desert, online 58 listeners. I'm going to try it, see if that is a hit.
It's about a 50 by 100 spot, light flashing fuels. Looks like we're going to be able to pick it up. Let's go ahead and continue the balance for now.
I think they're talking about it.
At 142, copies your size up. We'll continue.
All right, we're listening to San Bernardino County.
Deputies are through comm center. Did you have copy from comm center? Comm center medic engine 332 are available from the same areas.
Medic engine 332, I copy.
I'm assuming. And talk about this one, we don't know. San Bernardino is a big place. So let me look back at the chat. It's the Earp, California area. Okay, Amy D, thank you for that. Okay, Big Al, let me check that scanner link too. Yeah, that's what I just loaded. Thank you. Can you check the others for San Bernardino County to see what may be going on there? There's a Shelly fire evacuation order now. Okay.
Center Battalion 130.
Do we have cams though?
Battalion 130.
Yeah, I just got the tail end of what Battalion 147 was saying. Who do you need moved up from the mountains?
Okay, it's called Blue Water Fire now.
Battalion 130, stand by.
This is new, brand new. They're doing localized evacuations in San Bernardino County. I've got the San Bernardino information here. Here's how you sign up for San Bernardino.
142, medic engine I go for 142. Try to get you on top. Yeah, we got this thing picked up. We can cancel balance when we get back.
Okay, I copy. I think I was still too far away. Break comm center from 142. We go ahead and cancel the balance. You can release it back. 302s can handle.
Power outages of San Bernardino County. I don't need that.
Comm center copies.
Check their Twitter.
Break Battalion 130. Comm center.
Happy 4th of July. Okay. Yeah, so here it is. They're talking about it, I believe.
They were asking for a medic engine 96.
Nope. That's the 5th. It's the 6th. So, Cal Fire BDU does not have info.
96 to move up to where?
Hey, 2 minutes ago, an update.
Yeah, 130 from 142. He was asking 96 to move up to Station 8. And if you see if Big Bear is off cover.
Yeah,
Good.
Copy that. Thanks, Brian. Break comm center, Battalion 130, approved. If you can page out 96s, have them move to 8.
Comm center copies.
We got a 5% containment now on Placerville's pay fire. Remember, it's probably going to be pretty low for a while, but they're making progress. They never really declared forward progress stopped that I could tell, but I believe it is, as we've been saying. But do not let your guard down. Mariposa was looking really, really good until winds shifted in the night, and all of a sudden the town was almost swallowed. Just be on your guard. Obey all evacuation orders and warnings. So even if the fire's not rampaging through your neighborhood, it's still very dangerous. And things like down power lines. So I still have not yet been able to take my food. food break. But it's this new one is called the Blue Water Fire, and that is looks like they're canceling some units, and that was it how it looked when it started out. But we don't have a camera link, but they are doing localized evacs.
Crew 6 released from the Lucerne fire. You can place us back on the free pump.
I'm assuming that's what they're talking about by Parker, California, south of Lake Havasu. So let's look at the Shelly fire. Their new evacuations, like now, or we have to try to whack-a-mole and look at all of them. This is at Siskiyou County, remote Siskiyou County. It's just evacuation warning here. I don't see any mandatory. An hour ago, it looked like that. It's of concern, but the nearest community is Etna, and it's not quite near it or anything. It's rugged, steep terrain, very, very difficult. We saw it really, really dying down after it first started. Well, it's flaring, you know. We're in that heat wave and heat dome. Hold on to your butts. 3 hours ago, they mapped it at 517 acres, but I don't see any new evacuations. Was that something they just said on the radio or something? They're issuing new warnings. I just linked San Bernardino County how to sign up for their emergency alerts, and if you are anywhere near Siskiyou County, or if you have somebody hiking the Pacific Rim Trail or wherever that is, you can sign up too, I believe. Let me get a copy of that link here.
Move up, Medic Engine 96 at Station 8, 33269, Old Woman Springs Road, between Ellen Way and Ladera Avenue.
Hearts, thank you so much for donating up Global. It's so hard to keep track of what may be going on the phone.
Crew 6 Comm Center.
I'm so sorry, anybody I've missed.
Crew 6.
It's hot and heavy, as you can see. So, if we look at the evacuation map, the official one for Siskiyou County.
Comm Center, Crew 6.
Zip, 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 zip.
Crew 6 Comm Center. Your strike team is en route to the Bermuda Palms incident.
Why is it taking me to Oregon? This is Siskiyou
We're
County.
independent from them. We're still on the free boat, but we're state units for it. Hey, Comm Center, copies.
There was a little fire in Washington County yesterday, but they pounced on it. There's a 3-alarm fire in Portland I was looking at. I guess maybe that's why it took us there. It was a pallet recycling
Crew
place.
6 Comm Center, copies. They're requesting you to the Bermuda Palms incident.
I think I'm going to turn this off.
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
Hang on.
All right, copy your traffic. We're requesting you for the Bermuda Palms incident.
There, finally we get the evacuation.
Okay, who's requesting? BC 137? Battalion 137?
Hang on, Fritz. I just want to make sure we can.
Copy. Crew just got off a hard shift. We're not going to drive out there tonight. So I'll try to call him on the phone. Comm Center, go.
Okay, they're just shuffling crews around.
Officers at 147, send a page 137, 5 visit.
Okay, I just muted that. Yeah, it looks like they're issuing new warnings as of 12 minutes ago. Thank you for letting us know. This is burning my eyes too. I was hoping there's a dark mode or something we can enable, or some different background map that is so bright. Sorry about that if you're watching the stream in the dark. But they have issued new warnings. Etna is the nearest community. Etna, the town itself, is ETN 2316 is their evacuation zone. So I don't know which ones are new. Let's cross-reference that. This is new breaking news. This really is the middle of nowhere until it gets to the I-5 corridor. It's rugged, steep terrain, much of which has never ever been settled or even ever had roads in it. It hasn't burned for quite some time though, as you can see. The McCash of 2021 was really large, but didn't reach it. So this has got difficult access. It's really hellish to try to fight. It's been going on for days now, but favorable wind conditions and such, and the retardant drops that they put on it initially speed bumped the fire. But now with different wind conditions, it kind of looks like it really regained some strength today. Although it's a struggle to it's a struggle to even do recaps as new fires are breaking out, like what just happened in San Bernardino County. If somebody could keep an eye on that one, I just turned off San Bernardino radio. We are looking at the Shelly because they just issued new evacuation warnings. So the community of Etna is absolutely tiny. Lincoln, you miss it as you drive by on I-5 on your way to Oregon or your way south from Oregon. So it's new evacuation warnings. I still haven't eaten anything today, and I really need a little break. I was hoping to turn on the radio so that it'd speak, and then I could go. Yeah, I think cold steak is better. I was about to say go reheat the steak, but I'm just going to put it on a little sandwich and get some mayonnaise going and some tomatoes. Yeah, that'll be good. So let's see which areas have the evacuation warning. Like, what's new here? They had 2 very large aerial tankers and helicopters. They were ordered off the fire. They have additional resources from the Klamath National Forest and CAL FIRE on en route. That was an update an hour ago. Before departing the fire, air attack estimated the spot fire that flared up this evening to be approximately 200 acres. That means embers flew in the air and landed significantly far away from the main area of the fire. That must be what's shown on the cams. That's what almost took out Mariposa last night. That's why Placerville people, you've got to be really, really vigilant. Just when it was looking like a done deal, not that big of a deal, dying down, blah, blah, blah. That's when an ember crossed the line at dusk and almost, all hell broke loose and it almost took out Mariposa. It was just the heroes' fantastic efforts from ground, air, and people nearby in private response too. That saved the town, but I think they took some bad losses. I'm not sure. I have not been able to get a good fire roundup. There's more and more breakout with every waking hour that I'm live, basically. But it just goes to show that one little ember, like here is another repeat, can start a brand new crisis. This is remote. This would be like, hey, don't come recreate over here. Don't hike here. I don't know exactly what is out here, but the community of Etna is perhaps threatened if it gets pushed to the east. We have, I believe, significantly more places put on warning to I think it's the north and northeast of the fire. So we'll have to try to figure out where the spot fire is located. But scroll. Watch duty always has a little bit of a strange over enlargement of these windows. Now they did issue a map, but that's not going to reflect the spot fire that just happened. It was looking so good until this happened, man. So do we have a cam view? Fort Jones 1 is probably pretty dynamic right now. Sorry, I haven't been able to look at the chat. If you have any questions, please put it back in the chat. And oh yeah, more than a mile. Embers can fly global. We've seen them do insane things during 2020's 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And here's your heart for your donation. I just forgot that. Thank you so much, global. The furthest that embers can travel, 20 miles is about the maximum that I've ever heard of, like verifiably heard of. We saw some of that reach almost 20 miles. When you have, like, say, old growth type trees on fire, high elevations, ridge tops, and crazy wind conditions, like we had 75-mile-an-hour wind gusts and greater, up to 120, I believe, during the crazy windstorm event, Labor Day fires, 2020, when I first started the stream for real. And so these embers flew from what was called the Riverside Fire in the canyon south of Mount Hood, which canyons funnel wind and make them stronger, faster. And Estacada was having fires start on its doorstep, and it was like 16 or 18 miles away. Absolutely insane. But that's under the most extreme conditions. Here we can have extreme long range spotting too, depending on what's on fire. I don't know if the trees are big at this elevation or starting to choke out and be smaller, like because of the elevation. I don't know what the tree line is, but that is an almost 7,000 foot peak right there at Whiskey Butte. So I don't know the nature of it, but we know that there hasn't been a fire here in that a pretty long time exactly where it's at. So it's got presumably heavy fuels. So it's at the highest elevation, and the heavier the fuels and the fiercer the wind, you got this magic horrifying circumstance. We also saw extreme long range spotting with the Caldor, where it got up on Echo Summit, and hot pieces of debris like dinner plate sized chunks of bark that were on fire flew from Echo Summit overlooking South Lake Tahoe, which is about 6,500 feet elevation, and flew all the way to Nevada border, into Nevada, and dropped where they had evacuation centers. That was more than 10 miles away, I believe. So, yeah, but at 20-ish miles is about capped. I don't think I've ever heard of anything beyond that. We've witnessed, live on stream, things like 18 miles. But, I mean, the 2020 wind event was once in a lifetime. We've never seen anything like that since 1933. But it just goes to show, like the Dixie long range spotted many miles too. And when it got up on a tall mountains north of Grey Eagle, hot chunks were landing over the mountain ridge to where the flat desert area is, by Janesville and Susanville. So some of the Susanville tiny fires that they put out just southwest of Susanville were I think 6 to 8 miles away. So hold on to your butts. Yeah, it really, without being there, it's very, very difficult to give any kind of speculation. If I'm familiar with the area, like I was with I know Plymouth County like the back of my hand in some spots. I knew the dangers. But looking at satellites, that's one of the best ways to do that. This is our current satellite view down there by the Lake Fire by San Bernardino County, which we really need to keep an eye on. Please give me updates, friends, in the chat about it. We can look at Placerville and their heat detections too right now. This are Buttes. Okay. Wait, no. I go south. Is that it? Where's this one? Sorry, wrong maps. The street view. I don't mean to make you guys sick. Every once in a while my mouse scrolls the wrong way. I'm very sorry. So let's put on if outdoors. If there's a good live radio channel to look at, that would be good. If not, I'm going to put on some fire update videos from various fires today. I'm hoping to have one for the lake. That would be nice. Yeah, Placerville right here. We still have a heat detection. Over where? Overlooking the airport, of course. Remember, this is margin of error. But it's good it's not red. That's super good. So it's color-coded down here. The satellites pass by like every 20, 25 minutes. So they move by so quickly they don't have really pinpointy information. They just give a general overview. And so the fire has to flare up and be worse than it was before in order to re-trigger the satellite every time it passes over the same spot. So if it does re-trigger, if it's spreading or getting worse, or there's just more heat detected, right? I mean, sometimes it's just because they're doing operations, like firing operations, which are on purpose, right? It's a heat detector, not a fire detector, right? If it does pass over the next 20 or so minutes and there's more heat, then it'll go red again and say heat detected less than 10 minutes ago. But you start moving in different color codes. Excuse me, I'm in dark mode. Easier. Orange is somewhere between 10 minutes and an hour ago. As satellites keep passing over and keep passing over, yellow is very good. It means it's been more than an hour, somewhere between 1 and 6, that there hasn't been a new heat detection. So things are looking way, way better than they were earlier today at Placerville. We just have to remain vigilant. Remember, one little ember and all of a sudden all hell can break loose across lines or some major wind shift of direction, or even if it just begins to even if it just simply begins to get windy with some wind gusts for even 20 minutes, that can be all it takes to blow a spot fire, up across their lines. So where the heavy current evacuations still, of course, is where Peter Road is meeting Texas, I believe. That neighborhood still is going to be mandatory evacuations. It'll probably take them more than 24 hours to even make the area safe for people to return to. You got everything from trees down the road to, the random dumpster or two on fire, and some trees still on fire. They're dead, that they've got to remove, some that are weakened that might fall. Power lines half chewed through, some of them on the ground. Just all kinds of weird hazards that you wouldn't expect. Sometimes they put a pumpkin in the middle of the road, which is like a doughboy swimming pool, inflatable, and then they use it for, they'll pump water out of creeks or whatever they have to do, or hydrants, and it'll be in the middle of the road, right? Just running down buildings and helping a situation. If people drive over charged hose lines, you will damage the hose. Never, never do that. Never drive over hoses. You stop and you wait for permission. Consider a fire hose across the street as a stop sign. That should be taught in driving school. It should be in the DMV manual for learning how to drive, but it's not, as far as I know. But treat all hoses across roads as a stop sign until you are told, or red light until you are told to go. Don't damage their gear. And if it's charged, if it's fat, with water in it, you can seriously screw up the firefight. You could explode the hose, and or just damage it so much that they have to call for a new one, and you could delay firefighting by hours. People could be inside of a structure, depending on it for their life, and firefighters could die if you drive over that hose. That has happened before in Charleston. They lost like 8 firefighters in a sofa outlet store years ago. Part of it is because law enforcement didn't stop traffic, and people on the nearby highway at rush hour just started driving over all their hoses. So they were inside doing okay, and then no water. It's a big situation. So yeah, Spyman, exactly. The Caldor jumped from Echo Summit to the mountains above Heavenly Ski Resort. Yeah, that was many miles away. We saw it marching live on the cameras. It's still in my archive videos. They put the FLIR cameras up, and we could see it live. The heat just, and the flames marching past Tahoe. It was spared by the grace of God and a wind direction change at the very last moment. But it did a lot of crazy stuff. So I have really got to use the bathroom. Let me see if we could put on. Thank you for letting me know about the increased warnings that are just happening. Sorry, we were going to look at the Fort Jones 1 camera to check on the Shelly fire real quick, and we'll go back to Placerville and the Lake fire. What a difference it makes, man. That's current view of Placerville. So let's go to Fort Jones 1 and look at the Shelly. Like, why did it get out of hand today? Maybe we can see. That's its current view. Let's do a 12-hour time lapse. They're not always looking at fires. Sometimes they're looking out for new ones. So the Fort Jones has seen a lot of action. It covers a wide view up in Siskiyou County, near the border with Oregon. Put in chat which fire you need some information about, especially if you're about to sleep or something. And we'll try to whack-a-mole, go to one by one. But oh yeah, it got bad today. So it's frustrating when the camera doesn't look at it, but go back, I'm sure. We'll check Fort Jones too. Small World Life says, I'm surely impressed with all the fire crews working in California. Some of these were seriously headed to crisis-type fires. Yeah. And they've managed to keep thousands of people safe. Yes, thank you, our heroes. And all the unsung heroes, too, like dispatch and water tenders. And they don't get any love, right? But the water truck drivers, the dozer crews, they don't get any love. Private citizens that volunteer their equipment and their tractors. Holy crap. Yeah, I could see how it got way out of hand today. Whoa. So that's a 12-hour time lapse. But look at the screen if you haven't been. This image, smoke was pretty much obscuring it, but this image is from what, 8:08 today? Yeah. And it spots over the ridgeline, and just look at marching walls of flame. Lots of trees torching. That may be a crown fire. Wow. Now, living trees tend to not, quote, torch, because they're full of hundreds or thousands, depending on their size, of gallons of water in their sap, like they're alive. But when you have dead ones next to living ones, especially, the heat of the fire from the dead ones next to the living can just start to super drive them out, or even just make the intensity so great that even living trees will just, all their branches will catch fire. The trunks never really do of living trees. Like I said, there's a lot of water in their trunks, but all their limbs will be lost, and that's still considered torching, from bottom to top of the tree. It'll probably just kill the tree if there are dead trees next to it, causing that tremendous amount of heat. Sometimes living trees can torch just from mega drought status, but we're not in mega drought status. That was, 2020 through 2023. We had a significant rainfall, this year. So, and up here at the mountains, they get cool nights and dew and stuff. Sometimes it's just super hot, dry, especially north winds. But since we're looking to the north, I don't think this is a north wind event. Who knows how many dead trees and trees growing really thickly together there are here as a factor. Unless we got a lot of good satellite or like plane images flying close to there. I don't know. I'm just taking a guess with looking at how these are torching, that there's a lot of dead ones interspersed here. Looking to the right, there's some light gray. It could be dead trees. I really don't know. ABD says Intel 24 is flying over the lake fire. Well, I really hope that they give us some information and some good maps. I'm really hoping that they'll give us a little video like we saw with the Placerville fire. That was invaluable. So the fire was coming towards the camera, but you see that it's spread out downhill. And that's something called rollout, almost certainly here. It's such a steep slope that debris that's on fire, like pine cones, whatever it is, logs, or a dead tree that shatters as it falls apart. Dead trees will eventually fall apart and burn. Pieces will roll downhill just because of gravity and light everything on its way. Like even one pine cone can boing, 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 bounce downhill. All the way, if it makes it all the way to the bottom of a steep ravine, it can go thousands of feet down, start a fire at the base of the next, and then the fire can run up the other mountainside. You get nightmarish spread in a thick forested, steep mountains. It's literally the fire term is called rollout. They have a bunch of confusing terms, but eventually it's pretty easy to understand. So the smoke column is almost vertical though, so I'm not really calling this wind driven. It's more like, well, sometimes it's flattening to the left. Yeah, it could have winds. It's hard to say. But like later, when the smoke column's going almost just vertically, it's doing that. Doesn't need wind whatsoever. You know, it's hard to tell. There's always stronger winds higher and higher you get. That's just kind of the nature. Like if you fly drones, it might be a cool breeze down where you're at, and then 300 feet up, your drone is struggling in high winds. So there will be some of the winds that blow, follow the slopes and blow down the canyons. But the prevailing, like the upper atmosphere winds, will probably just take the smoke column and push it away. Like presumably this might be towards the coast. Let me see which direction it's looking. Excuse me. Fort Jones, it's on the map. Wait a second. No, it's not looking north. I'm sorry. Okay, never mind. Yeah. Wairika. Wait a second. Is this the correct fire we're looking at? Is this the Shelly? I thought it was. Where's Etna? Hey, hang on. I thought it was to the north of this. Wairika. Gazelle. Mount Shasta. Where's Etna? I mean, I would think that that's the Shelly. That's the only thing I've heard about happening here. Wait. Where's Etna? Excuse me. Let's go to Caltopo real quick. Where's Etna in relation? Anyway, good stuff going on at Placerville. Okay, yeah, here's the big flare up. Where's Etna? Excuse me. Yeah, it is right there to the east. Why is it not on the watch duty? Okay, well, I-5 goes down like that and it curves. Okay, or sorry, not the watch duty map, the camera map. Wairika, yeah, what? Yeah, that's like weed there. Okay, whatever. A different map, street map. Where's Etna? Weed Airport, no. Okay, I'm so discombobulated. This is not in the Klamath National Forest, is it? No, it's just county. Okay, friends, can you orient me? Let's see. Whoops, it's in rotate mode. So we can't, Fortunes 2 is not going to be looking at the same direction. So let's see. 15 minutes. So it didn't change direction in the last 15 minutes. Okay. Show camera direction. Oh. Okay, yeah, Fort Jones to town. Oh, is it California Highway 3 that I'm confusing Highway 3 with I-5. Sorry, friends. I need blood sugar. Confirm. That's why we weren't seeing Etna. Where I-5 does that little jiggle, that's weed. And Etna is on the alternative north-south highway. Highway 3 that goes to Fort Jones. Sorry, friends. Just need to get some sort of a meal today. It's 10:49. I haven't eaten yet today, so just bear with me. I had a very early breakfast. Around 7 in the morning when I stopped the broadcast, maybe 8, that sea probe cooked for me, and I just tried to pass out because we were covering the lake fire all last night. Okay, sorry, friends. Just a little mistake there. If we're looking to the southwest, then okay, that's totally different column of smoke direction. So we're looking southwest. Let's rewind to the last 3 hours. So looking southwest, and smoke going to the left side of the screen. Look at satellite picture 2. But man, what an ugly fire. Please calibrate so we can see this clearly. For the most part, it's going just to the left side of the screen. We can't tell which exact direction. If we're looking southwest and it's going to the left, then I'm sorry, I've got a little cheat like virtual compass thing on my book. Then I just do this, and it helps me orient to where the fire's direction might be. Okay, so I got a little miniature compass on a sticky note thing. So if we're looking to the southwest and the smoke column's going to the left side of the screen, then presumably the smoke and where what we can't see on the other side of the ravine, the other part of the fire might want to be pushed by the wind. It might want to be going towards the southeast, but it's hard to get a good orientation here unless we have like multiple cameras intersecting. Let's see if we do have a multiple camera intersect, kind of look at the situation. Wow. Oh, and by the way, this is the camera that burned over. Look at the before and after. The one down at the lake fire. We'll be looking at that next, guys. That's a crazy one. But it's amazing how this before and after view is supposed to show what the camera area looks like if clouds obscure the camera view. But in this case, it's before and after a fire. Let me duplicate that one. It's hotter than blazes of the third circle of hell in here. Let me turn on my air conditioning. Okay. Thank you for your kind donations. They have helped me afford a supercomputer that produces a tremendous amount of heat when we're streaming. And thank you for kind donations. It keeps the lights on too, and the excessive power bills that I have. To cool down the room that gets heated up by streaming. The video card is stressed out to the max all the time. So let's we duplicated the view. Now let's change to the Fort Jones area. Excuse me. Let's go to home. We just want to see the potential. This spot fire spreading rapidly. We want to know where it's going. Is the community of Etna going to be at risk or not? Or at this point, depending on where it might want to travel, and we just had a camera position shift. Sawyer's Bar, Forks of Salmon, and Soames Bar might want to be on alert for this. If we're looking southwest and a smoke column is going to the left side of the screen, then to the southeast might be where the smoke's going. We're going to check the satellite view. I'm sure it's got a flume on the satellite. Looking back at the chat, did I miss any questions? Thank you, Small World Life, for keeping an eye on the blue water fire. That's something we need to check out again in San Bernardino County. It's looking better, right? You saw more condors today, Angela? Where? Which cam? We could go back and do a time lapse and find them. Was that down in Kern County? The day that we saw 8 condors in front of the camera, that was magical. Totally magical. Let me go back up and look, see if I missed any chat. Okay. Morongo Valley on Broadcastify was, where they were listening to the other fire. Okay. And thank you everybody who has donated to the Laptop Fund. We will, I don't know if we just missed some 4th of July sales, but because if we did, it's not like I had any moment to look at it. But there's still Amazon Prime Day and all that, which other places are copying with their own sales. So that'd be good. My dad was the first donor, and he donated a $250 Amazon gift card. So if we don't pick up the laptop on Amazon, then we will at least get the necessary accessories there. I accept old gift cards, even if there's $2 or something on them. You can send them by email, like or snail mail. If you want to send something in the mail, like I need an old iPhone so I can teach people how to sign up for emergency alerts on iPhones. I don't know how to use them. Even if it's a cracked screen or some other issue, it's okay as long as it functions. I could use that. I can send you my P.O. Box info if you give me an email. That's in the description of the video and on my channel page. If somebody wants to share that there. Shelly Lake is about, sorry, I need to do this, 9 miles west of Etna. Yeah, this is spreading so fast and throughout the night. This is concerning. Let's look at we're looking at the heat detection. We've got erratic winds kind of meeting each other from all over the place. 4 different directions are converging right to where the fire is. We got winds out of the valley coming up on the northeast. Then there's the wind tunnel effect across the ridge tops west of the fire, influencing that. Yikes. So it's still up in the rugged wilderness, but it's up in the high country. I don't know what long range spotting potential is, but this thing is what we're watching, the crazy cam videos. Up at Mount Etna, then we'll look at the lake fire, like I said. Fort Jones 2 and 1 are now looking at it. We may just have to watch, we know where the fire's just going down the ravine. So if I had to guess, let's see where the red is. Excuse me. The red spot would be our flare up and probably what we're seeing live on the camera scope. So let's go into Topo or Forest Service and then push up some shade of relief. What we might be seeing is the fire on the north side of the Shelly Fork. I would imagine, since we're looking southwest, if we can see beyond this bridge, if we can. Fort Jones, where's the Fort Jones cam? Let's find out. Then I'll put a little blip there on the map. I think it's above the town. Find it on the map. Excuse me. Oh, it's just west of the town. Let's see. The beams there may not be able to see right over this ridge. It could be right here that the fire's at. We can't zoom in enough. I hate that about the. Whoops. I hate that you can't zoom in very much where you see clearly the beam. Okay, so Fort Jones is by the Scott Valley Airport on this peak. And the further it zooms out, the better. Because we would see the contours. So what we need to do is find the elevation of the cam versus elevation of the view obstruction from doing a 1 hour time lapse. Oh, that's right. Fort Jones 2 was rotating. Okay, Fort Jones 1, come on now. 1 hour time lapse. If anybody knows like exactly where it is, just let me know, but I'm just trying to pinpoint. Oh, thank you, Rochelle Jackson. The Blue Fire had an update 20 minutes ago requesting additional strike teams. Okay. Is it worsening, or are they just requesting crews like that in order to help take care of it? Remember, one responding unit said, "We've had too much of a rough day. We can't respond. We gotta rest." So it may be that they had to call in an alternative. Is it climbing the hill or anything? Do we have a camera on it? That would help us with the Blue Fire situation, Blue Lake or whatever it's called, down in San Bernardino County. But this is spreading rapidly. It's of concern. So, Fierce flew over it, right? If Fierce actually updated Twitter or something. Yeah, here's Cal Fire Shots Trinity. That's not exactly the right one. We go to the Fierce channel, Fire Eyes, Cal Fire Fierce. We have an update. Nope, that was just the top fire from earlier, Placerville's fire. If you want to see the crazy videos, you definitely want to follow this on X, Twitter, whatever you call it. If you missed the flyover and the amazing video they shot during the battle to save Placerville Airport and all those neighborhoods, that would be there. I was hoping they'd upload a video here that's, live, so we could see which Siskiyou. That's Oregon Department of Forestry. We don't need that one. Siskiyou. U.S. Forest Service. this you? Where is this you? If your abandoned campfire has a price tag, can you afford it? $5,000 fine, plus the firefighting costs, plus jail time. Okay. Dangerous hot temperatures a day ago. Just basic advice. Okay. So they haven't updated. It's their fire, isn't it? So maybe we should be checking. Maybe Watch Duty has things like this. I think about it. But it's marching around. It's quite concerning. Sign up for alerts at ski.gov. Yeah, KNF on Facebook. Klamath. All right. Klamath National Forest. Okay. 42 minutes ago. Yeah, they had the evacuation warning update via Facebook, which is why we do what we do, because people who don't have Facebook or even a smartphone or a computer are locked out of this info. If you canceled Facebook or quit it or never signed up, you can't see evacuation info unless you actually sign in. Ugh. So, okay, they had a community meeting, but it was 3 hours ago. You know what? Let's play it so that hopefully I'm going to mute it so in case it's loud, it's not going to burn your ears out. Hopefully it's long enough to let me get some food. Yeah, it's like 20 minutes or so. Good. Let's watch it. I need a little break for bathroom and getting food in me. Let's see, when did they actually begin?
In Division Alpha.
Okay, sorry, let me timestamp this, friends. The Shelly fire is making a run. It's not exactly near inhabitations right now, but it got out of hand, got over their existing lines. So it's by the small community of Etna and a few others. So we are looking at it on the Fort Jones cam. I need to be playing something while I go and take a short break to get actual food. I haven't even eaten today since 8 in the morning. So I'm going to collapse if I don't get the food. I can't just run on adrenaline. I have been, but I haven't been able to speak or eat because I'm speaking constantly. So this is the Shelly Fire Community Meeting update. Maybe it was breaking out at the time that they were doing this. The new spot fire, that's what we're hoping that they're going to speak about here. This has got, of the 3 fires of the most major concern, the lake is number 1. We don't have a meeting for the lake, do we? Because that would be higher priority. Sorry, friends. Do we have anything to watch, like a video for the lake fire in down San Bernardino County? Anything? We got little mini videos, which I can't imagine are more than a couple minutes. No. Make sure it's okay down there. Real quick, just before I start a community meeting. We may not be able to watch the whole thing, but I need something to play while I go get food. Sorry, let's go back down to it's been covered by smoke much of the day. Grass Mountain 1 has a decent view of what's burning on the hilltop. Grass Mountain 2 is socked in by smoke and distant things. Santa Ynez Peak is what continuously looks like Santa Barbara getting nuked. Looks like a nuclear mushroom cloud, doesn't it? Just unreal. Totally unreal. So I just wanted to check on it real quick. But we'll have to go back to watching the community meeting for the Shelly fire up Siskiyou County and Klamath National Forest. It's really difficult to fight, and they had everything going for them until today, and now it's making a run, a crazy view on the cams. It's our current view. But like if you had just seen, you're just tuning in, guys. The last hour, excuse me, sorry, and flashing light warning, I don't know how it'll go. 2 hours. It's significant fire spread significantly fast. And spotting ahead of itself, etc., with limited views, like pretty much one camera. So the mapping plane, I think, is over it right now, or was earlier. We're waiting for updated maps, but 3 hours ago they had this posted. I don't know when the community meeting started, but I do have to take a little break. So what we're going to do is I'll be eating, come back and eat at the camera. Eat at the keyboard here. But we're going to play at least a little bit of this to get an overview of the situation. So let me check on volumes.
Which is the north, kind of eastern area of the fire right here. What we've had is some some activity that is pushed up towards Hellspot 1, which is this purple dot here on the map with a 1 on it, and that has created some spot fires that have come over.
Sorry, I have to go back to the beginning. All right, be right back, friends. I'm listening. Put your questions in chat. Mods can help you find answers or find answers. We are continuously monitoring what's going on in San Bernardino County, Placerville, and the Shelly fire, and then we have to keep checking on the lake fire, although we just really don't have a lot of info about it. Those are the major fires of concern right now. It's looking pretty good at Placerville. They're working hard, but the community's not out of danger, of course. And we'll try to round up as best we can, but it's after 11 p.m. Wow. So let's play this screening meeting. I'm sorry, it's very white screen dominated. I've done the best I can with dark mode, but they choose white background. What? It's bleeding your eyes right now in bed. I'm sorry. So I'm going to put comments in real time. I'm sorry if they were offensive or whatever, but I like seeing the comments as people make them. It's locals oftentimes wondering what the heck's going on. But here we go. I'll go make a little sandwich.
So in Division Alpha, which is the north, kind of eastern area of the fire right here, what we've had is some activity that is pushed up towards Hellspot 1, which is this purple dot here on the map with a 1 on it, and that has created some spot fires that have come over the Pacific Crest Trail and the boundary that we've been trying to hold it east of. We've got a handful of spots out, the largest of which is 4 acres. That 4-acre spot is surrounded by rock, and our main focus right now with the aircraft is to work the smaller spots. So most of those are like a 10 by 10, and there's 5 or 6 of those that we're aware of right now. So we do have aircraft that is up there working that. We're trying to get folks into those to put boots on the ground at those spot locations. Additionally, they've placed an order, and we're getting some what they call VLATs, very large air tankers, that are coming in, and they're going to be starting to work this flank coming down in Division Alpha towards the bottom of it here. So we got aircraft that are in there actively engaged and working, and we're getting people on the ground where it's safe to do so in there right now. Poor visibility, and then the activity. So we're assessing that and getting the folks going. Also got a contingent of the CAL FIRE resources from down here in Fort Jones that are working their way up into there that will be assisting the folks that are already on the ground. Larger picture for what's been going on today is we've been working, continuing to prep the Pacific Crest Trail coming to the south out towards Etna Summit, looking for opportunities to come down the Division Gulf side direct as possible. And then we've got folks coming up what would be the Mule Bridge to 6 Mile Spike. It's historical lines that have been used in the past, and some of you are probably aware of those, but making access so we can come up here and get to the stuff that's around Razor Ridge and get access from the bottom coming up there. So we got crews actively engaged working that way. So overall, today is, it's given us a little bit of fits, but we do have people getting there and working and trying to contain this stuff up along the PCT.
Thank you. I'd like to have CAL FIRE Siskiyou Unit Chief Greg Roth come up.
Good morning, or good evening, everyone. My name is Greg Roth, and I'm the unit chief for the CAL FIRE Siskiyou unit. When this fire occurred a few days ago, CAL FIRE assisted the Klamath National Forest in sending resources for suppression. Currently, we have 8 of our Type 1 hand crews assigned to the incident. and they have been supporting that northeast side, the Pacific Crest Trail, and attempting to not let the fire cross that. This small square up here that you can see, this is what's called a DPA line, or a direct protection line. And so on the other side of that, that's CAL FIRE's responsibility to protect. So we've been diligently trying to protect that with the recent spot fires that have come over the top today. We have 4 engines and a dozer en route, as well as an additional strike team ordered, and the Klamath National Forest is also sending us some additional engines, and we'll access those forest roads and attempt to mitigate those spot fires in the smallest footprint possible. And that's what I have. Thank you.
With that, we're going to go to our weather outlook with our incident meteorologist, Julia Rutherford.
Good evening. My name is Julia Rutherford, and I am the incident meteorologist that's working on the fire. And what that means is I'm the fire weather forecaster that's focused specifically on this fire and this area to tune down and look at the really small scale details and what's coming up. The big weather feature that's been our problem recently is the very strong ridge of high pressure that built. I think it started building about a week ago, and right now it's at peak strength right on top of us. So on the good news side, this is going to be the hottest day of the week, but the cooling trend is going to be very slow. So we're going to still be well above normal in heat wave conditions for quite a while going forward. So the combination of critical fire weather conditions that ridge has been bringing is there's really dry air at the mid and upper levels that's been sinking down to the surface. So we've been seeing extremely low humidities, and then also very poor humidity recoveries at night. Additionally, with the hot temperatures, it's very unstable atmosphere as well. And then today and tomorrow, we're looking at some gustier northwest winds up on the ridge tops. Those will be increasing to about 10 to 15 miles an hour, some localized gusts to 20 to 25. It's mainly limited to the higher terrain, but that just with the combination of all the other factors is what prompted the red flag warnings. That one's in effect through this evening, and then there's another one out for tomorrow afternoon and evening from 2 to 8 p.m. as well. And with that very dry air, our minimum humidities today down in the valleys got as low as 5 to 7%, which for this area is extremely dry. And then ridges, it was still only about 8 to 10%, so just exceedingly dry air mass, and then quite hot. Other piece of that, with the ridge in place like it is we get strong thermal belts during the overnight hours, and what that means is the mid slopes stay warm all night long. Like last night, their low temperature up on the slopes was 75 degrees. Tonight, that thermal belt's going to be a little bit stronger, so I'd say mid to upper 70s for there, which will keep the humidity recoveries exceedingly poor. So the ridges, we'll see the humidities only improving to about 15% tonight. On the ridges, and about 25% down in the valley. So that's what's going to set us up for another day with very similar humidities as we saw this afternoon. Also quite hot temperatures, maybe a degree or two cooler, but still a lot of 100 to 110 down in the valley, and then even up on the ridges, just upper 80s. With the winds coming back in the afternoon. The general pattern under this kind of ridge that we get is the afternoon will have varying degrees of breezy northwest winds that impact the ridges. Those usually start early afternoon, pick up through into the evening, and then last till about sunset. Then they switch around to more of a northeasterly flow pattern, also just breezy on the ridges. But that's the back and forth we're going to keep seeing with the winds the next couple days, or actually probably through the week. Tomorrow is going to be another one of the breezier days with those gusts of 20 to 25. We will see the winds diminishing somewhat on Monday, though still breezy along the ridges. And then as we get further out into the week, we're just going to continue in that pattern where the winds go back and forth. We will see the temperatures once we get into next week cooling a couple of degrees each day. So starting Monday, though by the end of the week, that'll get us down to where the valleys are more upper 80s into the 90s. So still well above normal and warm, but at least some improving trend. And we'll see the humidities during the overnight hours, coming up somewhat, but still being what would be considered pretty low. So some gradual moderation, but it's still going to continue to be quite hot and dry. So the impact with that to the fire danger is, especially with the really low humidities continuing all night long, that really dries the fuels out very quickly when it's dry night and day, not just in the afternoon. So that influence of the ridge is going to continue to really increase the fire danger over the area, with those fuels drying out quickly. Then the ridge, I would say at least through Friday, we're going to still be under the influence of the ridge, and some of the longer term models suggest it could be around a bit longer. Not as strong as it is right now, but I think, at least the next 2 weeks, we're likely to see these above normal conditions continuing, and if not as extremely dry as it is right now, still pretty dry.
Okay, next we're going to bring up one of our agency administrators, the Salmon Scott District Ranger, Danica Carlson.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Danica Carlson. I'm the acting district ranger here on the Salmon Scott River Ranger District, and I'm an agency administrator trainee working on this fire with our qualified agency administrator, Chris. And so just wanted to give you a little bit of an introduction. I grew up here in Scott Valley, and I've worked on this forest since I was 19 years old. I spend my entire work week thinking about how we can better manage and take care of this land, and I spend my weekends out in the woods with my family. So, I have a strong vested interest in the outcome and what we end up with after this fire. To say the very least, Kidder Creek is in my backyard. I can see this fire literally from my back porch as well. So, and so first I just want to thank the Quartz Valley Indian Reservation for hosting the meeting here tonight. Really appreciate that. And thanks to the team for being here and setting up the meeting so that we can provide you all with some information and some time to ask questions. So I just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware that, when this fire first started and we were in initial attack, it was our goal to just try to get it out as quick as possible. That doesn't always work out. We have some really tough ground, right? And so when we get to that point, we start really looking at where the fire's at, what our values are, how those values feed our objectives, and then how that kind of lines up with our operational capabilities and what's feasible on the ground. And so our local team was really able to define those values and hand that off to the team that has come in place and is now managing this incident. And so there's a lot of alignment and sharing of local knowledge that's feeding the goals and what they're describing as their ability to do on the ground. And our values are, of course, private lands, private properties, our homes, but I really want to make it clear that we understand the value in unburned areas, and we're really looking at that and taking that into account when we're thinking about our strategies up here as well. And I think just the last thing I wanted to say is, we're really happy to provide these meetings. We want to make sure that we're getting information to you all in the best ways possible, and that you have a mechanism for providing feedback and asking questions. And so just let us know how we can better do that, and if you're getting the information you need, and we'll do our best to make that happen. So thank you.
And now we'll hear from our next agency administrator, acting forest supervisor for the Klamath, Chris Christopherson.
Good evening. So I'm Chris Christopherson. You all live in a spectacular area. It's beautiful. I grew up in an area that used to be very green, and that area was the Plumas National Forest. And if you followed the news, many communities like Paradise, Magalia, Brush Creek, Berry Creek, Feather Falls, Greenville are either completely wiped off the map or heavily impacted. And so I take that very seriously when I show up and work with the team to put this fire out. So that is our goal. We're not big boxing this. We are not managing this. This is a full suppression fire in the wilderness area, and our actions reflect that. And so we hope to put this out rapidly and then get out, as the sign says. That's our intent. And we want to be good neighbors to you in the community while we're here. And so please, if we need to change course, slow down, do whatever, please let us know, and we'll do so. So thanks for showing up tonight, and we're here to answer any questions that you might have. Thanks.
Holy crap.
And for some closing comments, we'll hear from our incident commander, Matt Conklin.
Hey, good evening. Matt Conklin, incident commander. I realized you just said that, but nonetheless, so I want to thank you guys for coming tonight. I realize that smoke in the Syed and Scott River valleys are not what you like. You're very accustomed to it, unfortunately, and it's not the first time you've had that. It's not the first time we've been here either. So we're very cognizant of that. Our plan and our goal is to get this fire out as quickly as possible, as small as possible, so that we can get our folks out of here, get the smoke out of your air shed, and provide the healthiest place that we can for you there. So, the Shelly fire has been a full suppression strategy the entire time. We have a lot of challenges in the Marble Mountains there, as you guys are fairly aware. The 2017 wallow footprint there has left a lot of dead snags. We're trying to mitigate those snags so that we can reduce the aerial hazards, so our firefighters don't have that. Now they just have to worry about the steep hazard, which is just as treacherous, and it'll get you just as fast. But we're trying to mitigate those concerns one hazard at a time, so that we can engage safely and keep this fire out and put it out as fast as possible. Appreciate your time.
Okay, this concludes our presentation portion. We're going to go to some questions and answers. If you would raise your hand, and we have somebody will come around with a microphone, and you can ask your question. If you're online, go ahead and type your question into the chat, and we'll go ahead and get to those as well.
How are the hand crews holding up there?
Pretty tough, I know. Yeah, so as our incident commander, Matt has said, it is really rough, steep, rugged country. We've been in probably triple digits, so high 90s up there on the hilltop. But so far, they're holding up fairly well. We have had one injury hiking in and out of there, a minor injury, but it is going to result in some lost time for that individual, and they're making their way back to their home unit. So yeah, it's not easy country, and most of you are aware of that. You've probably been here for quite some time, and you know what it looks like out there. And so difficult task getting the necessary supplies and equipment to them, but we are working very diligently to ensure that happens. And the folks, I know, because I've been on a handful of the crews that are up there. They're all very passionate about protecting the communities. We've spent a lot of time here on the Klamath, unfortunately, over the years doing that. And so I know that some of the groups and folks up there are local still to this unit, and folks have spent a lot of time. And so they're very passionate about the jobs they do and protecting the communities in and around the Klamath National Forest. So they're giving it their best to be up there and the work that they're doing. So it'll be hard getting them off the hill.
How have these fires started, since there hasn't been any lightning strikes or any weather issues that would start fires that usually happen?
So what I can tell you, that what I know is that the cause is undetermined and it's under investigation.
Forecast or expected growth, anything that you could say in that area?
Well, the weather forecast is over the next several days is continued hot and dry with low RHs. The fuel moistures, the 1,000-hour fuels, 100-hour fuels, the dead stuff is kind of driving the nature of this fire right now. The brush is still 90th percentile, I think, for live fuel moistures. So right now, if we can get the aircraft and we can maintain a really good direct approach to this, hopefully, well, I'm unsure about what that looks like moving forward. We have weather conditions that are not favorable right now, fuel moisture conditions that aren't favorable right now, and country that's not really favorable. So we are diligently putting a plan into place and trying to execute that. So right now, I don't.
Okay, sorry, they're in question time, and I just sat back down. I do need to continue eating, but I wanted to clarify a couple of the things I think they're talking about. He's assuming that the crowd knows what the heck he's talking about when he says fuel moistures and their percentage, and if we can rewind just a second ago to what he exactly said, that needs definition.
Now, if we can get the aircraft and we can, well, the weather forecast is over the next several days is continued hot and dry with low RHs. The fuel moistures, the 1,000-hour fuels, 100-hour fuels, the dead stuff is kind of driving the nature of this fire right now. The brush is still 90th percentile, I think, for live fuel moistures.
Okay, I think what he's saying is like a bag of three important pieces of info all in one, all at once. So when he's talking about 1,000-hour fuels and stuff, there's different ways of explaining that, but in this context, 1,000-hour fuel is something like a really big, like say, dead tree on the ground or something. It's how long does it take for such a thing to become from being wet, like after a rainstorm, to like dry, you know? And so the that he's just glossing over. So when he's talking about 1,000-hour fuels, like big things, and like, you know, half-hour fuels and whatever, like grass, like it can go from wet to dry or something really quickly. There's a different way of explaining it with the same word, and that is how long can something burn, and I don't believe that's what he's referencing. He's referencing like they're in classifications, like how long does it take for something to dry out? Apparently, you know, obviously a log that's like soaked after a torrential rainstorm takes a lot longer to dry out than a stick, you know. So I don't have a chart or anything to explain that, but that's what he quickly goes over. He's talking about fuel moisture and percentile, right? So I believe at that point what he's talking about is receptibility or susceptibility, whichever way, you know, how receptive are these fuels, anything that's dry, you know, any kind of vegetation. Like if you were to make a spark, like, you know, like flint and steel, like trying to light a campfire, like the good old fashioned way, like 1800s, right? Like if a spark landed, like what's the percentage of the chance of percentage for it to actually start a fire? And if he just motor mouse right through this, it's really hard to see exactly what he's saying. If any firefighters are here listening, please do a correction. But I believe he's saying 97th percentile. He's talking about susceptibility. So like there's a 97% chance that if a spark hits something dry, it will start a fire. It's totally different than like a moist day or whatever. That's just the nature of the extreme humidity, extremely low humidity. When he says RH, he means relative humidity. You know, like I said, he's just blitzing through this info. It's all really good info, but I wish he'd slowly explain it, because even I'm getting a little bit lost here right now. I'm working on my blood sugar. But I believe what he's trying to say is that even the 1,000-hour fuels, like big old logs that are typically at least moist in the center or something for a long time, are not. It's tinder dry. It's the north winds have been blowing, which are out of the, you know, for week after week here, off and on, which are the hot, dry desert winds out of eastern Oregon. There's other factors too, like just the baking heat has dried stuff out. But usually at night, humidity increases and gets dewy, you know, and that's just not happening. We're under this heat dome thing. Is what the weatherologist lady was explaining as being the high pressure thing. Like, okay, heat dome is like plain language. High pressure means that even if moist air wants to come from the ocean, which typically is what will happen to California from time to time, it's blocked by the high pressure. It's like a shield. It's like a big round shield. You'll sometimes even see a circle with an H on weather reports. It's a high pressure. And so it's a shield. Wet storms are like, hey, let's go give some rain to California or some moisture. Boing, they bounce off like a ping pong, not ping pong, but pinball game, right? Just goes a different direction. So that's the nature of the heat dome phenomenon. There's a lot more to explain there, but we're under it for at least the rest of the week, and this is why we're all sweltering. And one of the worst things about it is it's super dry and super hot at night. This is let's look at the camera and see where the Shelly fire is going. It was roaring around. So it's earlier. Remember this community meeting was posted 3 hours ago. It's probably hosted perhaps 4 hours ago. It's now 11:31 p.m. But this is what we were seeing, like at 9:20 p.m. from the cams. Now it goes to 10 o'clock. 10:30. This. And they were talking about the spot fire and things getting out of control. This is what they were referencing. So now we're seeing this is the last frame we have from the Fort Jones camera looking southwest. I don't know exactly where this is looking southwest. Somebody could tell me what ravine and drainage and stuff that is like now, because whatever they were pointing on the map was 3 or 4 hours ago. This is really concerning. It's just moving super rapidly and at night, and it's not part of it's being driven by the wind, but it's moving rapidly in different directions that are not the way the wind is actually blowing. So what he did explain, what they did a great job of explaining, is a lot of the stuff that's dead is hard to work with. There's quite a bit of it around here. But even live plants right now are susceptible to sparks and catching fire. That's pretty unusual. But that's what you get with like 9 to 10% humidity, which is insane for this area. It's somewhat of a dry forest. It's not quite soaking wet like like just west of Portland, Coast Range, or west of Salem, or parts of Humboldt County where the redwoods are. It's a bit drier than that, but it's not the desert by any means. It's higher elevation, and there should be pretty frequently a bunch of moist clouds coming up off the ocean to, at least at night, get it pretty moist. So it's really hard to know exactly what he said, because he really quickly explained a lot of terms, and it's even hard for me to check it out. If any of the firefighters are here, please do a correction. But we don't need to know the particulars. We need to walk away with the big picture, with which the weather is really bad. Tomorrow might be another one of the hottest days, but that's no consolation, because it's going to take a long time for everything to gradually cool off. So there's no relief. Everything's going to keep getting dry and stay dry, super dry. That explains why some of the living trees we're torching here, maybe it's not just the fault of dead ones next to it. The living trees, their branches are what burns. And this is group torching here, like crazy. Perhaps even crown fire runs. It's really hard to see. Crown fires when the tops of trees are on fire. That's nuts. He just explained that the living vegetation can burn a lot like similar to dead stuff. That's just how dang dry it is. It's basically about as worse weather as you could possibly get. If we had extremely high winds, that's the only way that this could be possibly worse. But when you have this dryness and this heat, you don't need high winds for it to act nuts, for it to go nuts. We also heard this extremely sobering. He just took the mic and said, and I'm very glad that he clarified this. He took the mic earlier and he goes, "I'm from Plymouth County," and he started explaining the towns that have been erased off the map. He's like, just listed a few that are in the vicinity, like Paradise, Brush, Berry Creek, and Greenville, and such and such. He was mentioning Feather Falls. I think it was Indian Falls, but either way, both were affected by the Dixie. So he just flat out said, "I know how dangerous this fire is to your community. We're going to try to save it. Like your Indian land and your little communities." Like, oh, that was a big sobering wake up call. That was a splash in the face of cold water, right? But I'm glad that they're that blunt and letting the community know just how bad this could be. That it's a communities are at risk. Even if the fire is not on their doorstep right now, it could spread really rapidly to it. That's why we're very worried about the way that it is right now. This is just a 3-hour time lapse. It just happened in the last 3 hours. 3 hours and 15 minutes or so. A spot got over the lines, and the game is changing. So I'm hoping they'll have a way to slow us down, or that this is not going towards a community right now. But expanded evacuation warnings. I'm still trying to figure out exactly which direction it's spreading. It looks like it's coming towards the camera, which means it would be spreading northeast because we're looking southwest. We're going to have to try to figure this out. I'm just really hoping that they'll give us updates. I don't know that we have a good radio to listen to. We'll try to find out, but this really is middle of nowhere as far as not high population density. They wanted to keep it, use the Pacific Crest Trail as a fire line, but it's a trail. Come on. Do you think that would stop something like that? A trail? No. This is why we need fire access roads everywhere, in every forest that we want to save the forest. Plymouth National Forest, we lost 52% of it in the Dixie Fire in 2021, and it was just becoming old growth again. A lot of it is because of lack of fire access roads, and where there used to be old gold mining town roads or old lumber roads, old Forest Service roads, they had let them go to crap, basically. And so there's plenty of places where there weren't any roads or access, and they just sort of helplessly watched the forest burn and take out towns on the way. The terrain's one challenge, but even if they had good roads, it would be extremely challenging. But the lack of them is, oh dear. They parachuted hotshots in, or smoke jumpers, and then they had to do epic long hikes, and they tried to make lines with rakes and shovels. That's why Smoky Bear has a shovel. You don't have a road, you don't have water, you don't have an engine. So it's really not a wonder why later the wind conditions got worse and they changed. It was looking really good. The aircraft can only do so much. Retardant is a speed bump. But when you just have the equivalent of making new little trails trying to stop a fire like this, you see how totally ineffective that can be. And just because of the obvious reasons, just look at it. So I know Big Al. We were listening to what Big Al was saying in the chat. Let's not disturb the deer trails. On the Basin Fire, this is, of course, a different Forest Service. This is Klamath National Forest, but the Basin Fire is down there by Fresno. Can't remember which forest, national forest that is, technically. K&P or Square Kings, or anyway, whatever's down there by Fresno. But the Basin Fire, they went up at a community meeting and said, I know you guys like the deer trail and how rustic it is, basically. So we tried to not disturb it too much. What? Like, they decided not to use a bulldozer because the deer trail is scenic. Okay, decisions like that of, oh, let's not make the land look ugly for the moment. Oh, roads are ugly. Imagine the hellscape wasteland where sequoias used to be that would look way uglier. Like, we couldn't believe what we were hearing. So, like, hey, just make fire access roads and maintain them and block them off to the public. Okay, only firefighters can access it. But if you don't have water, that you're helpless to stop this. And this is now marching very fast. It's burning up the landscape. It's burning up this beautiful area and ruining the Pacific Crest Trail, basically. It's got to be closed, which is a huge tourism thing and just a huge international, draw. Who the heck, and communities depend on it too. Who the heck wants to hike through a wasteland? But we have specific dry conditions that could create just mega fires that these are not going to renew the land. These are going to destroy it wherever it goes. And they're that fierce. If we get pyrocumulus clouds, nuclear bomb-looking clouds, they're not the healthy ones that fertilize the forest. They're the ones that obliterate everything in their path, like he was referencing with the Dixie Fire. Those are kind of our fault, where we suppressed fire for more than 75 years, and then we have 75 years of dead and down trees and fuel load and pine needles and sap and pine cones and everything to fuel things, right? So we made mistakes, mostly our fault. We could fix it, but the biggest mistake we ever made, the biggest lesson we ever learned was fire access roads, and that was what we learned in the Tillamook burn in 1933. The Tillamook burn was one of the worst in the United States history. Destroyed pretty much all the remaining old growth in the northwestern corner of Oregon, and nothing stopped it. Just the Pacific Ocean in the rains of November, and then it repeated again and again because there's still no fire access roads. So every 3 years or so, that's all it takes for where fires already killed the trees, right? Only the limbs burn off when they're alive because they're full of water being alive. It takes a couple of years for them to completely dry out, get kind of rotten, and the bark to start falling off, which would allow fire to attack them and burn them completely. And for bushes and brush to go up at the base of it, and then you get a perfect storm of every 3 to 5 years later, they had a worse Tillamook burn than before because now the trunks of the standing dead trees can burn, and so it's more intense, which starts killing the remaining living trees that were alive in certain pockets. So the Tillamook burn happened every single 3 years, 1933, then 36, 39, until I realized, oh my God, we have to at least put the dead trees on the ground. We have to do that. Wood chipper them or whatever, create mulch, kickstart the nature healing thing. But we learned a lot of these lessons in the 30s. They're just not being applied anymore. We see the result, right? But we can learn from our mistakes, and we can make the forest more healthy and replant things at least where it's been devastated. A good healthy mix of fire-resistant trees like cedars and whatnot, redwoods and the type. And then when you have a mix of fire-resistant trees plus all the pines and the firs that promote fire, we will have less intensity. There's many things that are positive that we can do, but until we're there, we're just seeing live the horror, unfold. So this is very concerning. I don't know if it's headed towards a community. It might be. We're going to look at that. I'm going to finish the community meeting. And also, on a funny note, because they're in question and answer time, on a funny note, the lady who was doing the weather, I was in the kitchen. Do you recognize her voice? I'll rewind. She's a lady who does the morning videos for North Ops when we watch those. If we ever start the stream and there's no crisis going on, we usually start the stream with North Ops, which is the weather forecasting for fire for northern part of the state, Shasta County somewhere. They tell you what the fire weather danger and stuff is going to be like with a funny little video. Do, 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 do. And we've heard her voice a bunch of times. There's like a guy and a lady who take turns doing those videos. So I was like, hey, I remember her. I haven't seen her before, so I'm gonna rewind a little bit. We will in a second, but it's still extremely, extremely bad how fast this is spreading. Somebody in the comments said, I might have missed, but what drainage is a fire? And that would be good to let us know, because this map is like a blank map with a little square where the fire is. It's like, really? Really? I was hoping for a better battle map with some terrain and features. This is not helping us to pinpoint where it is right now, marching at high rate of speed. Yeah. And they said what started it? Under investigation. Somebody asked, like, there's been no lightning in the area, so what started it? Under investigation. Take your pick. Human greed, just total freak accident, or stupidity. I just take a pick. Total freak accidents that just happen, but we'll not know probably for years if they don't arrest anybody soon or announce something. What's unfortunate is sometimes it takes 2.5 to 3 years to tell the public what the heck went on. So let's finish the rest of the community meeting. This is hopefully they answer stuff in the chat. If you have, sorry, I just got back with my dinner. I'm still eating it as we're watching this. I will look back up to chat. Yes, Spiderman says the Tillamook burn put out so much ash it turned Mount Hood black for my grandmother. Whoa. I don't know about that, but maybe could have been snowier mountains on the west. It mostly blew it towards the Pacific Ocean, but I'm sure at some points Portland was blanketed with ash. I read several books about it. I've gone there to film. Some of the aftermath is still, ruined towns are still out there in the woods. But that's frightening. I wonder maybe if it was St. Helens. That's north of Portland and a little bit closer. But it's possible. That was the fire that inspired Bannaby. All right, let's keep up. I'll look up and see if I missed some questions, or you can just type them again. That's sometimes helpful. So if you know more about this than me, I'm trying to catch up on things. So let me take more bites of food, and I'll pause it to explain what they're saying. But the gist of it is so far is don't expect any relief anytime soon. This is huge and monstrous. Has potential to be a town eraser kind of fire and devastate the land and devastate the forest. They made it very clear we were never lazy on this. The Forest Service comes under heat and flack because they had a policy and Biden had to stop it in 2021 of just letting some fires burn because let's reintroduce fire in the landscape. Well, it was not the appropriate time, not in fire season, okay, not when it's mega drought, especially not 2021. And then the Tamarack fire, for example, they just let it burn. It was a tiny thing, did nothing to stop it, and then it blew up into a huge thing. Well, with the next windstorm, eventually crossed into Nevada and took out neighborhoods and towns in Nevada when it was just south of Lake Tahoe when it first started. And they struggled to save towns like Markleeville. And that was one of our first fire streams of 2021. So the president was like, you could see Biden's face, like, are you serious? Like, that was your policy is in a mega drought, let fires burn in the peak of summer? You serious? And he goes, stop it. That was quite an important executive order to issue. I think the whole idea that was a policy shocked the world. So they have continuously from then on made it very clear what their goal is. Are we going to let something burn for a while in some area, or are we going to go full suppression? So here they're just flat out saying, from the moment this began, we try to suppress it completely because of the insane. This is not the time of year to ever allow a fire to spread, and it's also if you don't have fire access roads, you can't let even a natural like lightning strike fire really burn because you can't stop it if it gets out of control at some point, even in moist parts of the year. So they have been abundantly clear with that, but the community is very skeptical. Some really just don't trust the Forest Service because they've been, burned. Sorry to use the pun. CAL FIRE and the Forest Service have had a big animosity thing. If you're not from here, you may not know about that. Totally different strategies and philosophies on how to fight fires in the wilderness and when to do it and what to do. That's tip of the iceberg for that. If you want to just kind of too long didn't read, they hate each other. At least they have a history of doing that. So I'm hoping that they've kind of reached across the aisle and they're starting to see eye to eye. But they're squabbling in 2021, for example, because they wasted a lot of time arguing with each other. Things like the calendar got way bigger than they should have ever been. So hopefully they have learned their lessons. They're working better. They say to the public that they are, but that's why the public skepticism is like, are you really trying to put this fire out? Because that recent past history. So I believe them when they actually say, yeah, from the get-go we did this because when it started, I briefly covered it, and they did parachute, firefighters in and got aircraft slamming at the moment that it happened. So I believe them. I believe they are doing better, much, much better than the years prior. There's a long way to go for them to communicate, see eye to eye, and actually coordinate better. But hey, we'll take what we can get. Improvement is improvement, and I'm very glad to see it. We have a community meeting here. We have nothing from Los Padres National Forest down there at the Lake Fire, which we're going to look at next. But this is running fast, and we need to figure out where it's going. This is a 3 or 4 hour video now. I hope that they're going to give us another update, like at least to their Facebook, but they tend to go offline at night, and that's why we try to figure out fires the best we can ourselves. But I have to eat the first meal of the day, and it's almost midnight. I woke up around, I don't even know when I woke up, but I only got 5 hours of sleep in the last 24 hours. So I have to, I can't just run on adrenaline. I got to eat and drink. Let's watch the rest of this.
So right now, if we can get the aircraft and we can maintain a really good direct approach to this, hopefully, well, I'm unsure about what that looks like moving forward. We have weather conditions that are not favorable right now, fuel moisture conditions that aren't favorable right now, and country that's not really favorable. So we are diligently putting a plan into place and trying to execute that. So right now, I don't have the forecasted maps up, but doing everything we can at this point to keep it as small as possible.
Okay, translation to that is this thing's going to continue to spread because of the bad lack of access roads, the steep terrain, the heavy fuels, the high winds, the dry heat. It's going to keep getting worse because the heat dome is not going to leave us for at least a week. So there's no improvement with the weather. So firefighters, California, I've seen them really pull off miracles. They do everything they can, but they can only do what the weather allows. The weather is what allows them, or says yes or no, you can actually do something about a fire. The long story short there is, we don't know. Like the question is like, how big is this going to get? How are you going to work on it? Don't know. Because it's kind of up to the weather right now. They're doing what they can, but we've just seen it spot over and it's running right now. It's out of control. So they may not be able to make any significant progress till the weather's better, and that might be a week from now. So we got to figure out what is at risk the best we can right now, trying to help warn the community. I don't know if anybody up there even knows we exist. Share the stream to anybody in that area or to their community pages or whatnot. We'll try our best to try to figure out where it might spread or head. Get all the official info that we can. I just want to rewind it to where somebody asks a question, and it's sobering and it's pretty dire. This is a bad one.
Conditions that aren't favorable right now is kind of driving. Well, the weather forecast is over the next several days is continuing.
Forecast or expected growth, anything that you could say in that area?
Well, the weather forecast is over the next several days is continued hot and dry with low RHs. The fuel moistures, the 1,000-hour fuels, 100-hour fuels, the dead stuff is kind of driving the nature of this fire right now. The brush is still 90th percentile, I think, for live fuel moistures. So right now, if we can get the aircraft and we can maintain a really good direct approach to this, hopefully, well, I'm unsure about what that looks like moving forward. We have weather conditions that are not favorable right now, fuel moisture conditions that aren't favorable right now, and country that's not really favorable. So we are diligently putting a plan into place and trying to execute that. So,
okay, it's spreading really quickly. Translation: this is old. This is 3 to 4 hours old. It's spreading quickly. It's going to, because the weather sucks. The weather's going to continue to suck for at least a week. We can't do anything about it until the weather really improves. So we're trying to make a plan right now to try to figure out and calculate how quickly it could spread, because that's critical. Because in order to make dozer lines or any kind of fire lines containment, you have to calculate, okay, how fast can it move if we were to put a line in X spot on the map, could we complete it by the time it arrived? So there's a whole bunch of calculations going on behind the scenes. They don't have a plan yet, but they're making one. That's translation.
Right now, I don't have the forecasted maps up, but doing everything we can at this point to keep it as small as possible.
What's your fear of the fire, by what she said about the wind going this way and that way? What about running up that canyon where the square head is there, right by where it jumped the line, the PCT? Yeah, that canyon.
So are you talking about coming down the Glendinning Fork?
Yeah, or weaving. My house is right up there at the top of the map, and I just could run right up that canyon. And so it's actually the canyon just this side of Glendinning, right there.
And coming out there?
Yeah.
Right now, I don't have a good answer for that, right? And I know that folks are probably looking for that, but what I can tell you is that they are actively engaged with helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft to keep those spots that are in there as small as it can be. Our CAL FIRE partners have mobilized a contingency of resources up there to basically go after that, get boots on the ground and get people on the ground to take care of that. Fire engines, dozers, and additional hand crews. So if CAL FIRE has more information on that, but that's currently we are mobilizing folks, even folks that were up on the hill coming over the backside of that to aggressively suppress and attack and go after those.
We had one question online. It's, can you confirm what drainage the fire is in?
Specifically coming over the PCT into the Glendinning drainage, that's what we know right now, or that's what we've been told. And I don't know if it is progressed out into any of the forks, but what I've been told is the essentially would be the headwaters of Glendinning drainage.
Wait, sorry?
That's what we know right now. That folks are probably looking for that, but what I can tell you is that they are actively engaged with helicopters and fixed-wing aircraft to keep those spots that are in there as small as it can be. Our CAL FIRE partners have mobilized a contingency of resources up there to basically go after that, get boots on the ground and get people on the ground to take care of that. Fire engines, dozers, and additional hand crews. So if CAL FIRE has more information on that, but that's currently we are mobilizing folks, even folks that were up on the hill coming over the backside of that to aggressively suppress and attack and go after those.
We had one question online. It's, can you confirm what drainage the fire is in?
Specifically coming over the PCT into the Glendinning drainage, that's what we know right now, or that's what we've been told. And I don't know if it is progressed out into any of the forks, but what I've been told is the essentially would be the headwaters of Glendinning drainage.
Headwaters of the Glendinning drainage. Okay, let me write that down because we're going to look at maps too. We will take a look at the lake fire, and I guess chat's talking about a new possible fire called the Adobe. This is about wrapped up though. And so the Glendinning drainage, remember this is 4-hour-old info. For the Shelly, which is rapidly spreading right now as we speak. It was probably just starting to take off right about the time they went live, but it's gone nuts. The spot that jumped their lines. So they have to go back to the drawing board about how to deal with this fire because of just one ember made it across. It just takes one. One flew across in the wind. And that's usually caused by standing dead trees. That's the number one way to have long-range spotting. So that's why you just can't have standing dead trees in the landscape or your forest is doomed. You can have a couple, can't have a lot. So that would explain, he just keeps saying again and again, that one of the big problems is there's dead and downed. Okay, down trees means on the ground, but dead means standing up. Dead and down. There's nothing positive that I've seen so far. Nothing positive about this. This is a hard pill to swallow. This is sobering. This is unless we have like a miracle rain or something. This is going to be a really bad one. So let me know about the Oh, Adobe Fire has forward progress stopped. Okay. Yeah, and please hit the like button, especially, and share this. I don't think anybody from the Siskiyous has found our channel yet or checked in. So if you know anybody there, just hit the share button and share the channel, and we'll try to provide the community with as much information as possible, because they tend to go offline at night and not tell people much except for maybe once or twice a day, where we are live tracking it and it's making runs right now. And we're going to try to figure out where it is in a second with all available maps and satellite and information. So we just I gotta continue to eat here. This is my first meal of the day. This is how fires have been crazy. We went live, 5 hours ago, and I have to eat. So let's continue watching, and there's only 2 more minutes left. So let's watch.
Yeah, I just wondered if you had any estimates on the containment or ideas. Is it 0 at this point?
0 at this point right now.
Any estimates?
Given today's condition.
Okay, what I would have said is hog wild. Yeah, 0%. Yeah, they had retardant ropes around it, but that's a speed bump. I tried to warn people that even if the smoke column, which looked nuclear from the get-go, and then it calmed down after a few days, it's retardant. They completely ringed it with retardant, so it was limited to the smoke column was limited because they couldn't find new fuels. But retardant dries out, so you have a ticking clock. How many days goes by until it dries into a pink powder, and then it will rapidly breach. Or even if it is intact, all it takes is one little ember, one big wind gust or whatever, to be blown past it. So let's continue. I would have just said flat out, it's hog wild, completely out of control.
Given today's conditions and what has happened, I'm hopeful that we can get some good containment, maybe on the southern edge there. But right now, it's going to be really contingent on what has happened today and what's currently going on. And so we'll have a better idea tomorrow morning what that looks like.
I don't think we have any other questions, and there doesn't appear to be any online either.
Thank you all for coming, and we will be around for a minute if you wanted to ask one of us a question. We will be here. You can look at the maps. We have maps and updates on the table if you would like, and we do thank you all for coming, and thank those people that did join us on online also. Yes.
So should time go on and the fire is still going, will another meeting be planned to update us?
Yes. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Wait, yes? Okay, when? Okay. Wait, what was the specific question?
Yes. And we will be around for a minute if you wanted to ask one of us a question. We will be here. You can look at the maps. We have maps and updates on the table if you would like, and we do thank you all for coming, and thank those people that did join us on online also. Yes.
So should time go on and the fire is still going, will another meeting be planned to update us?
Yes.
That's it. Okay.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
All right. Yes. Well, that's good. Hopefully they will be as good as I rated it A level communication, like on a scorecard for the I don't remember what national forest it is for the Basin Fire. Their communication with the public's been stellar. Hopefully the other Forest Service places like here, Klamath here, they take a playbook out of or copy, the good job of what they've been doing down with the Basin Fire, which we still are concerned about, still want to look at. It's just 60% containment is looking better. It's not out of the woods, guys. To use a stupid pun. So that is Klamath National Forest Facebook. If you want to go back and watch it, it was a 22-minute meeting. Of course, I had to interject because people who don't know some of these fire terms even confuse me a little bit about some of them. They just rapidly explain some of this stuff. Plus, people may not know the fire history of the area. Like, what are they talking about? Like, referencing the Dixie and whatnot. Yes, please hit the like button to make us trending. We've got 101 viewers at midnight. That means people are very concerned. We're going to look at the lake fire at Santa Barbara, but right now we keep going back. Santa Barbara County. This is the current view at Fort Jones, and I just want to show people why we're so concerned about this. Like, in the last 3 hours, all hell's broken loose. Right about the time they were live, and I don't know if they were getting new updates about this happening, but it's made some massive runs. So it's really important that we figure out where exactly this is right now and what communities might be affected next. With a dire weather forecast, with bad access, with steep slopes, with heavy fuels, with a lot of dead trees, you can plainly see that it's hard work that they do. It almost worked. But unfortunately, what they created with handline didn't hold this fire. That's with rakes and shovels and an extremely grueling hike into here after parachute. The smoke jumpers may have had better luck elsewhere. We can't see the whole fire, of course, but the idea of we can control massive forest fires with rakes and shovels is a very quaint one from a bygone era. The game has changed, the climate's changed. It sometimes occasionally works as long as the weather cooperates and completely lays down dead. Plays dead for you. If it gets out of hand, there's no way of making a trail with rakes and shovels. It's going to stop this, especially not in heavy forest. What they tried with the Tillamook burn, no forest access roads. So they went in with mules and rakes and shovels, and one of the worst that ever hit the United States. The forest is still trying to grow back and become old growth, and that was 1933, west of Portland. So it's here we are. We know the factors that made it bad, but is there any positive anything? If you want to know what's going on with fire, you have to look at it in a different mindset. Use the way of thinking of philosophers and not conventional wisdom. That's how we can do better sometimes with predicting occasionally. And I know I sound really weird saying this, but we have predicted where fires have gone and what's at risk sometimes better than officials on occasion. This is not like, oh, we are better than them. No, we're not. We're humble. We're trying to help the heroes. But we have seen things like over-reliance on computer modeling these days that I don't have access to and I don't care about. I think it's all in its infancy, where they sometimes exhibit a detrimental optimism. It's natural. It's a natural psychology thing, where if you work extremely hard and it's extremely dire, if you fail, to kind of think, well, it'll be fine, or this will be good enough, or that can't happen. Just trying, it's hard to accept reality sometimes. If you worked for days and weeks on something extremely hard, to kind of entertain the notion that just one little wind gust could destroy everything you've done, when you're there, it's harder to separate yourself emotionally from that. It's hard to abandon if you've, it's a human psychology thing. If you've put a lot of effort into something, it's harder to abandon it. But somebody from the outside, just looking analytically, could just walk in and say, this doesn't work, quit immediately, do something else, right? So they are emotionally invested, they are there at the scene, and sometimes that does interfere with judgment. Plus, they have a bureaucratic red tape nightmare of sometimes I could even sense they want to tell the public stuff and they're not authorized to. Like, I think X or Y or Z community will be impacted next, but we don't know when, maybe a week from now. They want to say stuff like that, they are not allowed to. There's a lot of different agencies have different rules. It's all archaic, it's all stupid. We don't have to abide by them. We've told places like Greenville, but people don't go back there. It's not safe. When the officials say, go ahead, come back. And then it burned down the same day that they told people to come back. It's because I was a local, I have local knowledge, I knew it's not as safe as they thought. A lot of these firefighters that come in are from out of state. They don't know the local area, they don't know how bad things can be. They fought fires in places like Montana or Georgia or whatever, but they're newbies to this area, and a lot of them are very young too. So there's a lot of psychological and red tape and whatever it doesn't apply. You have to think about it this way. Is my community in danger? Conventional wisdom thinking is, in order to happen, something has to happen to make it happen. Okay, like for a fire to get to a community, something has to cause the fire to get to that community. Don't think like that. Throw that out the window. Think about it this way. Everything that can happen, okay, probability, even if it's small, it's possibility. If there's a possibility that something can happen, it's inevitable unless something stops it. So every possibility is inevitable unless something steps in to stop it. So this is Aristotle, Stoic thinking. He taught Alexander the Great to think like this. So even his dad, one of the greatest military minds in the world, wanted to probably entertain the notion of conquering Persia, but it just didn't. It was a gigantic, million-man army, massive empire with unlimited wealth and power. How would like little Macedon or Greece, all the warring city-states band together to even defend themselves against Persia, let alone conquer it? So Aristotle taught him to think this way. Okay, what stops you from conquering Persia? And one by one he went, and it turns out that what seemed to be the strengths of the Persian army were actually weaknesses. Like, oh, they got a lot of elephants. Oh, well, did you know they're scared of fire and they'll trample their own men if you light a fire in the grass in front of them? Oh, okay. I don't want to get off too much on that topic, but this is how you have to think, not like the average person. So what will stop the fire from reaching X, Y, and Z point and X, Y, and Z community? Okay, it's inevitable that it will happen unless something stops it. So then we go one by one by trying to pinpoint where it is, where it's headed currently. Right now, we've already had one. The most important thing that will stop a fire is rain, and that's eliminated. There's no rain in the forecast unless there's some sort of a bizarre miracle, right? So next is impassable terrain. Something like a Pacific Ocean, that's impassable terrain, right? Or steep vertical cliffs that are made out of rock, like El Capitan or something in Yosemite. Nope, I don't think that's a factor here either. Will it go to a place where it runs out of fuel, such as where salvage logging already happened from previous fires, and there's really nothing on the ground in front of the fire to burn? Nope, I don't think that's a factor here either. So one by one we go by what's going to stop the fire. There's nothing right now that I could think of that will stop the fire. So right now it will spread in the direction of terrain. So we're seeing it go straight towards the camera, even though the wind, I don't believe, is excuse me, that's Santa Barbara. We got to look at the lake fire. That looks nuts too. Excuse me, wrong button. We'll look at that too. Turn on the lake there. Right now, of great concern. Was it Fort Jones 1? Are they both not looking at it? It was coming straight toward the camera. Are you kidding me? That was our best chance of pinpointing where it was. This is our 6-hour time lapse. And you could see that the wind was taking it to the left side of the screen, and yet the fire was marching towards the camera. Didn't have to be wind driven. There might be little gusts at play here, but the prevailing wind direction is no factor. It's spreading. It was spreading towards the camera. Seriously, it better pivot back. This is some of our latest images right before midnight. And it's 2 minutes after midnight. It's just not looking at the fire right now, but you see how quickly it's come towards it. So this is just right 1 minute before midnight. This is earlier today at what is 18 hours? That's 7 o'clock. No, 8 o'clock is 20. 6 o'clock, 18 hours, right? 6:30, right? Sorry, I get confused by military time. This has happened quite rapidly, and now we have confirmation that there's plenty of dead trees and still standing, and lots of dead on the ground. That's ominous. If you've hiked the Pacific Crest Trail around here, do let me know what, or if you have pictures like the current conditions of the forest. But I imagine it's peppered with a lot of dead trees. So what we want to do is try to see where it's currently hitting right now. Is there a threat to a community within like the next 24 hours? This is just by what we can see. But right now, there are the only other things that could stop a fire other than the weather, impassable terrain, oceans, are solid black fire lines. Nope. We have 0% containment. That means 0 completed lines that are fancy and groomed enough and strengthened enough to actually stop a fire. So we have high winds, we have low temperatures, we have high heat even throughout the night. It's a hellish kind of recipe. The only thing we can be grateful for is there's not hurricane force winds, but like in 2020, otherwise there'd be multiple towns gone by now, I'm sure, or at least it would have gone past multiple towns. You know what I mean? Like past them. The one positive note here that we have, that I have to say about it, is the smaller the town and the more clustered together the buildings are, the much easier it is to save. So what they may do is just, if it starts getting towards one town in particular, just protect the structures and let it pass. Because like I said, they're doing a frantic amount of calculations right now, and he didn't explain it well at the meeting. But in order to, it's a totally new plan now that it got out of control today and breached the retirement lines and went elsewhere. They now have to think, how fast is the fire spreading? Where's the best place to catch it? Like usually it's at the next best road. It's bad for this area. There's not many. Or trail. That's going to be super difficult. Then they have to calculate, can we build the dozer line or the new road or whatever we need to? Can we finish it in time for the fire to get there, for it to hold? So they're doing all their calculations as we speak. There's probably a flurry of activity as they're trying to make a new plan, and then they will probably have to go back to those main roads and then let the fire burn everything in its path to the main roads, except for little communities and little vital places and whatever they can defend. Let it go past them. So with like the Dixie Fire and others, and even the Caldor, they saved Christmas Valley because it was a tiny, nestled, close together community at the bottom of a ravine. And fire tends to blow over with the embers over the top of the heads of the firefighters, like the other side on fire, like the other side of the canyon on fire. And then all they have to really do is just defend the buildings and wet them down and play whack-a-mole with little spot fires in backyards. But the main fire will roar past them, and you'll get communities like, say, Christmas Valley surviving. It will depend, though, on the ferocity at the time the fire arrives. So other smaller communities were not so lucky. Like Sierra Tahoe, there was no saving it, even though it was pretty small and compact, because it roared to life and came as a solid wall of flame that was like 200 feet tall during a mushroom cloud mega windstorm thing. So that's the difference. Is it was different when it reached Christmas Valley. It wasn't that fierce. and Christmas Valley was sheltered by, being down in the canyon. So small down in the canyon, clustered together communities near a water source, good defensible space, and as long as they get enough time to prep the buildings, they will come out ahead. But we're going to lose chunks of the forest here, and the amount of damage, whether or not it's a little bit of damage, fire damage, but some trees are alive, and a lot can grow back, versus wasteland, will depend on how fierce the fire is when it gets to a certain spot. So we have only one camera that's currently not looking at it, so it's super hard. But what I fear might be happening down the pipe is they just try to defend individual structures as the main fire that goes past, and they'll have to put some really, really wide. They'll have to go back miles away from it and say we're going to make our lines here, our first lines of defense, in a huge wide circle, and they won't be able to really save much of the forest. In between, it'll be up to the wind, direction, God, nature, whatever you want to believe in, chance, luck. You know what burns in between, and that's the sad story of not having good fire access. Not having good fire access roads and leaving dead trees all over the landscape, plus other factors that are out of their control, like geography. So, stupid camera is not looking at it. Now, if we go into Cal Topo and let me know if there's anything taken off, like we have to go to the lake fire too to look at it. Is that something we got to look at the cams right now? Big Al said. If that's getting out of control, we got to look at it right now. Please let me know if we should shift, because it's currently the fire is not near a town, so it's not like under immediate threat like the next hour or anything. It's very important we try to figure out where the Shelly is going. But if something is crazy happening in Santa Barbara right now, then we need to look at it right now. So it was 50 miles out to sea, Spyman. I think they added an extra 0 on accident for about the Tillamook burn. It was 50. I've heard everything from 515 to 50 miles out to sea that at various points in time the Tillamook burn threw embers out, and they landed on ships like sailboats out to sea. But remember, there were 3 different Tillamook burn fires, and a lot of times the media typoed, So there's a good book on the Tillamook burn. It's like required reading for anybody who wants to know anything about wildfires. I'll try to find it. It's out of print, but wow, it's in all the libraries around Portland, and it's an eye opener. I did take a lot of scans of it for good things, but I don't have a hard copy, or I would just show you like the insane images. The Tillamook burn was one of the worst wildfires probably in the history of Western civilization. Its intent, what it destroyed, its ferocity, its record-breaking potential. And don't believe that logging company started it. It was lightning plus a logging company accident, and the 2 different fires burned together. So, but that's all the media knows. But I've studied it intensely. I'm a little bit of a walking encyclopedia on this Tillamook burn. I've interviewed a lot of people who remember it were dead until he passed on. So that generation's about fading out. But yeah, there's still people in Portland that remember the huge glow. They almost evacuated Forest Grove. Like, it was serious if you know the area. So Big Al, what's the lake fire cam? Yeah, you just gave a link. Is that something I need to look at right now? Is it getting clear? Is it getting close to the Figueroa? Am I saying that right, friends? I'm gonna look at our lake cams. Like is there a? This is why I was up all night last night covering it. It was bugs. The insane images. It was a 7-mile wall of flames. 7-mile long wall of flames spread out along the hills at first, when it first started yesterday. It was yesterday, right? Yeah. What a difference a day makes. Somewhere around 4 in the afternoon, I ended stream because I had almost no sleep, about 8:26 p.m. or so. trying to go to bed early and get some rest. And I said I think the camera, as it was marching southeast really fast along the ridge tops, I said I think the camera that's ahead, it keeps coming towards the camera. The camera's going to burn over, but we'll check it at 10:30. So I went on a walk because I haven't seen sunlight in days. I came back, and I was so confused. The images on my phone were like, they looked like just pink ropes, and it was actually the camera had burned over already. So I'm seeing, I know what your link is. This is into Inez Peak. You just also linked Big Al. This view, is it coming towards Figueroa? Because look at the bright white. Is that the fire approaching Figueroa? Upper level winds are straight out of the north now. Well, we've seen it spread in all different directions, regardless of the upper winds. But the upper winds are keeping it like 95 degrees at night, and they had 9% humidity. So what it did was it spread. And most of the winds during the day were out of the northwest, so it was spreading southeast. Up in the hills where not really many people live and not many things are located. So it spread, 7 miles from 4 o'clock in the afternoon towards 11 p.m. And then the crazy thing about it is the wind shifted direction. It came almost from the due east. And instead of the winds just going out to sea in a straight line, like high level winds staying high level and just pushing the smoke out to sea, you know what I mean? We had the winds plunge down over the hills, this pretty decently high altitude, and push the fire in a 7-mile long flame front down towards the valley, towards Michael Jackson's former Neverland Ranch, which I think they did something new with it. This clear day, this is current. Like, is that the fire coming right here? So the reason I went live again at around 11 p.m. until 7:30 in the morning, this time I barely slept, is we had almost no information. In fact, we had no information from officials. They had evacuations in place, but no map. They didn't even update this, give them an F in communication or a D minus. They made a page for the lake fire information at the Santa Barbara County, like an information page, but they never updated it ever. Here's our last update at 6:30 p.m. Evacuation warnings and stuff, that no links to any maps. Air quality status. As a map to air quality status, they never got around to making an evacuation map. And here, all the residents saw, and it was totally insane. Like at midnight, let's see, where we go to midnight. Sorry, this is the wrong video. Go back to the lake fire, 'cause that's what Mariposa was. My video last night of lake fire, if we go to midnight, it looked like a nuclear bomb had been dropped. And we saw the cameras burned over, rewound it. So let's go back to midnight. I looked at the cams, but this is what people saw at their window. And 7-mile long wall of flames just roaring down out of the hills. So there was a miracle at around 2 in the morning to 2:30. And right around 12:06, I think, is where I paused, and it looks like a nuke in Bernardino. Let's just go forward my broadcast. See, this was happening live after midnight, but there was no number to call about it. They had no community update. They had no evacuation map. Some cam burn over. Sorry, there may be some flashing lights here. This is what the community saw, and nobody was covering it. Just us. Nobody explained anything. It should be Los Padres National Forest, I guess, but they hadn't set anything up. We checked their Facebook. There's nothing. The sheriff's office. There's nothing on the Twitter. The Office of Emergency Management page. There's nothing. But that was what was happening. So let's see if it's a lot like right now. It's technically day before yesterday, yeah, because it's after midnight, friends. Welcome. We are at hour 5 and 42 minutes in the street. I barely slept, but I'm still with you. Yeah, here it is. The 12:03 a.m. Trophy screenshot here that looked like Santa Barbara County had been nuked. That was a pyrocumulus cloud at midnight. And it's because I guess they were calling them the sundowner winds. I'm unfamiliar, but I got an education. Just as I was about we got frustrated for hours. We listened to the radio. It was scratchy, but mostly police activity in Santa Barbara County. 3% maybe of the information were firefighters talking to each other. We didn't know where they were, what they were doing, who was responding. Pulse Point, the app on a phone, has like units responding. That's a 911 call kind of tracker. But that was about it. We couldn't tell where they were going. Where were they going to try to stop it? But after 2 a.m., the winds they kept going fiercely at the upper levels, but they went straight across out towards the ocean instead of doing the plunging down the mountain thing. I would love to know. Yeah, this was last night. That's why I'm setting people up for why this is so freaky. I'm hoping that they'll have another after. Yeah, so it's our current view. It's Delta Inez Peak West, 1 hour. Thanks, Helen, and welcome back, Helen. Did you have a weather background, right? I'm on low blood sugar. I've had long COVID, so it's wrecked my memory. I now need memory prompts to remember the details about people. Like, I hope nobody's offended by that. Then I'm like, oh yeah, but it's like tip of the tongue, I'm also extremely sleep deprived. You had the weather background, right, Hal? How close to their camera is this? Santa Ynez is pretty far away. This is a long distance zoom, right? Oh, it's looking straight at the Figueroa 1 cams. We may have another camera burnover happening like immediately. Oh, yeah. Okay. So that is what I was asking. It is true. We're going to we'll return to what's going on with the Shelly fire, but it looks like this is a fire lookout tower building, and the flames are approaching. Figueroa 2. Because during the day it looks like that. Yep, that's fire reflecting itself off the windows. I hope they sealed up this building. Looks like there's wires on the outside of it. We may lose the cam. All right, let's look at Figueroa 2. Figueroa 1 then. Yeah, okay, it's coming up and we're going to experience another camera burnover, it looks like. Looks like there's some defensible space, but let's find out where these cameras are and look at satellites. Holy. So, we have clear indication that it's been spreading to the southeast. We knew that. Oh no, there's buildings and stuff here. Oh no, they look like old historical sites. That's a big propane tank. At least it's far away from the building. Oh dear. At least I'm glad to see gravel and stuff, and not grass right up under the cameras like prior. Okay. Okay. Wow. Who knows if this one will survive? The survival of buildings depends on can embers get inside the attic? Because when they hit the side of a structure, they go up and they get stuck under the roof eaves. Now, if there's strong winds, it'll try to push in the screen. The number one way you guys can fireproof your homes right now is to take extremely fine metal mesh that you get at the hardware store and staple gun the heck out of several layers onto your soffit, vents, and roof eave areas, anywhere that go into your attic, turn off the lights, and see wherever you can see daylight. You need to get that absolutely sealed up any way that you possibly can with fine metal mesh. If you can insert a toothpick, it's not fine enough. And then you need to order the fireproof soffit vents and gable vents. But while they're on order, and before you can install them, that's the number one way that fire enters a building and burns it down, is it goes in through the attic. The embers go up into the attic and they accumulate there by thousands, and they'll light something on fire in your attic. This is very new information that they've discovered. Don't forget where your laundry vents. You've got to cover that up too. Pack it with clay, mud, whatever. Sandbag it, bury it. Also, where you have vents on the other side of your home too. Don't forget that. Noah M says, you are wonderful. I'm on a business trip back east. You keep me informed on the fires. I was evacuated due to the Argo in Calaveras County and ended up here. Thank you for your amazing dedication. No, thank you for your support and pats on the head. Please thank the mods. They're keeping me sane and informed. And they are completely volunteers. And everybody else here has just even hit the like button. That's what motivates us. It helps me feel good to just keep doing this. This is so, it's rewarding, but man, is it stressful, right? To know that we're helping people, that's all we need to keep going. Yeah, Google Earth. I could look at Google Earth. It's right now our best idea to find out where exactly this cams are located is to, I don't know, there's not a side panel that I'm missing or something, right? Is there like a longitude and latitude? This is the live view. It's coming for the cam right now. But we can look at the satellite above. See, that's the grass mountain cams. We know it's would the peak be called Figueroa? And am I saying that right? I have no idea. Okay, let's go back to Caltopo. Zooming away from Siskiyou County to the other, 4-alarm crisis here. Mind you, not a lot of people live up here, but there's so much history to be lost. Okay, yeah, Figueroa right here, showing the Forest Service map. We got the heat detections, Sawmill Basin and Fine Spring. We can see in the distance that there's historical structures. At least it's a paved road where they could hopefully defend this little fire lookout tower, because I would imagine this is right here, right? Activity. Let's turn off wind for a second. It'll run up hills. It doesn't need wind to do that. All right. Anybody has a lot long or something to help me out, or locals. The Grass Mountain Camp is not on Grass Mountain. It's just south of Lookout Mountain. So we pinpointed it right around there, and this is east. So Figueroa. That's right. There. All right. Oh, sorry. Mouse has gone wild. So we found our global imagery. Yeah, that lines up pretty much with what we're seeing, because we see that it's about time, guys, we use some donation money to get the pro version of Caltopo. And by the way, where are you on vacation? No, I am. When was the Argo fire? I don't quite recall it. We're watching everything that goes on in Calaveras County for sure. They've done really good work. So we have a couple of outbuildings. Decent enough defendable space, I would say. Sort of. Who knows what the current satellite views are like. Try looking at Google Maps, but yeah, Google Earth might just be what the doctor ordered if we could find higher resolution images. And we can also look at the smoke plumes on the very kind of fuzzy. This is good fire access road, man. But a lot of trees right around the buildings. Let's look back at the cams, guys. We might be seeing another camera burnover tonight. So Santa Ynez Peak West is showing a different view far away. The Santa Ynez Peak is almost due south, looking miles away, but zoomed in, showing the raging inferno approaching Figueroa Mountain fire lookout building or wherever the cameras are here. Does anybody know what this facility exactly is? Yeah, Helen is a retired wildlife biologist for various biological consulting companies. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Sorry, Helen is meeting thousands of people and even just keeping track of odds too has been. It's been a long recovery from long COVID, but I almost had my kidneys failed and just about died. And I don't remember a whole lot even of 2023, even though I was sick as a dog at my station tracking wildfires and stuff. It was really touch and go. Late 2022 and early 2023, my kidneys were in bad shape, and they thought I even had kidney cancer, and they thought that maybe COVID had attacked them. And it was just really bad. There's entire months I just don't really remember. And so now they say it's like a long COVID symptom. I don't know, but there is something wrong. But if anybody else is feeling similar, like when will I be normal? It just takes a while. It just takes a while. Just get patient with yourself. And for a while I thought, man, I had permanently dropped like 25 IQ points. You know. But I hope everybody understands. I've been through a pretty bad health ordeal. I'm not 100% recovered from. But yeah, what's your take on things, Helen? Where have you been around this area? And we're so glad to have you back here. Santa Ynez West Cam shows a smoke column to give a scale of the fuel consumption of the lake fire. Maybe we can just rewind it a little bit then. Do a 6-hour. Well, look at the smoke. Wow, this is eerie. Super eerie image. The smoke was going to the south all day as long as this was looking north. Whoa. 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 Okay, we can't ignore the Shelly fire for too long. That's pretty serious. But it's not next to communities right now. And then it does a close-up zoom, probably to see how close and how fast the fire is getting. That's our last image. Let's just do the last 3 hours. Wow. We know it did a southeasterly march even further today. Figueroa Road, I thought was going to be probably the best chance of catching it before it hit Minden School or Middle School or whatever that little town is that was part of the Neverland Ranch or something. And if the wind had kept going, crazy like it was last night, it could have raced down towards Los Olivios or gotten halfway to Los Alamos. I mean, really, it went off like a rocket after 9 p.m. last night. And there's no real relief in the forecast. These are the last 2 hottest days. But it's still like it's 95 degrees up there at night and like 9% humidity. So let's look at the other Santa Ynez. That's looking south towards the ocean. It's not a good. Cross Mountain 2 is in panoramic. But I think the Figueroa 1 and 2 cams we just might be burned over tonight. It's coming faster and faster. Oh my God, it's very close. 2 sides. Oh no, is it trying to eat those buildings over there? Look at these little historic buildings. Oh no, I really hope fire crews are there and gotta defend them. I think that's a headlight right there. These are headlights, I believe. Oh wow. That's this is a 1-hour time lapse too that'll end on our current view. Holy crap. Okay, so that's current. I just hope all this stuff survives, man. You can't get history back. And we need these cameras too. There's a propane tank right there. Okay, guys. Yeah, we're gonna have another exciting night. It's time to throw back more energy drinks, I guess. How am I supposed to sleep like this? I'm on adrenaline. Okay. So 05 56 hours of the stream. Lake fire. Maybe we should turn on San Bernardino County again. It's just he almost never said anything last night. Are you guys listening to a scanner? Fire very close to Fig. What is this called? FIG Figueroa. Is it a lookout? Burnover imminent, probably. I hope we don't lose the feed. It's a big. Wow. Hopefully they vented that propane tank or it's out of action. We have any other good compelling views? I'm sure we do. It's the current view from the, let's see, Grass Mountain 1 is live. I believe it's looking over towards Figueroa, but there's a lot of smoke that can't see past this last 30 minutes. Let's see, that was a while ago. What is Grass Mountain 2 unavailable? Oh, it's in panorama mode. Okay. No, that's not going to be useful. Which other cams are looking at it? Fugio 1 or 2. Yeah, so it's got a, yeah, you can see the big smoke column there. Let's do a really quick Refugio 2-hour time lapse. And we'll look at frame by frame as the fire approaches. Figueroa 1 and 2 cams. These other cams are trying to watch it as it's the building's in imminent danger of perhaps burning down. If nobody's there to save it, it might burn down. Now here to the right, I wonder if that's a vehicle or headlights, or it looks like a spot fire actually emitting smoke. It's spotting out ahead of itself for sure. What other cams are looking at it? Los Alamos is in rotation. Grass is too close. Okay, we'll go back and look at our live view of the camera burnover. I'll do this one and Figueroa too. Oh man. Okay, so Figueroa at number 2, we'll switch between them back and forth, assuming Figueroa 2 is there. This last hour for Figueroa 2, it's on each side. You know, with the nature of the wind spotting embers everywhere, it'll be all over the mountain. Let's do a 3-hour time lapse. Sorry, it's jiggling, flashing light warning, sorry. Anybody epileptic? It's not safe to look at. See the fires glow. That looked like vehicle headlights. I think they got people there. Any another view? You see? Yeah, Figueroa 2. Thanks, Al. You got me there. Baby says thanks for powering through, even though you've been through so much. That's your service. When people say, "Well, shouldn't you go to bed?" Like, how quick? Sorry, flashing light warning. Let me go back to just last 30 minutes. Okay, it's over. Sorry, friends. When people tell me, okay, you're sleep deprived, you should go to bed. Yeah, I know that, but how could you? Like, when you look at this, you know what I mean? So hopefully there'll be a 2 a.m. miracle. It's almost 1 a.m. now. It's 12:49. Is the camera still functional? Yeah. I have to dim these lights a little bit. It's going to cause me a headache. I'm sorry if it's hard to see me. Or have to change their color tone, something. But when there's only artificial light in the room anymore with no more daylight, glare on the screen and seeing white stuff on the screen causes me migraines. So let me see what I can do. All right, can you still see me all right? I hope so. At least something. I used to turn off the webcam when the light was dimmed. If you were like, we want to see at least something. Well, okay. All right. So that's live on that side of the cam. The other side, the cam. Oh my God. Last 5 minutes. Please don't burn down these structures, these historic buildings right there. Oh my God. Yeah. No. 30-minute time lapse. Please. I don't see anybody down there. No. No. Ugh. I don't see them wrapped. I don't see them protected. I don't see the headlights down there. They're up there on the paved road, which may be, uh, they must have known that this was coming. They could have prepped the buildings. Yeah. Oh. Does anybody know what those buildings are? They were there by Figueroa. They look like old barns and like homesteads, like historically preserved, like his before. Before it was a park, it was a blah blah blah, you know. Ah, or God forbid somebody's current home, you know. And it's running up the grass. All they would have to do is burn off the grass ahead of the fire. That would, and just try to button up the vents, hose it down, or sit in the driveway and let it pass. Grass fires, these look more intense than they are. There's too much light entering the camera, and these are very low quality cameras. It's not that intense. It's just there's too much light hitting the camera. So the hot smoke and the flames, like the flames are really only about waist tall at the most. Like a couple of feet, 1 meter at the most when it's grass, especially if it's been mowed. So you can oftentimes just defend it with one little truck. Just get it wet or burn it off ahead of time in the fire, nice and low key. Let it go around and past them. That's the way they oftentimes defend a building. This is our live image. Ah. Oh man. I really don't want a whole lot of light to fill the camera because that might be a structure on fire, overwhelming the camera with light. I need glow in the dark face paint. Kiyama population is under 20. Okay. Am I seeing it correctly? Yeah, they the mods and stuff. They've been tirelessly keeping me informed even before I went live today for hours, and some of them are still here, like Smitty. I don't know if some others went to bed. And Big Al, thanks for being here too. Husky, of course, man. I don't know. Husky's still with us. Sorry, I have not. It's been a hard day to monitor chat. I hope that Angela's been able to get sleep. I'm so afraid right now for the structure. This is what the habitat should be, though. Oak and grass hills. It's natural to have fire here. It's natural for them to go pretty quickly. But as long as there's no dead stuff at the base of these oaks and they're healthy and they don't have their like chinks of the bark missing, they'll shrug off this fire. They're used to it. They're hundreds of years old for a reason. These are full umbrella spreads of large old oaks. But as far as the buildings go, you got to have your defensible space, and there's have a fire crew just kind of babysit it, even for half an hour as the fast-moving grass fire moves past, and then they can go do the next thing. But we've seen structures burn for no reason, and other fires, like in Fresno County, the radio tower building burned, probably destroyed $500,000 of equipment, if I can just take a wild guess. Because they didn't ask anybody to come and babysit it. They had like 6 hours of advance warning, though. This is the other side of the building. Just switching back and forth between them. Oh my God. So unfortunately, gotta make a July 7 morning folder. and take some screenshots of this. It's sad. Figueroa camera burning. We need to tweet this. So you need to take a screenshot about the risk to the camera and get people to re-engage with the stream here if they've left. So do that. We're watching it live. I hope these buildings are not on fire. I hope they're doing something. So let me do a quick tweet, share. And you guys could hit the share button too and pass this on to anybody you think needs to know about wildfires. We try to cover as many as possible. Fire tracking. Okay, pound lake fire camera burnover in progress. Watch now. And add a picture. A lot of people will be like, holy crap. Whew. Yes, add the description. Figure. Okay. The lake wildfire approaches the structures at the Figueroa. How do I spell that again? Jeez. Spell it. I fight G-U-E. By G-U-E. Wait. Figueroa. What is is it a fire lookout or just a little building? Figueroa Terrace. Wildfire. Okay, tall flames sweep up a dead grassy hill past oak trees towards historical structures and wildfire camera position at right. Okay, I hope that's a good enough description for the blind. Did it do it right? It did not do it right. It deleted the picture. What? I hate X. Don't function right. Seriously? It asked me to describe the picture and then it deleted it. Right? Twitter. X. Oh my god. Seriously. Sure. Alright, this is the other live view from the other side. Oh my god. Okay, let's try to listen again. Are the radios active at all, friends? Or anything in Santa Barbara County? Alright, I'm going to turn it on and it may not be relevant whatsoever. Santa Barbara County Sheriff Fire and aircraft and other stuff is on right now. Oh man, Twitter, are you freaking kidding me? Yeah. Sorry, I'm going to turn that way down for you. I don't know how loud that's going to be. Oh my god. I make a good old-fashioned post to just link to my stream the old-fashioned way. Okay, I just won't describe the stupid photo, but then that's how do the blind people know about it? Oh my God, black smoke. And yes, we still got a propane tank in the foreground. No, no. Look, as bad as it looks on the camera, it's not that bad. It would be easy to defend these buildings. Just somebody has to be there. We've seen headlights of. Yeah. There.
Potentially be closer to 6915 Phelps. Could you advise on a better location?
Okay.
Phelps. Access off of Whittier.
6920 access off of Whittier.
I spelled Figueroa again. If I.
Any additional units, approximately 100 feet of visibility north, anything north of Winchester.
Okay, approximately 100 something feet of visibility. Anything north?
51, the apartment complex.
Anything north of the structures? What structures?
652 copy.
35 copy.
Excuse me, guys. I have to save these frames for the video and making the post. All right, we go back to live.
35.
1097.
Okay, other side. Camera. Still mild. Camera burnover imminent? Question mark. Here, 1 and 2 cams. Structures burning in the distance.
Kitchen 11, go ahead. We do have a dumpster on fire. It's about 20 feet from any building. Medic Engine 11 and Truck 11 can handle.
Watch live now. Okay. Any other hashtag I should add?
Battalion 12 copies. Medic Engine 11, Truck 11 to handle. Medic Engine is changing cancel.
It is a lookout tower? Oh, really? Figueroa is a lookout tower? Fire lookout tower? I hope they're there protecting. I have to remind myself it's not calibrated. It's not calibrated. Oh, that's just hot smoke. It's not. Flames are not that tall. Probably only waist high. But when they flare up, that's the reflection of the light on its own smoke. It's not calibrated. Not calibrated. It's not calibrated. Ah! I closed it. I closed it. Okay, that's not good. Okay, it's open again. It's not calibrated. It's not calibrated. Buildings could be okay. It could be okay. Not calibrated. Not calibrated.
35 turn 7.
97.
Okay. Santa Barbara County Lake Fire approaches. Flames in the distance. Flames race up grassy hillside amidst oak trees towards historical buildings very close to the camera. Figueroa. Figueroa. Look out, fire, look out. Which may be in the pound. Next. Yeah, all right, that's fine. Save it. Save it. Post it. Posted. Finally, we got it. Jeez. That's because the share button is broke. Okay. Absolutely real. Yep. As Helen's pointing out, non-native grasses dry out much easier in the season than the native clump-forming grasses, which are deep-rooted and resulting in earlier fire seasons than normal. Yep. Yep. Tell us about them, Helen. Most of the...
Myself and 39 will be en route to Union Avenue.
Whatever that is. Tell us, Helen, most of the native grasses are actually critically endangered, right? What should people want to plant? But if they get rid of the non-native stuff, what can you find it and plant the good stuff? That would be extremely rare habitat these days. And fire tends to promote the proliferation of the grasses that promote fire. It's because they have a strategy. Even if they destroy themselves as a species, hey, we're going to kill all the other plants on the block too. And our seeds from elsewhere will come by in the form of bird poop or the wind, and we'll take over. Since we grow faster, we'll take over and deprive of light any other native grasses trying to grow. That's why they're called invasives. Same thing with like eucalyptus, and its weird strategy is that it'll kill itself like utterly in some portions of its own forest, but since it grows back faster than other things, even the living eucalyptus nearby will recolonize and totally eliminate competing species. Like it's kind of insidious. Holy.
No further.
All right, we're listening to Santa Barbara County, but we're almost hearing 99% law enforcement crap. Mount Elizabeth has a little bit of fire. All right, this one, Figueroa 2, or Figueroa 1. Figueroa 1 is east, Figueroa 2 is west. So here's Figueroa 1. We look at the buildings to the west, which seem to be historical. I'm biting my fingernails off over. Figueroa 2 is looking west, and you can see the fire's glow. We also have another crazy camera angle that I almost forgot about, and that's from the south. Santa Ynez has zoomed in. Flashing light warning. This is from far away, zoomed in, super tight, looking due north from almost the coast. For the last 3 hours.
Call 1 with an available unit to break to 40. Respond for 415 at 512 North Z Zebra. Arcus X is outside, pounding on the windows. Still getting further.
I'm stopping it. They're not talking about the fire at all. Like, I don't think they've said anything at all. So I'm getting super angry the fact that they're not saying about things. I don't care if somebody's ex-husband is pounding on a window trying to get in. Like, I really don't care right now. So just hearing that is stressing me out that they're not covering the fires, at least on this radio. So this is Santa Ynez Peak West, watching the flames approach. Figueroa 2 position. Sorry, anytime I just click, okay, just go back to the other cameras, it'll zoom out. It's just what the website does. I'm sorry. It makes me a bit car sick too. So the It's hard to say, but it's probably showing the flames north, just up the hill that are approaching from the west, because the Figueroa 2 camera can't pivot around that much to show the flames from the west. They're up the hill. Now, the Figueroa 1 cam is looking at the flames from the east that came from the bottom of the hill going up, which I'd imagine just spotted over because of oh my God, embers, drifting down and then starting the fire at the base of the hill, then it comes back up. That's just my wild guess. So here's a frame by frame. This is at 1:02 a.m., almost 1:03, basically. I'll just round up. It's like 1:02, 1:03 a.m. Oh, this is on every 30 seconds. 1:03 a.m. as well. 1:03 a.m. is about 20 seconds. 1:03 a.m. and 22 seconds. 1:03 a.m. and 37 seconds. 1:03 a.m. and 52 seconds. 1:04 a.m. and 7 seconds. It's currently right now on 1:11. So 1:04 and 51 seconds. 1:05 and 6 seconds. 1:05 and 21 seconds. 1:05 and 36 seconds. 1:05 and 51 seconds. Excuse me, I'm saving these. 1:06 and 6 seconds. 1:06 a.m. and 21. 1:07 a.m. and 6. 1:07 a.m. and 21. 1:07 a.m. and 36. 1:07 a.m. and 51. 1:08 a.m. and 6. Still 1:08 a.m. 1:09 and 6 seconds. What a difference 30 seconds makes. Hey, 1:09 and 21 seconds. 1:09 and 36. 1:09 and 51. 1:10 a.m. and 6 seconds. 1:10 a.m. and 21 seconds. 1:10 and 36 seconds. 1:12 a.m. and 50 seconds, and that's incredible. What the hell is that? What's that? Whoa. Swirling winds creating little fire whirls, if I can imagine. Let's look back at the other cam. Sorry, that's not it. So that's Figueroa 1 live. Figueroa 2 live. Let me show you the fire as it approaches from the west is on Santa Ynez Peak West 1. So here's a 15 minutes of it approaching from the west. The stuff climbing the hill is approaching from the east. And that's this incredible zoom there. So here it is approaching from the west. Now we go back. There's a fire approaching from the east. So I'm going to go back a few moments in time to fill in the gaps in the frames. This is at 1 a.m. and 10 seconds. 1 a.m. 1:10 a.m. and 6 seconds. 1 a.m. and 1:10 a.m. and 21. 1:10 and 36. 1:11 and 20. 1:11 and 35. 1:11 and 50. There's a lot of buildings back there. Just hoping they're making it. 1:12 a.m. and 20 seconds. 1:12 a.m. and 35. 1:12 a.m. and 50 seconds. 1:13 and 34. 1:13 and 49. Live. So it was 1:13 and 24 is the last one I got. So here's 1:13 and 34. Sorry, I have to fill in the gap. 115 and 49. 114 and 4. 114 and 19. 14 and 34. 114 a.m. and 49 seconds. I'm glad they put it on accelerated. 115 and 4 seconds. Usually we only get an image every 1 minute, but this is much faster. So we're watching live. And it's not calibrated. For a while it was calibrated a little bit better, but the flames are not that tall. This is a reflection of light up on the smoke clouds. To the right, it's a much more accurate depiction here. Yeah, Angela Cortez says it's nuts. Moody Mike says, well, is anybody checking out captures of any single frame shot? If you look closely, there's a figure there and trying to give a sign. What, where? Yeah, this is right now, Moody Mike. It's this is looking to the east. We're expecting a camera burnover here. Figueroa 1 and 2 cams are on the same building. Rob is saying that it's a fire lookout tower, I guess. Maybe. If so, it's like super low to the ground. Husky says the flames are running down the mountain. Yeah, they're climbing it too. It's going off in all different directions. So we have multiple cam views. This is from very far away, showing the fire approaching from the west, but above the cam. So here's the Figueroa cam looking west. This is the live view. We keep seeing the glow, but only very distant cams zoomed in from the south, like very, very, very far away. I've been showing the fire approaching, and this is somewhat slowly. You can see that it's traveling against the wind. That's probably why. You can see the smoke being carried away the opposite direction, but fires can travel against the wind, of course, just because fire could touch vegetation next to itself, right? The wind speed would have to be extremely fast to prevent the fire from going against the wind. We're talking like 75 plus mile an hour. Like, that's not present here. I don't know what the current wind speed is. But here's on the east side of the same building, where I imagine that the embers went down to the Husky, like to the base of, like they flew over down the hillside, lit the hillside at the bottom on fire, and of course fire likes to climb. So I think embers probably drifted over and started this, and that's why the fire's approaching from two sides at once. I have no idea. But if you're actually being serious, or if you're being like Mooney Mike, if you're being serious or actually joking, please let me know. I can't tell the difference in chat sometimes. Yeah, so yeah, Rob, it's we're looking due east and due west. I hope I cleared that up for you. I am capturing individual frames because we'll lose most of these when we hit the button to, you know, go back in time, and I can at least make my own eventual time lapse that's a lot silkier, smooth, and shows a lot more of what's happening when I have the time to do that. It's some video editing software, so you can't tell, but I'm right clicking and saving these. I've done that for a lot of different camera burnovers, and it's just eerie, riveting television. You know what I mean? Husky says I calculated near half a mile ember casting and spotting. Yeah. How do you do your calculations, Husky? So like from a distance, here it approaches. So that would be the wind here, at least the smoke is pushing this part of the fire west because we're looking from the south. But I don't know what the prevailing wind direction is. The wind higher at the very mountain peaks is oftentimes a different direction than some of the wind that's a little bit lower and plunges up and down mountains like a roller coaster, right? So there's the upper prevailing winds versus some that go up and down. Don't ask me about the phenomenon, but just in the nick of time yesterday, and we have a huge amount of square miles here with heat detections. It's a big one. Grays from earlier today, less than 12 hours old, but longer than 6. Yellow is from 1 to 6 hours ago. Orange is in the last hour. Red is in the last 10 minutes. And whenever the satellite passed over, which was at 8:14, that was at 1:14 in the morning. I'll probably get another satellite pass over really quickly. So this is the west side of the building live, east side of the building live. Now, I did see headlights, up there. Do a quick 1 hour time lapse. See, that's, they got fire crews presumably trying to hold Figueroa Road. I don't know if they went away or if they were helping to do structure protection or if they're trying to just hold the road or what the heck's happening. Or we did see them up there, so these are our live images. Helen Henthorne says, there's barbed wire fences and the lower branches of the oaks have been grazed well above the ground, which improves their survival. Good, good. Yeah, oaks are built for this. Raven, sorry, says the oak trees just finished a bloom cycle or dropping dry leaves like mad, so the ground will be littered with them. Yeah, I don't know that much about oak trees, but even if their limbs are on fire and the little leaves are on fire, they'll be fine in spring usually. They looked completely dead. They looked after the Paradise Fire happened, which was huge, and it covered many, many square miles. It was a high altitude mountain forest fire, basically, or mid-range altitude, and canyon fire, which morphed into a plateau fire on Paradise, which was in pines mostly. Then it roared down the foothills towards the valley, and it became a grass fire roaring across the valley. It went across 99, went past Chico, and was in the rice fields and cattle pastures. So it was a multi-habitat type of fire. The oaks that are on the slopes leading up the drive, it's a zigzag drive to get up to Paradise from the valley. And that's all grasses and oaks, basically. It's not exactly the exact natural habitat, but the oaks belong there, even if it's mostly invasive stickerbush grasses. Crap. Helen, what do you think are the worst offenders for the grasses? Like, what's the worst thing to have, other than things like the usual suspects like star thistle and stuff? The sticker bushes are not native, right? I'm not a botanist here, so I don't know. But some people have put eucalyptus in places, but all the oaks look dead. They were just black and charred things. No, thousands of them, as far as the eye could see, by Pence Road, especially. It was heartbreaking. I drove past them that December, 100% certain they were all dead. December 2018, after the Paradise Fire. And I came back in spring and they were sprouting. And there's new green grass everywhere, and you couldn't even tell there had been a fire, where it was all just black and charred wasteland looking stuff throughout the entire winter. It was just startling. I couldn't find an oak tree that was actually dead unless I looked really hard on the landscape as I drove past. So the ones with breached bark, where bark is missing in chunks, they're quite vulnerable. The ones with the knot holes and hollows in them, they're quite vulnerable. Half dead ones have been struck by lightning before. You get the picture. Okay, the camera just rotated. But as long as their bark is intact, grass is no threat. It burns up too fast to get the oak going, like to get it on fire. And if you have seasoned firewood that's oak, it's hard to get it going in your stove or your campfire. It's basically nature's designed to be almost fireproof bark and very fire resistant to even heartwood. So what threatens them is a lot of dead stuff at the bottom, like that would just keep burning and keep burning. After the grass goes by in just minutes, like it's over, it's done. So But if you have a lot of dead oak limbs and like other debris at the base and buildup of stuff, little building or whatever, you know, bushes. Go back to looking at the fire. What is wrong with you, camera? Camera, for serious. What are you doing? I demand you go back and turn around. Look at the fire. What is happening here? Ah, it's not obeying. I don't know what's going wrong. Oh my God, why? Pampas grass is terrible. Yeah, yeah. But what is the sticker bush stuff that gets all over your shoes? Um, yeah, and yeah, keep us informed, Helen, about the factors here. Yeah, there's hundreds of bad species. Great, great. Um, and no secret messages or weird funny business right now. Okay. Uh, when there's an actual like crisis, we got to be pretty serious. Make it quite obvious if you're joking. It's not an evil response to joke in the face of disaster. I mean, the British do it all the time. But make it clear. If it's not clear, you're scaring people. So that's why the rule exists. Like if you're saying there's a figure in front of a fiery landscape or something, like you better be joking or you better be really serious explaining what the heck you mean. So that people don't have a heart attack, you know. Why is the camera not looking at the fire threatening it? Ah! Okay, Figueroa 2 is looking at it. Holy crap. Did they lose control? Uh, okay, this is a 5-minute time lapse. Figueroa 2 went from looking to the west to looking at the south. And Figueroa 1 is too. So is it coming up over the hill? Like what? Where's it coming from? I think it's. I'm so angry. Okay, it's in. It's moving around. Holy crap. I hope these little holes don't go deep into the building or embers can get in there. You gotta block it. I hope these cracks in the siding have been sealed on the inside somehow. This is not good. I'm worried that that screen is flammable itself. It's not metal. I don't know if it's a window screen or a screen door or what. What are we looking at? What are we looking at? I wonder if that little orange cone's gonna melt. At least it's got defensible space, very low, either cut grass or the. In fact, there's a gravel almost like parking lot over there. But the embers can go up into the roof and get to any of these little slots if they're not actively defending the building. Why are both cameras looking away from the fire right now? What the heck? Santa Ynez changed? Okay, thank you. Whoa, yeah, it's Santa Ynez. Now we're looking north from the beach. Basically, very, very far away. Holy crap. Flashing light warning. I'm not sure what will happen. It was zoomed in crazy. This is the fire approaching the building from the west. What we were seeing on the hillside fire, that was fire approaching from the east. It's on both sides. So this one has been looking from a long distance away. It's fire approaching from the west towards the building, best as we could tell. Thank you for the heads up on that. But why is the camera not looking? Okay, it's moving, moving. It's a olive tree down there, I believe. Okay, last frame, next frame. It's a current frame. What's underneath the tree? Is that a creature? Is that like a stump? Or is it like an animal? Does that look like an animal? Sometimes they run until exhaustion and just sit down. I hope it's just like a stump or something. Uh, Sometimes they're smart. They just hunker down, rest a bit, and they continue on their merry way. Going backwards in time a little bit, back to life. But sometimes animals are not smart. They panic and run themselves into exhaustion and have to lay down, and then it might happen. But look how the grass is mowed down low. Those are pretty low tree branches, but maybe it'll survive. I just wonder if that's an animal. So, but it's not a person. It looks like a bear's head or something. But yeah, Mooney, Mike, I don't know what you were talking about. I asked you to clarify. Didn't get that, but we've got to be very careful. Okay, does it move? The camera's tilting around. I just don't remember it being there yesterday. It's not like I looked very hard at that tree yesterday. It was a bug. But it could be like a bear or something just kind of chilling, or maybe it's a tree stump or a chair that looks like a bear. But man, just tense. And the fire's just off camera, and none of them are looking directly at it. Okay, do we maybe there's a different view, the pano view. Yeah, pano view. Let's go to one of them. This is no, not Grassman. What's the wrong button? Figueroa 2. Yeah, pano view. Okay, so we'll keep checking back. Yeah, it rotated. The new one. That's kind of eerie. Could be like a anything from a chair to a bear. Front center that I'm taking that to be an olive tree. What do you think? Not an oak. I don't know if Helen, do you know if olive trees resist fire or do they burn like blazes? The glow from the bottom. That's either vehicle headlights or that's fire right there. So the current direction that Figueroa 2 is looking for, it switches north. I didn't know it had a north view. Dang it. All right, we may have lost the ability to do a time lapse from Figueroa 2 because it's fully in pano mode right now. Hang on, let me save that screenshot. Pano 1. A little bit more of an involved screenshot. Sorry, that's unrelated. Outside. Okay, it's still rotating. Figure 1 is stuck. I mean, it's possible that they are trying to save the shutter. Do they think that there's too much light that it could damage? Not shutter. Do they think that it could damage the light sensor? I can't imagine why they're looking away from it, or they lost control, or they're thinking that the panorama is more important than anything else. This image is north, though. We could put a compass. Actually, I thought north was 0 degrees on compass. Olive trees burn their high oil content. Well, I was hoping they'd be a little bit, at least their bark would be resistant. Maybe that's why fires in Greece are so bad. There's a huge olive industry, sorted by Paradise or by Corning, especially because California's Mediterranean climate, most of the foothills, is just like Greece. And Greece is also seventh circle of hell for wildfires because it's well the Mediterranean climate. There's very few places on Earth that are as bad to fight wildfires as California, and it's usually places next to a big ocean. They're somewhat dry much of the time. You have like oceans and or deserty stuff and mountain ranges by the sea and inland too. So you got Portugal, California, Chile, and Peru, and you have Greece, the Mediterranean Sea, not an ocean, but it's got mountains to the north of it, and then almost identical looking landscape, like southern Italy is similar too. Like I felt like I was at home, driving from Rome to southern Italy by like Naples Bay. I was a long time ago on a very long time ago on a class international field trip thing. Okay, is this gonna update? So I was just like, this is exactly like California. The only thing that was different, because we were going south and the mountains are on the left, just like in California, like the tallest mountains. The difference was the mountains had castles on the top of them instead of multi-million-dollar home things, you know, or ranches. There's sequoias in Israel and they're on fire. I thought that was the cedar trees of Lebanon. They have sequoias too? Wait, okay, on a compass isn't north 0 degrees? Isn't 180 south? Because occasionally when you do show on map and you look at the direction pointer, occasionally it's just wrong. Uh, uh, uh. Okay. Well, we're going to see if this building survives. It's being tested. I'm really hoping the other building survive. It's got good defensible space, but will the embers intrude? Are all the windows shut? Is there anybody here to protect it? We can hear nothing on the radio, so I turned it off. And it makes us all the more nervous. I just don't want to see history burned, period. Ever. Yeah, or anything really burning necessarily. Don't like destruction. This is also critical to survive so that we can have good wildfire information. If we don't have the cameras, we lose a critical, and so do fire crews, a critical way to monitor how fast things are spreading, where they're going. Like we can look at the smoke columns, where's the local winds versus like, you know, satellites can tell us where the winds are at altitude, right? Only somebody there or a camera or a windsock or something in a little wind gauge can tell us what is the wind direction on that particular slope right now. It changes because fire will make its own weather locally, and we need to see what the heck's going on. I must remind people that no matter how much you're laughing in the face of danger or making jokes or whatever, you've got to be really clear. A lot of people, that's their natural response to stress. Make jokes about things. Totally understandable. So when everybody's stressed, you got to be really clear if you're joking or not. Like, don't say, "Hey, there's a figure in front of the fire," and stress us out, right? It's not the place for pranks. Watching this information is a right. Speaking here is a privilege. And I'm very grateful. Everybody is welcome to talk about anything here that's benign and supportive, especially give us new fire information. Tell us which cameras to look at. Ask questions. It's all good here. Support people. Praise the mods especially for being here and helping. Tell stories, you know. It's good. But it's not the place to start spouting your own or repeating wacko theories. I have to say, I'm not trying to be mean here, but you know what I mean. Oddball, I should say, or how could I say this politically? Creative theories. Okay, not the place here. It stresses people out. If we think the fire is doing something, we have to differentiate between what we know as verified, official info, or verified in some other way. If it's important, like I think the fire's heading west because I'm seeing it on a cam or somebody said it, just say I think so. That's good. We just have to be clear. What's verified, what isn't. This is all fine, you know. It's not like sometimes people are afraid to talk. Don't be, you know. Say hi, pat us on the head, say the mods are doing a good job, you know. I think the fire's coming right up here on the hill. Yeah, it says 180 degrees is the compass. Like it has the direction. Ah, okay, it just pivoted. Whatever that is, it may just be a chair or a stump or something. It hasn't moved in a long time. I unless I'm less convinced that it's an animal. Okay. Flashing light warning, we're doing a 1 hour time lapse. So here's mostly looking to the west of the building, the Figueroa, Figueroa, whatever. It's supposed to be a little fire lookout station or hut or something. It's not very tall off the ground. But it keeps rotating around. Mostly looking west. Getting closer and closer to the building. But yeah, it could be like an animal taking refuge, like a bear, but I would have thought that it would move on by now. I think it's like a stump. Who knows? Alright, it's moving again. Let me know if the other camera views change. So this is the pano view of Figueroa. Just tell me how to say that. And if that is an olive tree, it's good that they mowed underneath it, but it's so low to the ground that we could lose it. But these are all easy to babysit. Good defensible space. One engine here could totally be fine. Just sitting here defending the buildings. I mean, it's grass, but there's good defensible space. If nobody is here defending the buildings, I'm not happy. Maybe they have their reasons. Maybe there's a home with a evacuation, trying to evacuate a person. Of course, higher priority. Of course, that will allow for that. But if they just knew that the fire is coming, like they really have for more than a day now, and just didn't order somebody from a nearby town to come babysit these buildings, then I'm mad. We've seen that again happen, like in Fresno County, where we're losing buildings for no reason and critical cameras and communications. These tend to be where the radio repeaters are at as well, not just the cameras. And if they lose radio comms, they pull out of an area entirely and they let things burn that they normally wouldn't, like people's homes. Whoops. We heard that live on the radio with the bolt and flash fire in Fresno County. People were evacuating Squaw Valley. The crews were getting people out, making sure they were out, and doing individual structure protection. And then they said, oh, it looks like the fire may take out our repeaters up on the radio hill. If that happens and you can't hear us anymore, stop structure protection, stop evacuating people, and return to the pizza place, which is where they were staging, which means meeting. Oh my God. Okay. Next, we want to go get Figueroa. That's the California pronunciation. Okay, where we put the stress though. Thank you, Raelvin, for walking me through it. I feel like a 5-year-old sometimes trying to pronounce this stuff. I'm pretty good at saying stuff like San Joaquin Valley, and somebody else will be like San Jacoquian, Jaqua. No, it's Joaquin. Okay, like Joaquin Phoenix. No, I know most of this stuff, but I've never been here. New evacuation order. Okay, thank you for the lake fire, Big Al. We will have to go back to tracking the Shelly fire. It's not next to us town right now. We were working on that. It's moving really fast in Siskiyou County, but like I said, it's in the middle of the kind of nowhere right now. Okay, first syllables. Figueroa. Figueroa. Is that right now? All right. So our lake fire, we have new evacuation update. Evacuation order level 3 go. As of 2 minutes ago, Figueroa Mountain Road from 5380 Figueroa Mountain Road, also known as the Grouse Mountain Trailhead, to the neighborhood within Sawmill Basin, including Tunnel Road and the Figueroa Campground. Well, considering it's already on fire, that's a little late. Looking at the maps, all right, better late than never, I guess. But if this is the right spot, Sawmill Basin right here, like here's Figueroa where our cameras are, and we are looking to the east and the west. This is like all on fire right here, and it was headed this way more than an hour ago. All right. Are we going to get an evacuation map sometime, Santa Barbara County? That'd be good. That'd be good. You've had 24 hours to make one. You want me to walk you through it, guys? I could walk you through how to make one. Maybe I should have made one myself. That's what's so weird. Santa Barbara County didn't do it, but as you could see, there's heat detectors everywhere. Figueroa 1 is still off in the distance, so it looks like what's happening is Figueroa 2 is on its own. In rotate duty, getting these panoramic images. So it may look like it's all real time, but each one of the bottom images, or even the tops, are at least 30 seconds apart, I would believe, but it's good enough. Man. I'm going to take another panoramic screenshot. Another exciting night of a camera burnover, but if I'm up all night, I can't possibly wake up for tomorrow. So I need a co-host. I do the night shift naturally. I'm a natural night person. I'm super awake right now, even though I'm on low sleep. I have to eat the rest of my corn. Yeah, you can do it for this too. It's just an image taken at a random time before to show people what's around this camera on a clear day. That's in case there's fog or something. But now we can see apocalypse and a clear day. Apocalypse and a clear day. Wow, it's wild. I would love to have panoramic mode time lapse. I don't know why that's not a feature, but dude, can we like donate or something and request features? Okay, in live update is the higher resolution panorama mode. Amy D says also a night person. Yeah, I need a day shift person. Whoops, I forgot to update. Figueroa. How to spell it though? Ueroa. Figueroa cam burnover in progress. So it's remains to be seen if the camera survives. It's low to the ground, but it's got defensible space. There's no like grass underneath it like the other one. The winds are not as fierce though, which means it's actually kind of bad in a way. When the winds are crazy, it will flatten the flames down on the ground, and the flames don't have a chance to reach up and catch things above it on fire. And neither does the heat. The heat can't really melt the camera bubbles. They're like security cams with those bubbles where you can't see which way the camera's looking, you know, and it's darkened like sunglasses kind of thing, but it's plastic. And we've seen those melt right off, and the camera died. That's the last image of this bubbling, boiling plastic look. We saw that happen in the Beachy Creek fire in 2020. That was a deadly fire. The one that I evacuated my own mom from. I took my own headset off and said, guys, I have to evacuate my own mom, and I just left the stream going with mods in charge. So we gotta appreciate our mods. That's the things they do for us here. All volunteers. Man, I love you guys. I'm running on a bit of adrenaline, but it's important to when you are sleep deprived, what your body needs is a lot of extra food. Constantly snack, no matter what it is. If you have to pull long hours, long shifts, the best thing you can do for your body is keep snacking, just constantly eat. Of course, you may have your own dietary restrictions, but generally the highest calorie, saltiest, fattiest, sugary stuff. We're talking on the temporary, because your body needs extra calories and nutrition, anything to burn to keep going. And that's your snack. And you have to remember your solid meals, though. They're super healthy. But that is the best way to handle sleep deprivation and not just suddenly hit a wall and just face plant forward. You have to tell your body, I need you right now. Out loud if is best. Because what you're doing is you're asking your subconscious, which is in control of most of your body functions. It's in control of whether or not it presses adrenaline buttons or makes you do fight or flight or whatever. If you're hurting your body by staying awake and working too hard, it will push buttons to make you tired, to make you try to go down. If you need it in a crisis, say, body, I need you. I'm making a deal with you. It's totally legit. Not a weird thing I made. It's reading many different psych books and the like, and how survivors just pulled off impossible things, like hikers that fall and break their legs and yet walk 20 miles or crawl 20 miles to a road for safety, you know, that sort of thing. Is oftentimes they just say, look, I need you right now to accomplish this. We have to do this. And then what you say is, I'll let you rest. I'll feed you all the nutrition you want. You have to keep that promise. But the more and more you keep the promise, the more and more it trusts you and will start cooperating. And it's something you gotta maintain. But your subconscious part of you, the primitive brain, it's a big dumb animal. It's always wanting to help you, but it has ideas about what's helpful, right? Um, like if it's important, you don't panic and you're not sure what to do though. It'll be like, oh, let's panic. Here's adrenaline. Run. I've been very helpful now. Now you can run fast. You know what I mean? Like that's what your subconscious will do. Um, if you make a deal with it, oftentimes you'll find you've got whatever it takes to get through something. Just don't do it too often, and constantly eat, constantly snack. Don't skip meals. Do the best you can, and never fail to keep the promise. You have to sit there and give it all the rest at once. I broke last night. I told it I would give it all the rest today at once. So it's now going, But you can just talk to it again and say, a new thing popped up, same similar thing. And at one point, this will catch up with me and it will force me to be like, oh, whatever, no more promises. You are going to sleep for like 12 hours solid at least. This is why I need a daytime co-host. But at night, I just come back to life. You know, I'm a natural night person. That's the way I was born. The way I am. And despite my crazy levels of fatigue and lack of sleep, it's almost used to it by now. It's like, hey, body, I need you to. It's like, I know, I'm doing it. Here's your energy. Come on, let's go. The more you practice this, the more it'll be available for you as a you have a 110% dig down resource. You know, it's a psychological trick. It's always listening to you. If you say things out loud, it hears it a lot better than say a thought. So you'll sound like you're crazy, but you know, be isolated and just be like, hey, body, dude, I need you on board. Let's go. This is why it's important. We have to do it. Just trust me. Now let's go. Oh boy, you can tell it's live. You got more brightness on the cam here. But I hate doing this too much. It'd be great if I had a co-host. But whenever I inquire about, hey, could anybody else do this? Like, you know, AD, like the way I do, like, hey, do you have a lot of basic, at least basic fire knowledge? Yeah, many do. Many have more than I do, like real firefighters and ex-firefighters, and you know, even somebody who's a pro weather person could predict where things are going probably better than I could. But also, do you have relevant knowledge? But also, do you have communication skills, such as do you know how to set up microphones and stuff, and adjust the volume and do a noise gate? I have a noise gate. I have a compressor. It's not all 100% functional right now because I was trying to set up a better mic. Then I had to fall back to this one. I'm still waiting for my sound experts to help me out with my fancy gear. But do you know how to make sure that you're not too loud or too soft? Can you noise gate? Can you use compressor? Can you adjust that on the fly? That's sound is one of the most challenging things. We have low sound quality now, but I hope to fix it. I just think there's no better headset available for this that's under $1,000. Do you have the relevant fire knowledge? Do you know how to use? Do you have a supercomputer, or at least a very robust desktop that can handle this, or a super robust laptop? You need multiple screens and monitors. Do you know how to do that? Yeah, you know how to set that up, maintain it. Do you know how to use a VPN to bypass restrictions so that you could get certain websites that may or not be blocked? Do you know how to navigate, use CalTopo and navigate the different layers, the imagery, the whatnot? Do you know how to check things with satellite, technical and whatnot? Do you know how to use Google Earth? You know, do you know how to troubleshoot the internet connection on the fly? Do you have to? Do you know how to collect the logs and the data and hand them over to your ISP and a VPN? That's what I've been doing the last couple weeks. All right. Are you very familiar with firefighting terms, or at least can you keep a glossary right next to you or a little handbook or something to interpret what they're saying? Do you know how to set up Broadcastify and the dashboard systems? Do you know how to stream multiple import multiple volume? Excuse me. You know how to broadcast multiple channels of audio and adjust the volumes of each one and individually apply the filters and noise gates, compressors, and the like. I worked on movie sets. I know a little bit about it, but even I'm a newbie. Sound is its whole thing. Like on a movie set, there's a sound guy or a sound lady. That's all they do. That's all they specialize in it because you got to basically go to school for that, love it, and keep doing it all the time. It's super complicated. And then, do you have a robust computer that can handle this? Do you have at least 32 gigs of RAM? I'm thinking I need 64. Do you have at least a i7 or an i9 processor or a Ryzen 7 or a Ryzen 9? My Ryzen 7 didn't cut it. Now I'm on a Ryzen 9 thanks to your kind donations, but that was $350 as an upgrade. I only sold the old one for 45, just depreciated value. Then, if you buy one, do you know how to install it? Then I had to buy a radiator because air fans can't cool it, so I had to custom modify my own PC to accommodate the extra large radiator. So it's a water cooled processor. It's still producing tremendous amount of, I mean, it doesn't, it's always producing the same amount of heat no matter what you're doing. But what water cooling allows is it to produce more heat than usual, actually. Because if it's on air, an air fan, producing a lot of heat, what will happen is is the camera going to burn over or what? Just trying to figure out. Are we getting updates? Oh, sorry, I had it on clear day mode. Yeah, it's overwhelming that side of the camera. So I had to upgrade the video card with your kind donations, man. It was during the video card shortage. I kept missing streams because I was waiting outside of Best Buys and Walmart's and anywhere you could buy a video card for hours before the stores would open for a chance to win, to enter the lottery for the few video cards that would hit the shelves. So there's hundreds of people standing in line outside. I would sit there reading a book or looking at the phone trying to track wildfires from the parking lot. I finally got one on Craigslist. It was an MSRP, this 3070 card. MSRP was something like 600, but actually 450. Actually, I think about it. Back when video cards were a bit cheaper, I had to pay almost 800. And that was a guy on Craigslist discounting it because they were on the street for 1,200. Things that normally cost 450. So this isn't even a streaming quality video card. This is a 70 class video card, which is very good for gaming, but just underneath what you would want for streaming. You would want an 80 or a 90 class video card. But is it worth $800 now? No, it's not. It's depreciation, and we had to do what we had to do. But we don't have other upgrades to the hardware because, like, I told the guy on Craigslist, could you cut a little bit off that price because this is to help the public. Like, this is what I do. So he cut $300 off. I mean, it was super nice of him. But I took it home and I installed it live on stream. Like, can you just open your PC and install stuff if something breaks down and keep the show rolling, or if you need an upgrade, like immediately. I had formerly a 1070 Ti. We upgraded from a 1070 Ti to a 3070, which is huge as an upgrade. But you can see why we were struggling before. Do you have the immense capacity? Like, do you just buy 18 terabyte hard drives routinely? 10 to 18 terabyte hard drives. That's what you'll need to continuously record, like what I do with my broadcasts, so that just in case YouTube deletes it or there's a weird copyright thing. Wow. Fire's very close to the building now. That's a bright glow. Actually, is that just an uncalibrated version? It should be the same view. Yeah, maybe the other camera is just not calibrated right, or it's out of action. I don't know why it's so wildly distorted and super bright on this view. But there's a lot to it. You don't need every single one of these skills. If you had like a relative that could do your computer maintenance for you, but if they were on call and could do this in the drop of a hat, sure, you'd still have to learn the software. You'd still have to learn all that stuff about audio, and then be able to troubleshoot it. Oh, and how do you know how to connect the webcam as well? Have to disable the audio on the webcam, and make the headset audio the main, of course. Otherwise, we have cacophony is echoing. You know, you have to have the subscriptions. You have to have YouTube, and the money cost of that YouTube Premium, which is like 14 something bucks a month, $30 a year for Broadcastify. Flight Radar 24 is like something per year. I can't remember, 25 or 30. Your VPN, which is 12 to 14 bucks a month, or cheaper if you buy an entire year. You have to upgrade to the greatest package you can get for internet. So I have $90 a month for the internet. If you want to go live from the field, you have to have the highest grade of internet for your phone, so you don't get throttled. Emergency. Yeah. And Helen then says, can you do it all these things with averaging 4 nights for hours of sleep like Catherine does, and still talk nonstop? Yes, I have a windbag. I know. But I can only do that for so long, and that's why I disappear for like 20 hours. I'm sleeping for 20 hours. Like, it catches up, and I let my body rest. There's oftentimes it takes over, and I can't get out of bed actually. But I know it's not the best thing for my health. Whoa, okay, we have a brand new view. Figueroa 1 is back on track. Okay. Look, check it out, boys and ladies. It just swiveled back just a minute ago. Okay. Don't know why it looked away from the fire. Maybe the light was going to damage the light sensor. Maybe nobody was watching it and it moved away by its own. Maybe they lost control. I don't know. But it's now looking, I believe, to the east again. But my time lapse is ruined because it looked away. Don't ask me why. What's my Twitter? @KWildfire. Thank you for asking. Let me get you a link. And I'll eventually migrate the new and improved logo to YouTube, but I want to improve the stream quality first. But lastly, you know what the number one thing is that people don't have is the time. They don't have the time to just sit here day after day. Like the Dixie Fire Caldor, that was 96 days in a row, or 97, that I streamed with only 5 or 6 days off. But those are the times when I just slept without any way to stop, you know. But if you had asked me how I did that, I would have told you I can't do that. Like, I'm not very, my health is pretty poor. There's no way I can do that. I was never signed up for that. It's just Dixie Fire just kept going, and I kept thinking, it's over in a week. It's going to be over in a week. It's rain seems to be in the forecast, and oh, they're getting a handle on it now, and then they didn't, you know. And when the Caldor broke out, they had to split their forces, and the Caldor became an equally impressive raging inferno. And the only thing that put out the Dixie and the Caldor was snow for the Caldor. You remember, that was higher elevation, October snow, and rain for the Dixie. So usually I can devote say I can sacrifice the summer. Really don't leave the house. I don't even know what's going on. It can be very warm, and there's a pool outside. I can't do anything. I miss everything. All birthdays. Everybody thinks I hate them because I don't call them even on their birthdays. I can't visit people. This is really hard on me and my family. My dad is in his 80s. I missed his birthday here. And that's why I want the laptop where you can take this show on the road. He's got good internet. A lot of my family in California has good internet. But in 2022, when my really good laptop died that I paid my own money for, $2,500, or I think it was on sale at Best Buy for less than that. During a Black Friday thing, I charged it up to go to California. I had all my good gear ready to go. And I go into the bedroom where it was charging on my bed. I'll never charge a laptop on my bed ever again. No flammable surface. It'll always be on a non-flammable surface from now on, like a granite countertop, I put the laptop on my actual lap and burned my leg. That's how I found out the MOSFETs were absolutely overheating. Don't even ask me what MOSFETs are. They're like capacitors on a circuit board. But they're by the processor, and something happened and they overheated so bad that like it put a sunburn on my thigh through my pants. And it was going to light my bed on fire. So I ripped the cord out and got it outside. But that's how the laptop died. And so, once again, you need on-the-fly skills. I called around and I said, does anybody have a laptop? I need to be in California for the 4th of July parade. It's like July 3rd. Or July 2nd. Like, I need a laptop right now. Mom came through, gave me her old one, but it was for business. It's really not for video. And it's hot in here. I got to turn the AC. So I just, with a screwdriver, removed her old hard drive. I said, thanks. Here it is. So you don't lose any of your data. Bought a hard drive off the shelf. Drove to California, and I had to drive throughout the night. I arrived at 7 in the morning at Janesville. Then we were at the Chester 4th of July parade. Okay, I don't know how close the fire is to the other side of the canal, but it was approaching from 2 different sides. Yeah, see, this is the west side, guys. It's not over. The fire could approach from the west and just burn up everything in this view. We're watching. They may be trying to stop it up there at Figueroa Road, but I'm not sure. And the fire is trying to come up the hill from this direction. So hold on to your butts, guys. So once we arrived in Janesville, hey, thank you, Travis, for being here. It was like, okay, decorate the car. Sister Goldenhair's car at the time. John Stoker was there. C-Pro met me there. I arrived super late. We did the 4th of July parade, but that's how I learned my lesson, that I had a cheaper T-Mobile plan, so I started streaming it, and it cut off because I didn't have the highest tier plan. So you have to have the highest ones to not get throttled, so that sucked. After that, massive traffic jam, and then the arrow fire broke out. Otherwise, I would have met everybody, the Dixie fire survivors, and we were supposed to go to a pizza place to celebrate the end of the Dixie fire, right? Well, the electric fire is breaking out, so I downloaded a copy of Windows 10. Thank goodness we had decent internet in Janesville, and installed Windows 10 on the fly on my mom's old laptop, and then found out, unfortunately, it just wasn't good enough to stream. I tried a few times in 2022, but I would have been live the whole time as I filmed at Caldor Burn Scarred. As it was, I mostly had to do it from a cell phone, and that just didn't work. But we're going to fix that. Now I know I have a much better idea and more experience. In the field experience, first-hand experience about just what you need to have a decent production, similar to this quality here on the road. So that's what the laptop fund is, and I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Everybody's donated. I still don't have a total, because I don't even have enough time to sleep, let alone just sit there and add stuff up. I have to check things like the Cash App and the Venmo. Hey, F-Spot says, I'm new here. Is this your full-time gig? Well, I don't want it to be. Thank you for coming here, F-Spot. Glad to have you. It'll be hard to ever find us again if you don't subscribe. I'm just warning you. We have to start the stream restart it every 12 hours because YouTube will not save a video that doesn't go over 12 hours. So we can't be 24-hour live like a lot are. And so that puts us at the bottom of YouTube search results again. But yeah, since my friend died in a wildfire in 2017 and my brother almost died in paradise, I noticed that people don't have the information that they need. They don't know where fires are, what their evacuation is, and info is, and where they should be going, what they should be doing. There's a lot of bureaucratic red tape nightmare. And time again, the officials give very, very late or even not at all notice to evacuate. The reverse 911 system failed in Paradise. It failed to warn my friend who died in 2017 Cascade Fire. And the media doesn't cover anything 24/7 either. And even when if we're lucky enough for them to get a hotline, the Forest Service or this or that, they usually shut it down by 8 p.m. But as you can see, it's 2 in the morning and we've got rampaging infernos. But Santa Barbara County did not have any evacuation map whatsoever, even though this has been going on for a very long time. Yes, last night's stream, there was a 7-mile long wall of flame, 7 miles wide. The wind direction changed after 8:45 last night, Santa Barbara County. 7-mile long wall of fire. Ran down to the valley. Nobody could get any information about it. It looked like a nuclear bomb. This is my broadcast from last night. Here's the link if you want to go check it out. Of course, later, of course. But it's what it looked like from some of the same cams we're looking at. This is Santa Ynez Peak West, looking to the north from the coast. There's no exaggeration, but just utter chaos, right? So when people see this out their window, we track the wildfires to the best of our ability. We crowdsource information. We look at the satellites. This is our current satellite heat detection map. So Santa Barbara County, we can adjust wind. We do look at the official sources when they decide to update things. We knew that this area was on fire already, and then they decided to do a very late evacuation order. Okay, they still don't have an evacuation map. Well, they finally do. Oh, they finally do. Good job. Good job, Santa Barbara County. Really, that should have been created last night. Huh. So, this is their. This is hot off the press, guys. This is their red zone mandatory, and what is their key for orange? Warning. Okay. Yay! Good job, Santa Barbara County. I don't know why, but a lot of Office of Emergency Services places don't keep 24-hour staffing. So usually if we're lucky, for wildfires, we get 7 a.m. perhaps updates, or 7 p.m. like community meetings. But we can't listen to the radio here. We usually are. Where the fire's getting quite close, different sides. This Figueroa camp. Cool, you found my random recommendation on the homepage. I'm pretty stunned at the level of detailed research put into the field of expertise. So, thank you. I hate fire, honestly. I don't want to do this, but it's a need, And I tried to name it the Wildfire Tracking Team. It's not long enough. Like there's not enough word space for the channel name, and I agonized over that. But I wanted to do history videos and stuff, and I studied disasters, including wildfire disasters. I thought they were mostly the history books. the giganto fires, the ones that erase towns and multiple lives. But I used to take horseback riding lessons in Paradise. Yeah, what's your interest, F Spot? Where are you located? I'm glad that YouTube is connecting people. We can thank everybody who cooperates and hits the like button, because we start the stream every 12 hours if we're going 24 hours in a crisis. We start at the bottom of the search results again. So we asked people to hit the like button. We've had 5,686 views, but only 280 likes. Oh, somebody just hit it. Thank you. But we have to beg people to hit the button to go trending to even hope to get up into the search results. What was your search, by the way, if you don't mind? Was it like Lake Fire or something? We try to do everything else like tweet and try to get people to retweet the fact that I'm live. It's not that many people on X these days, it seems like. But I'm not very good at promoting. There's not enough time. I burn to sleep when some of these red flag weekends are happening. But we have to do this. We've gotten feedback. We have saved lives before, but sometimes the officials, it's a mix of red tape, bureaucratic nightmare stuff where even they want to say, hey, within several days, your town may be affected, so you should get, whoa, put that ember cast. Oh man, I needed to screenshot that. Look. This is a great example of a wind whoosh. Or perhaps a tree on fire or something else has collapsed. And the wind is just pushing embers like a snowflakes in a blizzard up into the air. We've had some very interesting, unique video today from Ferris with the Placerville fire. We will go look at Placerville again. The mapping plate. Sorry, I'm taking screenshots. Just trying to figure out what was there. Don't know. Something though happened right here. Could be a dead tree that just keeled over and splashed. Fire everywhere. I hope it's not the collapse of a structure we can't see off cam. I'm just so worried. It looks like an old homestead or barns or structure, historic kind of old looking building. Maybe the remains of an old logging company camp or just something. It says sawmill something. California's losing its history to fires so quickly, it sucks. That's what I was originally going to do, is make videos on disappearing history, abandoned places, ghost towns especially, not paranormal, but the history, like Gold Rush. Oh no, where's that building on fire in the background? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, what here? I think that's a burning building. Oh, all they needed to do is babysit them. It's just a fast-moving grass fire. That's all they needed. Really, it's exaggerated. The flame height and size is all exaggerated by, I know about things about photography. It's mostly the light reflecting off the smoke above. Remember the shutter has to be wide open if it's nighttime to see anything. To exaggerate what fire looks like, and then every once in a while you get a glimpse of what's really like. And that's pretty wild. Oh yeah, look at that's one of those old water pumps called the aerator or whatever. It revolutionized farming in the United States. It was an automatic water pump. No electricity required. It was just wind powered. The little things would spin around. Aerators or whatever they were called. Very popular. Not that many are around anymore. So let's do a 30-minute time lapse. Camera moved away from the fire for a long period of time. We're very worried for the historical structures here. So this is the latest frame. this is more like what's happening. You see this? This is what it's like down there, except for the occasional tree or whatever thing that's brighter. This is what you would see with the naked eye up on the hill. It's just moving around. You know, when the wind gusts pick up, you'll see a flare and a bright flash of light. But this is a lot more like what's really happening. The camera will auto adjust and try its best. But man, I don't know if these buildings are alive or what is burning the distance. Hey, what's that? Is that a copter? What, I mean, what's this red thing? Is it pouring water on something? Is that what caused whatever's on fire to collapse? Yeah, rotor wash would, yeah, cause the embers. Is that a water? What is there helicopters over this? Yeah, sorry, it's very hard to explain. I'm running a lack of sleep, but we have gotten feedback that we've saved lives. I don't see one. They could be too low. Could be even a drone. But what did we just see? What is that? Firefighting drones are being invented where they fly up and they carry the hose up into the sky. And we've seen them demonstrated. Like a Chinese technology, or at least I saw them demonstrated in China. But I've never heard of them deployed or just what the heck that could be. Somebody said, oh, it could be an explosion of a gasoline tank and launching it in the air. Or a propane tank. Is that what you mean, Smitty? Whoa. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think about that. That could be a levee or something launching in the air. But I thought it was something like a water drop, but then that's a lot of embers in the sky. I was just worried about what's going on back down there. What is that going on? Well, we've got a propane tank in the foreground. Where is it? It was to the left here earlier. I think the camera may have pivoted just away. It's over here somewhere. It's white though. That was red. Could it have been gasoline tank exploding? Red is gas, right? If you have to, like on farm, they have to refuel the tractor, right? Gasoline, like red. You can still see the fire moving around on unburnt patches of grass. Deer. See, there were animals. Oh, the poor thing. Stay right here by this building. You'll be safe. Don't worry, little boos. Maybe that was a bear chilling underneath the olive tree. Oh, it's leading her baby. It's a first-year fawn, if I had to guess. Like I said, animals. I was trying to say yesterday, we lost a lot of animals with how rapidly it spread down the hill. Sometimes they're smart and they find a little creek or hide behind a boulder or just happen to collapse there and they're fine. But oftentimes they panic and they run. Oh, the poor little boos. Smitty says, yes, it's common there for people to have big gravity tanks and they lock in the farm fuel. Oh man, poor little deer. Maybe that is a bear just chilling under the olive tree in the other cam view. So I'm taking a couple time-lapse images. Oh. We're not the only ones affected by this stuff. Okay. Let's go back at the piano. We just don't have a good image. If it is a bear or something, it's not moving. I think it's more like a stump or something, but I just don't recall seeing a shadow there yesterday. So we still have a lot of fire in the ridge to the west and above the fire lookout hut, whatever this is called here. Oh, there's no radio feed, Nick. Hey, how are you doing? I tried to warn you about one of the fires, but it was out basically about the time I warned you. Oregon's not having a great time either, but it's lucky ever since the pine. We need to go back and check out the Shelly as well, and then check on Placerville. But no news is good news as far as that is concerned. We're watching the burnover of the camera's location in progress. We just saw some deer. Poor booze. You can't get live Figueroa 2. It's in panoramic mode, so that technically is live, but it's rotating around constantly to create the panorama. So you'll get an error if you were watching it in like single frame mode. Don't ask me why you can't still see it in single frame mode. It's a limitation of this website. It's terribly annoying. I don't care if it's making a panorama, but let me choose one of the 3 frames and still time lapse and just watch the individual frame in high res. So I'm wanting here, but you'll lose that ability if it goes into panoramic mode. We have a lot of color distortion. It's not a purple fire. If you ever have dealt with, like, say, point and shoot cams or like just around with phone camera settings, I'm taking a lot of screenshots, then you'll know that there's automatic light settings like fluorescent light, incandescent light source, bright sunny day, overcast day, night mode. There is no, wall of flames in front of you mode. So the cameras will automatically try to choose the best match to what kind of light they think is happening. I kind of wonder if it's the equivalent of going to the wrong, to the wrong, like being in fluorescent mode. If I ever had a naturally warm light source for, like, even birthday parties and blowing out the candles, but it was still stuck in fluorescent mode, everybody would turn blue as a smurf. I wish this was a live image. It's we're getting these every 15 seconds or so. What you can see is a flare up there. Kind of gone in the next frame. But if that is a gasoline tank that exploded and launched, we saw it live like crazy. I would give anything for this to be a movie camera with some sound. I hope firefighters are taking their own video and stuff. Like, I briefly wanted to be a fire chaser, like report from the scene, film what they do, because I want to make documentary films about our heroes. Get them appreciated. But I'm afraid of fire for one thing. My health is another thing. And I don't want that to be my job. I want to go back and preserve history before it's gone. There's plenty of amazing award-winning journalists that do that, and it's grueling. Normal video production schedules are grueling, even if you make a funny comedy show on YouTube. For every 6 minutes of high-quality video, there's at least 6.5 hours that went into the editing and video, just making it look nice. Tweaking sound, adding sound effects, whatever, cutting, adding. A lot behind the scenes. Oftentimes there's 20 hours of video to every, yes, 6.5 hours at minimum usually for 1 minute. But oftentimes for very high quality productions, there's 22 hours of solid work per minute to make high quality features. And you need a team, like somebody shoots, somebody else edits, somebody else does sound, an actual video production team with people getting paid their high, medium to high salaries if you want good quality. I don't have all of the above, right? I want to partner though with people, and there's a couple people I'm talking to who may be able to report from the scene, and I'll say, hey, so and so is there. Let's look at their live stream. What is it looking like there? Reporter. Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't realize it pivoted. Excuse me, friends, I had it on last 15 minutes. Whoa, we are witnessing the camera burnover in progress. It has really begun. So the building is threatened right now. If that was an exploding gas tank, that would explain some of the insane images that we're seeing. The wind is now pushing it up towards the building. Flames are surrounding it. I need to catch up to live real quick. Get these quick frames. Shut up, computer. Okay. It did affect that tree in the distance, that oak tree. Live. Well, it probably survive. Especially if crews can get to it soon. Holy crap. Okay, we'll look at the other angles and what just happened. Look at all the power poles. Probably made out of wood. It's our live image. And the grass just went, it looked like gasoline, but it was just the grass growing up. Real quick, grass goes boom, and it's done. And that's as the grass was on fire right next to the camp. It's done. It's already done. Burned up. That's the benefit of very short grass. It's done. It's over. You'll be able to walk on that pretty soon. Not in bare feet, but that probably just saved the building. It could still could be on fire if embers drift over and like get inside the building somehow through a crack or loose vent screen or something. I have not seen anybody for a long time in the cams. Nobody seems to be defending buildings, but structures might still be visible on fire if the structures were on fire. I don't know. Status. Hey, Bugs, thank you so much for your kind donation. That is going straight to the donut fund. I want donuts right now. I think I ate the one that C Pro gave me. Like, I'm so sleep deprived, I can't remember if I ate the donut before bed last night. I think I did. Oh, it's time for my health shake. But this is kind of riveting. So, look at the other view, the other cam. So this is Figueroa 1. Actually, it's the same view. What? Yeah, Figueroa 2 is in panorama mode. Crap, we may have just lost some frames. Because we can't do a. Sorry, didn't mean to be alarming there. We can't do a time lapse. Get any of these back with the panoramic. Shut up. Windows. Sorry. It wants me to rename it. I don't care. Just rename it yourself. But that's pretty crazy images. So let's see if there's anything that runs away from the base of that tree. No. Don't overwrite my file. Sorry about that. Well, why is this one stuck? That's Figueroa 1, but this is Figueroa 1. Don't ask me. So it has burned off the grass. This is going backwards in time. This was 2:33 in the morning and 40 seconds to a couple seconds later, 10 more seconds later, 10 seconds later. Look at the embers that came right up to the building. Oh, God. Oh, God. So embers did splash the building, but they're mild because it's very short grass. Hopefully they just petered out. But the roof of the building could be on fire. Nobody's in there to literally even throw a water bottle on it. You could lose it. I haven't seen crews or anything responding. Shush, windows. That's chaos here. And we may not know for days, like what got destroyed here, what survived. Hopefully it'll keep rotating around to give us a good idea where the fire is and heading. It seems like it has been going to the southeast and somewhat to the south. But that's as good as anybody's guess. It looks like it's actually going northeast too. Judging by the heat detections, it's just hog wild. Navarro County's mega fire here is hog wild. Oh no. Please don't be buildings on fire. Please, no. No. As bad as this looks, you could just sit here. And they could have even put it out. I mean, it's okay that the grass burned up to the building, but they could have just sat here in a little engine and this would be fine. Because nothing burns on the pavement. And babies have this building just fine. Or any of the others. Now, we have a different story on the piano on the other side of the structure. It's over here. That's why I keep taking these screenshots too. Can't turn your back on this fire. Where's the tree? Where is the tree? We saw a deer running back, walking. Oh, gosh. Who knows? Back and forth between our views. Basically, it's looking west and east. Yikes. But it's called a flashy fuel for a reason, grass. It's because it goes, what? Flashes up big and it's gone. And it's done. And it's done. But mostly trees don't have a chance to catch on fire unless there's additional dead stuff at the base of them. And just script or something, it'll just automatically save these for. Anybody know how to script write? I don't know anything about software and script writing. I'm a hardware girl. It's two different things. Big difference between installing a video card with a screwdriver and like being able to program. One requires math, one requires the ability to twist a screwdriver. You know, the first thing I found out about computers when I had a boyfriend that at the time he was like he was my heartthrob, right? But totally wrong for me. He unfortunately became a drunk. So I was first attending college. I had a terrible computer that just kept messing up all the time. That's because it was a Gateway. Or a Dell or something, you know, a packaged PC. And so of course it had problems all the time. They don't build them with quality parts to get. So I was totally dependent on him to fix anything that went wrong. And he would kind of patch it up from time to time. Later I learned the secret is, well, don't buy a PC, but make it yourself. It's actually pretty easy to figure out how to put parts together. And your confidence will build and build and build. Start small. Start with know how to replace an old CD, DVD-ROM in like an old computer. Then you graduate little bit by bit. Like installing new memory is one of the easiest things to do ever. You don't even need a tool. It's like there's these two levers where your memory sticks are, and you push them back with your fingers, and it pops out. Okay, you lift it out. You take in the new memory. You adjust it. It'll only fit one way. Like there's no wrong way to put it. You just kind of put it in the slot, and you push down. Congratulations, you have upgraded your RAM. That's it. A lot of computer tech people charge $70 for that. All you gotta do is start it up, make sure it's good. Do a memory test throughout the night, make sure it's no errors, and then just click the button for the correct speed. Little control panel thing of the computer, and boop. You know, the lightning fast computer if you're starving for RAM before. You don't have to buy a new computer for it to be upgraded in speed. Oftentimes the bottleneck is just the RAM, and you buy that. That's one of the easiest things to do. Laptops too. Usually a screwdriver on the bottom comes out. I hope we didn't just lose a lot of history right now. I'm really sick of that. I hope the building that with the cameras is not on fire. This is what it's looking like on the other side. Correct timestamp too. No, it froze. It froze. Okay. It's 2:47. It says 2:41 on the timestamp. No wonder it doesn't look different. Okay, for the other cameras like Santa Ynez Peak, let's see what it looks like in the last 30 minutes. Did it zoom in to see the buildings threatened and stuff? I'm just not sure exactly where Santa Ynez Peak is looking. But when we look at the little beep thingy, it's looking exactly where the Figueroa cams are. Is it looking higher up on the mountain? Is it looking lower? Uh-oh. Figueroa 1 appears to be down. Uh, uh, oh. Okay. Rip. Figueroa camera 1 and 2. These are your last rites. Yea, though you walk through the valley of the shadow of death, you shall fear no evil. It's gone. It looked bad the last frame, and I'd have to rewind my own stream to see it because I clicked away from it. Hard to say what just happened. I noticed that there were cables on the exterior of the building. See this? Could fire have just chewed through it, but it wasn't up next to the building. It could be that it just lost power. That the building is fine. It lost power because the power lines we saw in the distance appear to be made out of wood. Could be like a power outage. The crews may have said, please shut off the power. We can get in there and put water on here. They can't put water on a live power line over there. They'll never even know what killed them. They'll probably just be electrocuted immediately and be like, hey, why am I walking on soft, fluffy clouds? What are these Golden Gate things here? So I believe this was our last image. Our cam spit the dust. I hope the building's intact and we'll get a feed again and once power's restored. You would hope that there'd be little backup batteries or like something to keep the feed going because even firefighters are probably monitoring this right now. Some of our last looks is from much further away. We could do some time lapses now of Grass Mountain 1 looking in the area and Grass Mountain 2. So flashing light warning, I don't know how this is going to play out. Grass Mountain 2, where is it currently looking? Was looking from the northwest to the southeast towards the Figueroa cams. So let's do a 3-hour time lapse. Yep, it's definitely flashing. Hang on. If you're seizure sensitive, can't do anything about that. Like rotating a bit, something, or whatever is going on here. Okay. So that was not a good image. Not very useful. Just sort of see the exaggerated light reflected off the clouds. The Grass Mountain cams are what burned over last night. Okay. Safe to look at the screen again. But I'm about to do a different time lapse, so just peek for a second if you're seizure sensitive. So what did we just look at? Was that Grass Mountain 1? 2. That was 2. Grass Mountain 1 is an infrared. Okay, close your eyes, flashing lights. If you're seizure sensitive, 3 hours. Yeah, it was just looking distantly, and that was all you could really see. That's presumably looking over at what just happened with the camera burnover at Figueroa 2. Now you'll understand why I took screenshots, because we can't even do a replay, I don't think, of Figueroa. So, okay, go ahead and look back, flashing over. I'm going to slowly do a backwards frame by frame. Hopefully that won't trigger anybody. Aaron Jacobs, I don't know if that was a ranch or which ranch. You mean Neverland Ranch? I think they were trying to protect it last night. We are not getting much information. That all coming out of Santa Barbara County or anything. Okay, safe to look. Los Alamos 2 is looking from the west. Looking east, and you can see the smoke columns like crazy. Okay, flashing light warning, sorry. Let's look at, close your eyes, 3-hour time lapse. It's looking at its own self for much of the time. Great. How irritating. Finally. Oh, let's look at the fire. Okay. So it started looking at it around 2:34 in the morning. It's 2:53. Hang on. Not quite safe yet. So 2:36. Isn't that the fog and stuff from the ocean in the foreground? Or the fog that settles in the valley, or is it smoke? I don't know. I think it's fog. And let's do a 30-minute time lapse. Morning. Sorry, friends. Eerie. There's like 95-degree heat and high winds and like 9% humidity at the top of the mountains, while there's a like 70-degree fog in the foreground. In the lowlands, it's just unreal. It's still sort of flashing. I'm sorry. We had somebody seizure sensitive yesterday. I always want to give that warning in case anybody else is unable to chat. That's our current view. Okay, it's safe to look again. But man, thank you for your kind support, Bugs Bunny. Man, I want a donut right now so bad. Helen says, yeah, Figueroa 2 was stuck at panel mode, but the image is changing, which probably suggests it may be live. Yeah, some of the images were changing, but not the far left one. Yeah, Bugs, your kind support's been awesome. And of course, you Larry and everybody else. I'm so sorry. I haven't been able to check the phone. Still trying to be awake here. Sorry, F Spot too. I didn't mean to ignore you. You're in LA. I think I was watching too many fire-related videos and your stream popped up. I covered the Bobcat. F Spot, if you're still here. That was when we first went viral in the southern part of the state. That was unreal. And those, my archives are still, if you hit the live portion of my channel, you can go back to any date and time and look at what happened with the Bobcat. The high resolution HP Ren cameras were just astoundingly good. High resolution, like 4K nighttime vision. Oh, die for. This is the last image that we had. I'm afraid to even click on it. That was 242 before rest in peace cameras. If I click on it, we might totally lose it. But I believe we lost it. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Flashing light warning. I'm sorry. We still do have the ability to time lapse. So now you can do it for Figueroa too. Sorry, don't look at if you're light sensitive. Because it's, well, out of panorama mode now. It's out of all modes. Super flashy stuff. Don't, wait. Even if I try to do this one frame at a time, I don't know how light sensitivity stuff works. So hold on. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of anything we can gather here. And the grass burned off in an area, but earlier we saw. And still, don't look at 6-hour time lapse flashing light mark. Figure 2 is almost always pano, and 1 is looking one direction. We'll do the number 1 in a second, but do not look if it's light sensitive. Yeah, you can see the glow of the fire approaches, and some headlights of some vehicles were there. I just don't know if they left, didn't defend the buildings, or if they did, or whatever. But I think we saw perhaps the explosion of a gas tank. It's not safe to look at, guys. That's kind of a bust right there. I got stuck here a long time ago. Okay, we're just going to look at Figure 1. Don't look at 6-hour time lapse. Still flashy. And you can see the smoke just run over it. But we may have seen an explosion of a gas tank with the tank flying through the air. I thought it was like a little red helicopter. But it could have been, oh no, the building. Unreal. And it looked away for a bit and ruined everything. We were like, what's going on? Okay, it's over. You can look safely. I'll try to be as methodically slow as I can. We did have fire crews up there and over there. But these buildings down here, I don't know if they're intact, standing, if they saved them, if they're not saved. Let me know if anything else is happening. Updated heat advisory issued by Sacramento Weather Service. That's not too important. It's safe to look, be as slow as I can. Remember, the fire wasn't that big. This is light reflected off of its own smoke. If it was a movie camera, you'd be able to see this better. But this is more like what's actually visible to the naked eye. But every once in a while when there's a big flash, it's because it's getting something big on the ground, like a downed tree, or God forbid, like a structure, like a shed, or just something. It'll flash for a bit, or like really thick, tall grass and a big wind gust. and it'll die down a little bit more, but it makes it look super exaggerated. This was no cakewalk, but it's not as bad as it looks. It's easily defensible. Fire crews can just sit there and defend, depending on what hazards are nearby. As long as power lines are de-energized and not able to fall on them, you wouldn't want to be by this propane tank. I wonder what happened if that propane tank detonated or if it's old. The camera seemed to move out of frame. Big white one there. That's a big one. Yeah, I believe it stops looking that way. But over here to the right, and I got the screenshots, something red launched into the air. And I was like, oh, it's a helicopter doing drops or a drone or something. And Smitty's like, nah, it's probably a gasoline tank for the farm. And what's spilling out of it is probably gas and not water. I'm like, oh. So depending on the nearby hazards, I mean, the structure should have been quite defensible. It may be that this building is fine. We lost the cameras due to a power outage. They may have even requested, please cut the power so we could put water on a burning power pole or something. But you can see that the big wind gust, next frame, and it's over. Grass burned up right there. Yeah, there's the tank. There's the tank over there. On the left. They are actually pretty fire resistant. Like if grass can burn right underneath the propane tank, it's just so quick, it doesn't have the ability to heat it long term, right? Different story. There's a bunch of oily bushes or a structure right next to it, or a tree on fire that right next to it starts boiling off and expanding the gas. So time of death, guys. Our patient died at 2:42 in the morning. We have stopped CPR on the cameras. We're notifying the family that the Figueroa 1 and 2 cameras are no longer with us. A moment of silence. Amen. They were good little cameras. He gives us the best view. It's our eulogy now. He gave us the best view possible about what's actually going on. The lake fire in an era when we're not getting any information from anywhere else at the time. There was some sort of a battle here. I hope the crews are safe. All jokes aside here. Their safety is, of course, much more important than a building, but there's many factors at play here I'm not aware of, but grass fires are easy to defend structures with. It looks worse than it is. If they had to be elsewhere to save people or something, we understand, but mostly buildings can defend themselves from a grass fire. You just need to make sure the vents are solid. No way that embers can enter the structure through the attic, especially vents. Good defensible space, short grass. You wet them down, splash retardant on them, and buildings take care of themselves. So that's our final image. Figueroa 2 camera. Thanks, Wrath, for reminding people to hit the like button. Somebody says, don't forget the oldest oil fields of California are there, and it's full of pipelines. Oh, right. Gotta protect the oil. Aaron Jacobs says people around the world are watching this fire due to the proximity to the Neverland Ranch. Only 79 people are with us right now, but we have had 5,848 views. Is that what I should have tagged this video on when I shared it with Twitter? Neverland Ranch? Or I put a tag of Lake Fire. This is a live view from the west looking to the east. Okay, flashing light warning again. This will be a 15-minute time lapse. Close your eyes. Actually, it wasn't that bad. But it's so out of focus. Low quality cameras. What what can we make of this, right? But it's been like 8 miles long, all the flame marching around. It seems to be staying up in the hills. Otherwise, we'd have a totally different thing going on. Let's check the wind speed. So where can we expect it to go with the wind and following the ridge tops and the canyon alignment here? So JB, John Bruno, the retired fire chief from Shasta County, has said zoom out more. And this gigantic yellow thing was a 240,000 acre fire called the Zaka. And where did this fire start? Lake Zaka. Deja vu. 2007. I was looking for it because I was like too zoomed in. I'm like, I don't see a Zaka fire. Oh. You go zoom out. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's huge. This is that entire orange thing right here. This huge one down here is the Thomas 2017, which is giganto as well. He goes, this is one of the worst places on earth to kind of fight a fire. One of the most challenging in California. You have the intersection of the winds off the coast with the ones coming from land. Where's wind? See, they completely bumped into each other and just took this off like a rocket yesterday. So we've seen this current fire, and you can barely see the gray, but the gray is hot spot detection from within 6 to 12 hours ago. They'll start to disappear after 12 hours goes by. This thing will keep trucking and moving. They just don't have any good options for stopping it, any good roads that would cross the T. I expect to just keep trucking and moving to the southeast. And if we ever have those wind changes again, like we did at like 9 o'clock at night, what, day before yesterday, now that we're past midnight, I get my days mixed together. Or was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. Whatever. That was when it got tremendously scary because it spread along the hill, the top of the hills, and then the wind changed direction and blew a 7-mile long flame front down towards Neverland Ranch and other places. It would have just kept screaming along and gotten down to the flatlands, maybe even halfway to Los Alamos, maybe halfway to Olivia. Excuse me, mouse going around. Los Olivios. If the wind hadn't just kind of died off the slopes. It kept feeding at the mountaintops because it was just going straight out to sea that way, but whatever was causing the wind to plunge down the slope stopped. So it rampaged from like 8:30 to 2 in the morning. I covered it till 7 in the morning because it was still ridiculously frightening. I can show you the watch duty screenshots. We do have some minor little videos today. But that is why we were watching it, is what was happening at 3:30 in the morning last night. About this time last night. My God, I need sleep. ABD says yes, and after 17 years of the Zaka fire's regrowth, 240,000 acres, this fire is likely to repeat the pattern of burn. Yeah, ABD, that's what our retired fire captain was saying, JB, just live on the stream. Came in there to tell us about it. I would have liked to have called him today, like gotten sleep, and then called him today. And Helen Henthorne says new propane tanks have new safety valves that release the gas instead of levying. Levy. I guess they turn to big flamethrowers, which may not help things. Oh, that's actually pretty okay. That's what I was wondering too. But we got firsthand experience with what do firefighters think about that. So if you go back to my broadcast for the day that the Eagle's Nest fire happened, about a day or two before the Arrow fire happened at Placerville. It was Eagles Nest Road, Sacramento County, south of Mayfield, southeast of Sacramento proper. And they were on Eagles Nest Drive. And there was a really overgrown neighborhood or property, at least from street view. Of course, we didn't know what it looked like exactly at the time, but it was street view from a few months prior. Google Street View. And I gotta remind people what it looked like. This is why I stayed up all night monitoring it. It looked like Santa Barbara had been nuked. This was 5 in the morning yesterday, because we're now past midnight. That's a God's honest screenshot from Santina's Peak. Like I could have gone to sleep on this, right? People say, well, why didn't you get sleep last night? Well, you know, yeah, you know, man, I should have been doing my timestamps. I have my food in front of me, and then some of my steak has already gone spoiled in front of me, but my corn is okay. Yeah, Amy D had just burned over. Rest in peace, time of death. We called the patient dead at 2:42 and had a moment of silence. They're probably fine. The camera in the building is probably fine. They had a good defensible space, even if it was unattended. I believe they lost power or internet. So here's what happened though on the Eagle's Nest fire. Explaining what happens with the new propane issues. Yeah, I can show you some of my screenshots now. I don't really want to time lapse. It was crazy. Did you see the time lapse? What is the Neverland Ranch anymore? Is it its own theme park? I heard that they wanted to turn it into a place for disabled children to kind of have like therapy and stuff. And but thank you for the info. And do we actually have a map from yesterday? We should probably play the. It's hopelessly outdated now, because we've seen the fire march well past this. This is the area basically on fire that we just witnessed. A little bowl and camp here. I don't know what historic buildings we just probably lost, but I don't know. So I'm imagining the cameras where it says Figueroa Station and these structures kind of lines up with what we were seeing. How about here? We see a propane tank. That would be a good indicator. I really don't know which building it is. I do want to know if that was a bear under that tree though. Like, that was weird. We saw the deer walk by. So there's still plenty to see here. But what was I talking about? Oh, the propane tanks thing. Watch these little videos. Maybe they're talking about structure protection or something. But yeah, the patient's dead. We can rewind a bit of how the fire swept the area. I'm doing it real slow because some people are seizure sensitive. There's the deer. Poor deer. We were wondering about this propane tank over here. Like, what would happen? I don't know if it's active. So when the Eagle's Nest fire happened, the fire crews in Sacramento County was just seems like a lifetime ago. It's probably a week and a half ago. 2 weeks maybe. I on stream we were watching and listening to firefighters, and I really wish we could have heard something tonight. I checked. There's nothing. It's talking about restraining orders and pulling over drunk drivers and stuff in the county. So, but back to the Eagle's Nest fire. It was on flat land, rural, suburban / rural neighborhoods of southeast Sacramento. Totally flat land. The fire crews were having an incredible time catching up with it because it's burning in this incredibly thick grass and fields. Even though farmers do make their own fire breaks in their fields, they're really smart there. By Jackson Road and others, they will take their tractors and just plow to bare earth, right like there will be a road fence, and on the other side of the fence is just bare dirt, and that really will stop a lot of grass fires and really help get the fire crews caught up. But even despite that, there was high winds, all this heat, and blah blah blah. High memory CPU usage detected for one of my tabs. This one, yep, that's why I have a supercomputer, guys. It wants me to close this tab. Not in your life. I don't think you can see that pop up. Not a frame, but thank you for your kind donations. That's how we get 32 gigs of. That's how we have 32 gigs of RAM here. So they go to a structure. They said the fire's going to approach. So they go up to a little ranch house thing. There is a barn in the back, but it didn't really look like a true ranch or farm. It looked like a rural property hobby farm kind of thing, like somebody might buy just low key. Like maybe there's some goats, maybe there's a couple horses, but like personal livestock rather than a working farm. And I looked in who knows if it's new owners or not, but there was just half dead flammable trees all over the yard, and kind of nightmare for stopping a fast moving wind driven fire in Sacramento, right? So they go onto the property, they cut a gate or something, they go up to the back where the barn is catching fire, and they're starting to work on it. We didn't know if the animals were safe or what. The house was looking better, but then somebody goes, there's a propane tank. And they went, really? Oh dear, okay, everybody back. So they may have lost the barn during the Eagle's Nest fire because of that. Now we need to look at the other serious situation of the fast moving I was not even looking at it right now. Jeez. I was hoping the Fort Jones Woods, the only camera we have, the fast moving fire by Siskiyou County, in Siskiyou County, called the Shelly fire. If it's not going to look at it, am I just on the wrong one? Fort Jones 2. The only cam in the region. Okay, Fort Jones 2 is sort of looking at it. So we were going to try to pinpoint, it's in rotation. We were going to try to pinpoint where that was going and what might be affected next. It's a really bad one. The lake in Shelly, I've now replaced the basin as the two most likely fires to become big mega fires. Place your bets on which one you think will be bigger. But poor access, crazy, difficult steep terrain to work with, heat dome, high winds, take your pick, all those bad things lining up. Just place your bets on which one will be larger as a mega fire, because it seems inevitable right now, unless there's a miracle change of weather or some other type of miracle. So, excuse me, we were trying to figure out, because it's a very dire, they just said blunt, dire things on the Shelly fire meeting. Talk about the propane in a second. I was just hoping to look at this fires, begin to talk about the propane tank. This concerns me greatly. It's not next to a town right now, but it really could spread to many different ones. It's completely run out of control in a very similar way that we just saw with the lake fire, just not as dramatic on the cams, because there's only one cam that looks at it, and most of the others can't see past any of these mountains. But we had dramatic racing action of the fire that it was looking much better. It was pretty mild when they had retardant rope around it from aircraft, but today's high winds picked it up, and that's it in the distance when it's looking southwest. So if we do a time lapse of the Fort Jones 2 cams, Fort Jones 1 probably, you'll see the unfolding kind of crisis as it spreads unchecked. And we saw it moving against the wind, just running around in the dead trees of the slopes. Is Bald Jesse? Yeah, that's the Milky Way. I thought there was a smoke cloud. It's the Milky Way. Look, it's the Milky Way. I thought that was smoke. The stars. Phew. Okay. I was gonna say what now? All right, where's Fort Jones? What we saw as it get out of hand, they had a community meeting and they said very, very blunt things. Let me just try to get a replay of something while I'm talking. So, warning, flashing lights, perhaps 6-hour time lapse. Yeah, this is a concern. So we were trying to figure out what exact drainage this was. The video that we had watched earlier, much earlier now, sorry, this might be important text on the phone about fire info. Hey, good night, Smitty. Thank you, you're a trooper. And Smitty, Angela, Husky, and others just spent pretty much. How long were you guys here, even when I was asleep? They were monitoring the fires, like, and texting me about what I should look at as soon as I woke up. They're probably doing that for like 13 hours at least. So get your good rest, any of you mods that like don't think you have to be awake on this with us. But as you can see, and it's very frustrating they're not doing a Zoom on this. I mean, this is what 9:45, just totally wildly out of control. Let me just say good night. Hearts and thumbs up. Okay. I was trying to get people into thinking more like a philosopher with a little bit of a think like Alexander the Great, like Aristotle told him. Everything happens unless it's prevented from happening. We're talking about everything that's possible. So that's the way you gotta look at fires to avoid a lot of errors in thinking. It's not, oh, what would cause the fire to affect the community? Okay, you have to think this way. It's going to affect a nearby community unless something stops it. What stops it? Think of every possibility as inevitable unless something stops it. That's actually the way everything works. It's not that you have to do something to make something happen. It's that every possibility, think of it as a dice roll. No matter how remote it is, the dice keep rolling, and eventually, given enough time, it happens, right? Every possibility happens unless something happens to stop it. Aaron Jacobs, we don't know how any of these started. They asked at the community meeting, and thanks for the question. Hi again. They said under investigation, like that. This is their, like, I don't know if you can see my face very well. Under investigation, meaning read between the lines. Somebody did this. Is that what I interpret that very succinct answer? Like I said, there's a lot of things they just want to tell people. They're not allowed to or they get fired. But that fuels rumors and speculation like wild. Like, even if they found ignition source and it's like a glass bottle that the sun may have, the sun's rays may have hit it just right, and it's like a magnifying glass on an ant, like that would be cool if they said, well, it seems like a glass bottle started it, but we don't know if whose it was or how long it's been there or whatever. Like, the imagination goes wild, right? I'm sorry, I forgot about the propane tank story. It would give some people some comfort to know just something. I don't know. It was near the. I think it was near the Pacific Crest Trail, and this is high altitude, and it can get chilly at night. It could be warming fires. It could be anything. Water purification. Total freak accident is what I usually kind of go with, unless there's something really weird and suspicious. But they don't want to start a witch hunt, of course. Nobody does. So, I put it back. It's something that hurts the eyes less. But if they don't say something about what happened, and then that just leaves wild rumor and speculation to happen. And even if it looks like it's somewhat benign, but they gotta do their due diligence, interview more people or test something in a lab. Sometimes there is a witch hunt and people get blamed, or minority groups, or it's the homeless. No, it's Antifa. No, it's terrorists. No, it's open borders. No, it's China. No, it's lasers. No, it's lizard people. No, it's mole people. No, it was an insurance job. No, it's you take your pick of all the crazy things that the grab bag of rumor can produce. I wish they'd be a lot more open to the public and just fast track the investigation. Like, say it takes 6 weeks to test something for an accelerant, like a rag. What was the accelerant? Is it a gas rag that fell out of the back of a pickup on some other random fire? I'm just making stuff up here. Sometimes it takes like 6 weeks, 10 weeks. Those labs are busy. If there's a way to fast track stuff and it turns out to be, no, it was insect repellent. Oh, so somebody sprayed insect repellent on their neck and wiped it, and the rag got away from them in the wind. That's totally a freak accident that it might have, insect repellent is flammable, that it could have, gone towards a campfire area and then landed in what looks like a completely out campfire, but it wasn't put out with water. Just weird freak accident stuff can happen. If it's gasoline, it's arson, and if it's insect repellent, it's maybe somebody wiped their neck with a rag. It's that sort of thing, and it could take 10 weeks to get results like that. If they just fast track that and then be able to get solid answers to the public, that would be great. But oftentimes it takes like 2.5 years for them to even say what happens, even if everybody kind of already knows. And Bobcat Fire, I had to say for 2.5 years, allegedly, SoCal Edison equipment started it, allegedly. Well, these cameras flipped over and saw the fire begin like 30 seconds after it did. We were watching it pretty live. I mean, we did a replay, but that was live on that day, 2020. They finally came up with a report on it like 2.5 years later. I do wonder if sometimes, and that wasn't rocket science. Oh, it was, somehow the lines came in contact with vegetation. Gee, you'd think we saw like trees growing up next to a freaking power substation. Like that's criminal negligence. Like you're supposed to cut those down. You can't have a tree that could lean over onto live power lines. It's like they're copying PG&E, I swear. But a lot of these could be totally benign. With the heat dome effect, what happens is that any spark into anything will cause a fire, almost guaranteed. When things are this dry, this hot, this long, people don't realize that things are happening that could start a fire like every day, thousands of times. Tools falling out of the back of pickup trucks as they hit a bump on the road or pull over onto the shoulder. Like JB, the retired fire chief, captain and chief at one time, said one time we had a big fire start because a crescent wrench was on top of the toolbox and the guy drove away instead of inside the toolbox. Pulls over to the side of the road, hits the shoulder. The crescent wrench bounced into asphalt, chipped, and sparks went into dry grass. Any other time of the year when it's not red flag, that's not a big deal. But they have this thing, and I forget the actual terminology. It's called like ignition percent chance. And that's the percent chance that if a spark hit dead vegetation like grass, what's the percent chance that on the first spark you get a fire? High humidity days, of course, obviously that's low. You would have to sit there and your fire starter forever if you're doing it the old-fashioned way in the woods, right? Like camping. But on certain conditions, which is why we try to be live every day when these conditions exist, you get a fire guaranteed if a spark even happens from any source, anything. That technically could be perhaps even dropping a cell phone. I mean, that's a little bit of a remote possibility, but the way they're made out of glass and stuff these days, and some have metal sides to them. And if you don't have a case, it's possible. Yeah, the heat dome is unreal. But while it's around and these conditions exist, you add wind to the mix, dear God. So, in Helen Henthorpe, I don't remember which fire you're talking about. This fire has burned much more area at night and without strong winds. I know. So this will increase the survival of trees significantly. Grassland seems to be the main carrier. I think you're talking about the lake, right? I don't know what started the Zaka fire in 2007. It could have been fireworks because it was the 5th of July, right? Now, there's a lot of times there's detrimental optimism that gets people into thinking they're being safe. All of it's just public ignorance. They really need to teach us in schools. Redmond 11, hey, welcome by the way, says that the 2007 Zaka started with sparks from a grinder. Didn't know that. We could look that up. But what could have happened, I put it out there as a scenario, is it's July 5th. A lot of people have fireworks. It's too dangerous to store them. A lot of people don't know you can call the fire department. They'll take them away. They'll be happy to do that. You don't put them in the trash. The trash compactor is not going to have a good time, in the trash truck. Don't do that. Just don't do that. Fireworks can spontaneously combust in a high heat environment like sun beating down on your dumpster. Don't do it. They can spontaneously explode if compacted. Look, it's gunpowder. Just think about it. To properly dispose of fireworks, especially after they're banned, even though they sell them before they're banned, of course, contact the fire department and ask, what do I do with this? They'll figure it out. Some people may get the idea of, you know what, if I'm at a lake, I'll launch it over the water. We'll be perfectly safe. We'll just light them off. But this fire started at the daytime, I believe. I believe it started in the afternoon. That's not when you want to have a fireworks show. That's usually after dark. But I've heard of things like this happen. People forget some fireworks are duds, or they're screwed up, or they shoot off in the wrong direction. There's always accidents with fireworks. Not all of them are perfect. So if you're meaning to launch them over water and it shoots off the wrong way and hits the bank, whoops, may have happened for some of these fires in California. Some of them like starts on rivers and lakes right around the 4th of July. The electrifiers started the 4th of July. I don't think we ever heard about what happened then. Let me look it up. Electra Fire Wiki. Did they ever figure it out? Started on the 4th of July. They pounced on it though, but this trapped people who were boating on the lake. They couldn't leave. They had to take refuge inside of a dam. Cause is still under investigation. For God's sake, I was there trying to film the Dixie Fire's aftermath. I was watching, with Sister Golden Hair, C-Pro, and John Stoker, the mods. We were there to film the Dixie Fire aftermath, and so C-Pro rented a plane and he flew it into Susanville Airport. And he had picked up John Stoker at Placerville or Jackson or someplace like that. And as soon as we sailed in to watch the fireworks show, all of our phones jingled at once, and it was watch duty. A new big fire has started, and it was close to where John Stoker lived. So he goes, I gotta get home. He had left a window open on the 2nd floor, just sort of airing out the place for the heat. And that's really bad when a wildfire is approaching. Generally, it was far off, but it blew up. It instantly blew up like that. So trapped people on the lake, and they took refuge inside of the dam. I couldn't cover it because I was in the middle of nowhere without a laptop. At the lake side watching the fireworks, and there's so many thousands of people watching the fireworks at the the legal fireworks show at Lake Eleanor that the traffic was madness, and I couldn't go live while it was occurring. So the idea was fly John Stoker right back to Jackson Airport. They closed it and they used it as the place where the helicopters were fighting the electrifiers. It was closed to civilian use. So I had to get in the car and we had to cancel filming all the Dixie Fires aftermath by plane. That was very expensive to set up. Oh God. And I had to drive him from Susanville basically to oh God, I don't know that tiny town he lives, but basically near where Jackson Airport is. And boy, man, there was smoke in the house. It was so hard to clean, but we got it okay. An evacuation in the morning, and I tried to cover the fire from his house, and that's when I found out the laptop just didn't work. His internet sucked at the time too; it just didn't work. But see what I mean? There's no resolution. But what may have happened were people who were on their boats thinking, "I'm safe on a lake," probably lit something like fireworks. And it probably was shot out in the wrong direction and hit the grass at the lake shore. And that's my personal just theory. I have not seen any evidence. I've not been to the place it occurred. I have not heard rumors. I try to stay away from rumors. I had my hands full covering new fires after that. But it could have been something like people barbecuing at the side of the lake. There are a lot of people there boating. It could be an accident. Like I've seen videos of stupid people with their boats and they try to pull tricks where they try to splash people on the shore. And they even take the propeller, like the belly of the boat scrapes rocks and the propeller. I'm sure it screws the boat up royal, but I've seen so many videos of that now on like fail videos on YouTube right now. I just now accept that happens sometimes. Unimaginable to me to destroy your boat like that, but okay. Then you got your total accident, your total freak accidents. Until they say we have no freaking idea, now do we? That was 4th of July, 2022. So, there you go. Sorry, the propane tank, sorry. So the Eagle Fire, I'll have to have a lot more sugar here. In fact, I'm going to go get my health shake. Sorry, please put your questions and stuff in chat. I'll try to catch up with chat. When I go into story mode, I tend to forget. Ignore it. But my level of fatigue and sleep deprivation is pretty high. You can remind me about half-finished stories, of course. So, okay, the Eagle, switching gears randomly, back to the other story. Week and a half ago to 2 weeks ago, Sacramento had its big first grass fire that we thought was unimaginably large and fast. It was just the plumes were huge on the landscape. We watched it live, covered it live, listened to it live. We had very clear audio. And the stress in the voices of the first responders was chilling. Of course, they don't panic, but their stress level in their voice was like a person panicked. It's getting away from us. It's heading towards those homes. It jumped this road. You can't catch it there. It's beyond you. Look out. It's around. It's almost surrounding you. Look out. Back up. Okay, we need more units. Are we getting the helicopters? Where are they? Okay, we lost where it is. We can't see through the smoke. Where's the head? Okay, it's right behind you. I told you to back up. Just like serious stress. Them trying to respond to the situation for the first ones that got there. Completely overwhelmed. Fire raced generally south from like Jackson Road towards Eagles Nest Road. And we're seeing it on cams, just insanity. So let's see. I have to actually set the mixing bowl to mix in the shake, the health shake, because it actually really clumps. It says mixes effortlessly, and that's a lie. I just ain't nobody got time for that to sit there with a spoon forever. So I've got a KitchenAid mixer that my dad bought me for Christmas, and I'm so happy with it. So happy to have one. So I just get the milk in like a tall glass, pour it in, then pour the glass in the mixer. Then I do 1/2 scoop of chocolate spiritine and 1/2 scoop of banana for amazing, flavorful, wonderful superfood shake. It's based off of spirulina, which is one of the first identified superfoods ever in the late 80s, before that word even existed. And it's a unique, can't really describe it, sweet powder. You know, it's awesome. And then, of course, they add a little bit of either chocolate, banana, I think they have strawberry flavors. I hate strawberry. But you can get more rare flavors like peanut butter, but chocolate and banana together, just divine. And it's got all of your minerals. So if you have just had food poisoning or something, this is the best way to recover. It's got all your minerals, lots of potassium, tons of vitamin D and stuff if you need that. I mean, the milk provides a lot. It's like iron and iodine, magnesium, zinc, selenium, manganese, molybdenum. It even has molybdenum, if that's the way you say that. Choline, phosphorus, even. It's got what you need. Amino acids, leucine, arginine, lysine, aspartic acid, histidine, isoleucine, whatever that is, methionine, serine, cysteine, glutamic acid, threonine, proline, and others, but there's a label covering them. So that's a whole lot of amino acids that you need to produce serotonin and melatonin and feel right, you know. It combats everything from stress to depression. But the main idea here is spirulina. It's called spirutine, SPIRU-TEIN, by Nature's Plus. If you want a link, I can give it to you. And then I use the word kickback because I think it's cool. Like I get a percentage of the sale. Like people keep telling me the word kickback is like bad or like describes political corruption. I'm like, really? I thought it was like describing buy one get one kind of thing, like bargain, you know? I'm wrong. Whatever. It's at no cost to you though, but it's because I did the reference link to Amazon. I'll get a percentage of when I linked it to people with the affiliate program, promoting it as a influencer. Well. And also, it doesn't cost you anything extra. You just have to enable cookies for Amazon. And make the purchase within 24 hours of clicking the link. But if you guys know more about mushrooms, I'm sorry, some people were educating me about mushrooms. I've got cordyceps now. I wanted to do a live on stream taste test. I'm a little intimidated by mushroom powders. So I can't remember who it was who came in and said, I'm sleeping like a baby now. I'm feeling great and energized. They had a specific set of mushrooms that they took. Some give you energy, like cordyceps, and boost immune system. And this isn't crap you read on the label. I'm reading National Institutes of Health research papers. Okay. Science has finally become aware that many mushrooms are beyond superfood, like a class of their own, with the special types of nutrients that are extremely difficult to get from other food sources, like antioxidants on steroids. So different ones do different things, and I think science really started getting a clue. I'm sure herbalists always knew, and local shamans and stuff, and cultures like Latvia, they always knew, but science began to verify what humans knew since the Bronze or Copper Age here, because Otzi the Iceman was found with a special pouch or like a room, sorry if that's not, of dried mushrooms, and he had them on a stringer. He carried them around. Theoretically, the way he used mushroom was kind of like the way people advise now. He took the dried mushroom and pinched off a section, put that in tea, and we drink it that way. So if it tastes like awful, then you're going to see my live reaction. I have cordyceps. It's supposed to be energy, power, and endurance, basically. But I got special militaris strain. It's supposed to help your immune system, which I need seriously. So I'll be right back. I'll use the bathroom and then we'll go back to the propane tank story. I swear to God. Okay, friends, just about back. I'm refreshed and I'm getting a lavender oil pill. I'm gonna start to try to chill now. Is it mixed yet? Oh yeah, it's mixed. Let's get my milk health shake. Spirulina. Hang on, just gotta pour it. Oh yeah, it's well beyond in taste and flavor, consistency, anything like a Slim Fast or that kind of stuff. Which comes in a can. I used to like Slim Fast. Like people are like, you don't need to lose weight. I'm like, I know. I I drink it for the minerals, man. I eat all my meals and then drink these too. Got the opposite problem. But I'm too skinny. It's not good. It's not healthy. I want to look like an athlete again. I got serious stomach issues, but we'll try to fix them any way possible. Mushrooms may have an exciting. We used to do that too. And no, we're not talking about psychedelics. Normal, medicinal stuff. I don't do drugs, guys. I'm sleep deprived enough to look like it. Okay, we got it. Pour it in the milk. Let's get it stirred. Get that lavender pill. I'll start to relax. Got to do a wind down period. But you know, I want some chocolate. Man, I want a donut, but I have no donut. There was this place called Donut Kettle in McMinnville. It was quite a drive from Portland, but in my youth, we'd have parties over, especially my friend's place. We'd all just get a random impulse, be like, "What do we do? Like, we should get donuts." And we'd search, like, where's the nearest donut place? There's nothing open. Like, Donut Kettle in McMinnville. So we just pile in the car and drive. Oh man, the days. McMinnville is famous for a couple of things, having the Spruce Goose and the Evergreens Museum of Aircraft, which has an SR-71 and all sorts of cool stuff. And yes, we're still tracking fires. Don't worry. We gotta figure out what's going on with this Shelly. We'll continue to monitor the lake from other cams. I'm sorry, she left you the live cam. But the king is dead, long live the king for the Figueroa cams. Let me know if they ever do come back. It could be they restore the power. That boy, we see a lot of chaos tonight. So, first, the propane tank story, right? So, the fires rushing, 2 weeks ago? Southeast portion of Sacramento in a rural area south of Jackson Road by Eagles Nest. They make access to a property. The barn is about to start burning in the back. They go, hey, crews, attention, there is a propane tank near the structure. And it was in between the barn and the house. I really don't know. We couldn't determine that from street view. So they said everybody out, and they stopped protecting the structure. They'd already put some water on it, but we didn't know if the animals were at risk or what was happening. It was all frantic, super crazy. fast fire spread. Still have Santa Ynez Peak watching where the fire is going. This has always looked pretty slow. I really don't know if this is above Figueroa. It's supposed to be the same area. It could be looking above it or at it, like where the Figueroa hands to the left. What's the big bright spot there? I hope it's not a building. We don't get a lot of, can't tell where the heck this is really. Not enough stuff in the background with its last 3 hours of the lake fire. So, what happened though is surprising. They retreat from it, but then somebody goes back and looks at the situation and says, actually, it's venting. And I said, it's venting? They said, yeah, it's venting. And then they said, well, is it lit? I know. Firefighters saying, is it lit? The youth might get a kick out of that, right? Wrath, you can't talk like that, man. Don't drink and post. Yeah, a lot of people are. I have to change the cam. It's dead. It died at 2:42 a.m. Yeah. Oh, you mean the my message. Sorry, you're right, Amy. You're totally right. I have to change the Figueroa cam message to from burnover in progress to Figueroa cam's time of death 07/07 2024 2:45 a.m. Rest in peace. Thank you. That's befitting. Tombstone. We gotta have a memorial for the cats. So the surprising thing was I don't remember the particulars. You go back to my archives, of course. And I should have time-stamped all the exciting stuff. That'll be hard to go back and watch it and time-stamp it again. That's one of the best ways to help the stream. I kind of asked people to do this before, but if highlights happen or we totally switch topics, take a note. Not the clock, okay? Not the clock. But if you mouse over or touch the screen, you'll see how long we've been live. And write that down on paper and like what just happened. And then if you make a comment after the stream's over, then that'll be a guide where people can skip to the highlights, what happened, and I'll use that. I'll copy and paste it in the description of the video and it'll create chapters. Because nobody wants to just look around at a 12-hour video for what they need, just little things. I keep my own notes, but as you can see, it gets out of hand. Last note I took was at 5 hours and 56 minutes in the stream. It's now 9 hours and 10 minutes in the stream. How the hell is it almost 4 in the morning? I'm at time warp. Okay, so we could go back and listen, of course, for exactly what they said, but they were happy that it was venting and on fire, the propane tank. And then they said, well, as long as it's venting, as long as it's venting and burning off, they've considered it safe. It was weird. They didn't, if I had to guess, they didn't want propane as a cloud drifting over the landscape, ready to go boom. There's a cloud. I don't believe you can see it. I don't know if it looks like a mist or something. You could probably smell it, but by the time you smell it, it's too late, right? But it was like a little blowtorch, vertical, I imagine. And they said, okay, we can go back. It really surprised me. I was shocked. I'd love to ask a real firefighter about that. Maybe we could take a note and ask John Bruno about it. Spirulina, did anybody want a link to that health beverage? I can come up with one if you want. If nobody's interested, that's fine. I've enjoyed it. My family got into 80s health food, did jazzercise and leotards and what was it? That guy with the big hair. He's still running around. He had a lot of the weights and barbells and stuff crazy. What's that guy's name? Big frizzy hair. He looks like Art Garfunkel. Endless bouncy energy. Anyway, he had tapes. I found that like all this 80s stuff, like sweatbands and stuff. Man, I should have kept a lot more of that. But one thing they found out about was aspartame. It's not like we had it every day of our lives or something. Oh, we're the super healthy family. It was off and on. But I thought they discontinued it, and I found out they still made it. Still going strong, like one of the original superfood shakes. But really, you do need like a hand mixer or something. Elsie Norris says, hope you get some good rest. Yeah, you're like a modern sort of underground radio. Good night, rest well, thank you. I'm sorry. That was 20 minutes ago. You're probably asleep, but if you're still listening, Elsie Norris, thank you. So sorry, it takes me a long time to go back to chat. And Elsie Norris was saying, here in California, they have autonomous autopiloted drones for spotting fires quick and reaction aircraft drones mostly. Yeah, autonomous. Yeah, I've seen. I was hoping they were doing that proactively. I've seen them retroactively after fires begin. Like Beale Air Force Base was flying unmanned, like big. We're talking like big, almost Predator drones, but the serious military ones. To find out where fires are and map them. Special high-tech imaging. Elsie says there's also been problems around Placerville, including the pay burn area with spotting more and more mountain lions in the area. Yeah. I was stalked by a mountain lion on our rural property as a kid. So naive back then. I thought all predatory attacks on humans were the humans' fault. Listen to propaganda. It was incredibly rare, and it would only happen in case of rabies or like extreme illness of the creature, almost like it was mentally sick. Yeah, almost nobody is killed by mountain lions, and they're more afraid of you than you are of them. All this crap. And a killer mountain lion started running around the neighborhood, started killing the livestock. Right before we found out about it, I walked around the property. I was armed, thank God, but I don't know if it would have done me any good. I just had a 22, and that was just for target practice, just looking around. I like to try to shoot pine cones off of trees. There's a rimfire too, so extremely weak bullets, almost like a toy. But when you walk around with a weapon, animals understand that. They know that you have a subconscious change in your stride and all that. And they're much more likely to avoid you. You can just have a knife in your pocket. I found that out later from studies. But I was tiny. I've always looked small for my age when I was growing up. I went down to our pond, our second pond. We had 2 fire survival ponds. And for access for the firefighters that they requested we create them in case there was a fire on our property. So I walk down there, I do a kind of a trail loop that I made and come back. When I came back, I had looked into the water to see if I could see if any of the fish were still alive that we stocked in the pond. It was low water, summertime, early summer. And right on top of my own tracks was a cougar track. I had not gone the full loop. I headed back early, just feeling a bit hungry. So I was just I looked around, can't see anything. Um, but it was following me, my own tracks, walking away in the mud of the pond, and for quite a distance, I was able to track it. It was in the dry dirt of the road, the fire access road we made. And then as I went to the trail, of course, it was just compacted dirt, and I couldn't really see anything. So I don't know how long it watched me and followed me. But the tracks were not yet dry in the mud, you know. And as the heat of the day wears on, and California's springs and summers, you know, it'll it'll bake wet soft mud from the early morning into solid, like a clay. It was all very fresh. So that gave me the chills, but I was still naive, and then I'm watching Animal Planet and whatever. It's a lot of propaganda where they think they have to paint animals as angels in order for people to not want to kill them all. No, you just, they're animals. And sometimes they're dangerous, but it's the individual ones. Most of them are just totally fine and acting normal behavior. But every once in a while, they just spits out one that wants to kill people. Once once they begin to see people as food, and if they try people as a thing, if they have an easy time of it, animals are programmed to use the fewest amount of calories to get the most amount of calories as a gain. And most of them will never really see humans as a food source, especially not if they already have fear of man, if they're hunted or have dogs around and stuff. But if they get desperate, if they're wounded, there's every once in a while there's a freak spit out that he's willing to try new things. Then you can get a killer. And so oftentimes they just start to lose their fear of man and follow people around, see if people are truly dangerous. And they're drawn into people's livestock as really easy kills. So this one was injured. It had some injury, and it had killed somewhere further away, not quite in like a next county over, but cougars have huge territory, like really big ones. Many square mile radius, and they all learn like what to fear and what is food from their mother. Every cougar is raised by its mother. Same thing as a tiger, bear cubs, all that. They don't know what food is. They don't know what to do. They don't know how to hunt. They're taught by their mother. So it could be that the mother was a livestock killer at first and driven away, or maybe even killed. You know, it's a long time ago. But it learned to be comfortable somehow around people and their smell, and animals and livestock and their smell. So if you do see yourself followed by one, sometimes it's just a mother trying to say, get away from my cubs. Like if it stands in front of you and it's not really trying to kill you, you know. That's what that can be like during spring, especially. But if they're following you, you're probably not going to see it. And the eerie thing is that you just might return to where you were when they have stepped in your tracks or something. So I don't know if I was followed for days or weeks, or if it observed me from time to time, and it finally got curious enough to directly follow me. It's really unclear what happened. We didn't have trail cams or anything. But I go and tell my parents, thinking it was neat. It's a little spooky, but this is neat. We have a cougar nearby. And they dropped their forks at breakfast and went, what? I said, yeah, we got cougars. We got bears sometimes at the pond. They eat our fish. It sucks. I think the bear got all the fish, but yeah, I'm a kid. And he said, wait, what about the cougar here? It was walking in your own tracks and at the pond. So what they had heard about was the livestock killing cougar that was nearby, and now it had arrived in our area. I believe it was that very night that it attacked a donkey, one of my friend's donkeys. It was pregnant with twins, and it was gruesome. So they were able to save the donkey's life, but not the offspring. Let's put it that way. So that was just down the hill from us. and it was on high alert now. It attacked it in the middle of the night. Where, in the farmhouse, right in the backyard of the farmhouse. So not too much later, it started attacking horses. It attacked the different neighbors' horses. It was pretty rural living in foothills of California. So the thing is that what nature programs a predator to do is if it finds easy prey, no matter what reason, if it was taught that way by its mother, or um, or if it just finds out experimenting where it was hurt and now it has to think a different way, starving and thinking in a very different way. Once nature has programmed predators to just acquire the most calories with the least amount of risk and use of calories. The translation, if they find really easy prey, they stop hunting difficult prey, like fast things like deer, and they switch entirely to the new one. And so man-eaters repeat their behavior is one of the things that everybody says is true. It won't be all the cougars out there to get you, but if there's multiple attacks on humans or attacks on animals, it's the same thing, the same individual. So they they did plaster casting of the tracks, some of the ones that I showed them at the pond, and they wanted to get the right animal, and they called in special hunter units with dogs because it was eluding them everywhere. It was just getting away. Yeah, it kept repeating, attacking livestock because it couldn't finish a meal. You know, the screaming of the animals in the middle of the night. I'll never forget that sound. Screaming of horses is ultra disturbing. It's true what they say. Like in World War II, they would stop. They would call a truce just to go out and get the horses that were in between German and British lines and stuff because the soldiers couldn't take this sound of that when they're out there, wounded and lost. Like they were like, oh, let's stop the war for a second. Let's go get the horses. So they finally eventually caught up with it and found out that it had been injured, but it rampaged through. I think it may have been what was the county just north of. I think it rampaged through Butte County and then into ours. I can't remember exactly what other county was affected, but it had quite a trail of destruction and it was quite scary. But it all stopped when they got the one. And it was not going to make it. It had hideous wounds, like to the paws. So eventually, it was just not going to be able to function. Like it was not even surgically able to fix it. And they speculated it may have attacked like a bull or something and gotten its paws stepped on by a bull or cow that it was chasing. That's a common that cripples them. And then if they don't have their front paws, they can't grip on prey, and then they can't deliver the lethal bite to the back of the neck. So like the ones that keep attacking people you hear about from time to time, the people who are on bicycles and stuff. It's not just the instinct to chase. It's that if they have it successful or they find out that humans are easy prey in any way, no matter what happens, maybe it is the instinct to chase. But once they figure it out, they repeat their behavior. So every once in a while, like a bicyclist is missing up on the trails, and then another one's attacked, and then they go and look, and they find the buried body of that missing person because they cover up their kills with dirt. Yeah. So California didn't have a lot of these things. When hunting was legal, they had a lot of fear of man. Like the females always thought avoid people. Occasionally, something happened, but it's mostly began occurring after the hunting ban This is a controversy. Some are like, that beautiful, majestic animal should never be killed. And then there's the other side that says, keeping fear of man is a good idea. And but it's not a debate. I'm just presenting both sides. My own personal experience was of terror for a while, terror for some weeks, not being able to go outside, especially at night. We had dogs disappear. And we don't know if the cougar got them or it was coyotes. Coyotes do that a lot. I never really thought, I grew up in the city, but when we got rural property, that like animals and wildlife could even be a threat. Like that sounded like tales in the 1800s. But for the first time and completely documented and verified, a black bear went into Placerville, didn't it? And killed people inside their homes. Isn't it near Placerville? I think it was Placerville. And it ate an old lady inside of her home last year, I believe. And it may have been wildfire related. Like what? I don't know. I wasn't studying wildfires as a kid, but sometimes when a lot of the prey die, or well, like deer, will take an immediate population hit because they don't have a lot of food now, and grass and stuff is burned up, or a lot of deer will actually die. It forces predators to think in a different way. So the Caldor fire burned up most of El Dorado National Forest, and there's nothing there. At least in summer of 2022, there's nothing there. And so a lot of the bear turned into breaking into cabins and getting used to being around people and people smell. And one broke into the house of an old lady in Placerville and returned to the domicile over the course of 4 days to consume her. That's it. One of the cams on the other fires shows mountain lions like right now, maybe? Tony Robbins? Oh, Richard Simmons. Yeah, Florida, you're right. Richard Simmons is I was thinking about. But wildfires affect more than us, and it affects us back in other ways. Who knows if the black bear that killed the woman in Placerville and then walked straight into the living room of an old man, potentially to kill him too. Who knows if that's because these mega fires are kind of our fault. We set up the landscape for disaster. It means we can stop them too, but it'll take a long time. I'm learning a lot of lessons. It just goes to show that there's a domino effect of what happens. I've never seen a wildfire cam show a mountain lion before. Like, is that now, Amy, or can we look at that now, or was it before, or something like that? If I go back in time to try to figure out, I think we have newspaper clippings of the killer cougar that rampaged around our neighborhood. And stalked me. That's so weird to even think about that. I wonder if things like wildfire are a factor back in the day. I mean, probably not, but I remember there being a giant one, for sure. They're wrath. Come on, seriously. He's our resident drunken Australian poster, so. But man, like, don't make fun of me when I'm telling you a chilling, terrifying tale of my childhood, man. You're searching for which camp? Was it like now? Really? Amy? I've never seen a cougar on cam. They're so. We've seen more condors in cams now. Oh, where were the condors today? Is time lapse even going to exist? Was it in Kern Mountain Blue again? That's the only time a couple days ago that I've ever seen a condor on the cams. Favorite animal, basically. So look at that. My view. But it goes to show that you don't have the way the media portray animals as being either angels, And where the reactionary other side portrays them as demons are not. They're just animals. Just do. They're innocent. They just do. Nature has programmed them to do. If you have to remove the killers, though, they'll repeat their behavior, terrify everybody until the point where they're like, okay, get them all out. We don't want any here. And that's not appropriate. It'll just be the behavior of a couple individuals that have to be removed. But you can't let it be a female. You can't let a female, whether it's a tiger, bear, bad enough if there's a male killer that's on the loose, but you can't let a female be out there. It will teach all of its cubs what food is, and that will be livestock, pets, and perhaps even humans. That's a scary thing. They just learn that way. You look at India, the Sundarbans tigers, some of them have killed 54 people in recent times in India because they don't kill the man-eating tigers. Instead of this one female raised several generations of cubs, which being killed too. I don't know if they even could catch her because the Sundarbans are like a deep, thick jungle swamp. I don't even know how you'd find them. But where they do target the individual and remove them, things generally go back to normal. You don't have anything to fear from 99.9% of the predators out there. Just man-eaters repeat their behavior. Yeah, it's because the female is the one that teaches. So it's the same for most big cats, except lion prides are totally different. They're the only real social big cat groups. But the wolf packs are different. Wolf packs, though, they will obey the alpha, like the alpha female, basically calls the shots, and the alpha male enforces it. And so she determines what is hunting. And wolf packs have a follow the leader mentality. They're not encouraged to think for themselves, and they don't have to. Only who's in charge. They just put their complete trust and cooperate with whoever's on top. Coyotes, though, think independently for themselves, and they have much more flexibility than a wolf pack. And there's a male and a female raising the young. They don't form packs very often. They most likely they have loose social family groups to go out there. So it's a bit quite different. It's like a Swiss Army knife survival strategy of we'll form packs if we need packs to take down larger prey. But when food is scarce or is the wrong season for big prey to be around, then we'll split off into individual pairs and eat mice and rodents. So it depends on the situation. But they find like a limping deer or something, then they'll call out to each other and say, "We have to form a pack right now. I've found something." I found out so many things, country life, and there's more to learn. I just scratched the tip of the iceberg about woodcraft, and coyotes have a language that you can understand, that you can imitate, and you can get them to respond to you with coyote calls. They have, "Hi, I'm here. Who else is here?" calls, and then they have warning barks, like "There's danger here. Bark, bark, bark." That's when a coyote does a weak bark. That's what he's doing. They also have, "I need help. Let's form a pack. Let's take down this prey." Or, "I found something big to scavenge." They've got a whole mini dialogue of things. And they only do it at certain points. I want to know more about this. They're super fascinating species. You can screw up if you're trying to return the coyote calls. Somebody demonstrated this a couple of times to me in Oregon. I was sitting there with my camera. I was like, "Can you call them in so I can photograph them?" And it didn't work. That would have been cool, but it didn't work because the guy who was doing the calling did a mistake, and he explained it later. We'll look at our heat detection. There's still huge flare-ups unless this is not the bug. We refresh. Yeah, it's still marching around, redetecting the satellite. Maybe it gets story time when we're winding down. Let me know if you want me to look at a cam or something else. It's not a lot to see. You can see why there's constant heat detections. It's so weird that there's fog in the foreground and epic smoke distance. Santa Barbara's got different climate zones. It is now quite cold. Oh, let's look back at Placerville. Jeez. But yeah, I wonder if the Caldor fire had anything directly to do with the predatory attacks on humans, breaking into the house, killing people, attacks on humans. I think it was by two different bears. One was confirmed to be the killer, and they tracked it, and they almost let it go in Placerville. It was last year. I had to read the article because they were just incredulous. They thought the old lady must have died, and he smelled her and went in there to eat her body. He returned over the course of 4 days to do that. And then there was neighbors just hadn't seen her for a bit. Somebody was called for a welfare check. God, I hope I get in the town right. If it wasn't Placerville, I'll be like, whoops. Probably don't want to see the article and just check. That kind of shocked me. Yeah. November 2023 from California. Yeah, bizarre, horrific story of California's first confirmed fatal black bear attack. There's been fatal black bear attacks before. Confirmed and documented means like somebody filmed it or there was official, inclusive like DNA tests and stuff. Usually when somebody's found in the woods and their predators have been chewing on them, it's impossible to determine the cause of death. So there's been plenty of black bear deaths, plenty of cougar deaths on people, but can't confirm. You only kind of suspect. I know this because one of my cousins is in search and rescue in Yuba County with the posse, and they find sometimes they can't tell if a missing hiker was killed by animals or just eaten later. It's speculation, so why the word confirmed is not there, and there's no real statistics on it. But this was confirmed for sure. The whole crazy situation. Is it not Placerville? Just look at the San Francisco Chronicles guy. Downeyville, I'm sorry, guys. Dude, Downeyville, so sorry. Sleep deprivation. So, let's see. Whoops. But it's still the foothills of California. It's far enough away from the Caldor. Yeah, sorry, if it's Placerville, it could have been related to the Caldor. Who knows? Bears have a territory, and since the El Dorado National Forest was kind of almost utterly destroyed by the Caldor, they spread out. Some of them found new territory and probably pushed other bears out of the way with a domino effect. It's hard to say. But it wandered into other people's homes. Those are the sick, because they could smell when a person is sick. I believe the lady that was killed was sick. Older lady. So the guy whose house we walked into, he was able to scare it away, but he was just chilling on his couch watching TV. He looks over and a black bear of pretty decent size is walking through the door of his living room. Holy crap. We look back. Amy D, did you find the cam? Yeah, sorry, it's Downeyville. Sorry. Helen says Neverland has its own fire engines, and the fire front never passed through the ranch, so they at worst only had spot fires. I'm pretty sure that they needed people to be there to defend it, though. And we were wondering about that. They had heat detections, but of course that could be hot drifting smoke. Let me look back up. I probably saw the chat from earlier. Somebody said, wonder if the building of the Figueroa cam itself is okay. Yeah, we won't know for a bit. No, not yet. That's okay. That's okay. That would be amazing. They have their own like Twitter page for trophy screenshots and the like on the Alert Wildfire cams. Maybe I could check that out. Oftentimes people will put that there. There's special bird watching pages on Twitter. The Alert Wildfire cams. Animal Alert Wildfire. Let's see what Twitter comes up with. X. I don't know how you're supposed to find a hashtag you don't know it exists. Like you can't just do a general search. You just don't get them. But there was a mass exodus of mule deer from away from where the Keldor burned, and I'm just like for example, like here's how some wildlife were affected. Nevada.Reno. Beware wildlife, meaning mule, deer, and bear, may be moving differently near the Nevada roadways due to the Keldor fire. Be alert while driving, especially at night. Wildfires can cause these animals to wander into populated areas and come in contact with humans that they normally would avoid. Yeah. Putting water for them out for them is very important, especially the deer, but away from your house. Because bear, cougar will utilize the water too. In Oregon, I don't know why. Well, I do know why, but I don't know why the water main is screwed up. They shut one of them off near where I live. It's been annoying. So we haven't been able to run the sprinklers. The grass is short anyway for a while. So it's normally where the backyard animals kind of drink from. And so I put out my own bowls of water. I want to put one of my security cams on just to catch the birds splashing around. I know that's happening. But I did visit like a little mini animal sanctuary. After the Caldor, and I saw a lot of burn victim deer, and they looked fine on one side, and they turn and face you, and they had pink skin. It wasn't awful. I mean, these were very survivable, but they had pink skin instead of hair. Spots in their body, or big chunks of it on the like one side or the other. So it was such a unnatural situation that they had to be fed to survive winter because there was just no food anymore. I mean, a lot of the deer died, but you have to put on enough fat to survive winter, like the cold. That's high altitude stuff by Tahoe, you know. This is one of the very few times ever that I would say it's okay to feed wild animals. When we really screwed up their habitat and their survival depends on it. You can fatten up the deer, that's fine, but we kept our distance, didn't really try to acclimatize them to people, you know what I mean? It's just heartbreaking. But they had their little does. Some of those that got affected by the burn had healthy little twins. But setting out water is way more important. Like if you're in a fire devastated area, they can go to their springs and creeks and find them completely just choked with ash mud and we're like a muddy soup and then something drinkable. Just beware that and they'll attract predators too, of course. Now, stay alert. Do we have an update? Something to read. I want to look back at Placerville or Shelly Fire first. Can't imagine there'd be an update in the middle of the night. I'm kind of mad that the cameras aren't, excuse me, looking at it. No. Try to slam it with aircraft tomorrow. For sure. Let's look back at Placerville. God, I can't believe it. Confused Placerville and Dannyville. Same thing. Gold Rush towns, eh? Sorry, I'm joking. They're both awesome little places. No updates whatsoever. Cam. It's Fort Jones. It's still rotating around on the Shelly. Go back to the Danaher cam. Look at Placerville right now. It just wasn't really that useful of a view after it clicked in the night vision. And it stopped looking at the airport, so it would have been cool if we could have tracked the fire by night with some sort of a camera, but oh well. Where is the alert wildfire cam Twitter that would show the I know there's a bird watching group. Another cam that might look towards Placerville. The actual North Placerville cam, no, really. Just wasn't much to do here. You guys ever had these spooky encounters with animals? I was so naive when I was a kid. It's amazing I didn't get turned into a cougar's net. But I know a lot more about what to do, how to not panic and react. Like, I'm still afraid though, of like encountering a bear on a trail, one that has cubs. Like, ugh, what a nightmare scenario. But I'm glad I've learned more about cougars because some people think they're being stalked. There's cubs in the bushes, and if the cougar's in plain view and just standing there looking at you, it's basically body language saying, "Would you move on, please? I got cubs here. Move on." And that's not stalking. You're very unlikely to even know if a cougar's truly stalking you. But this one guy who just got lost for like 16 days in the woods said one did. I can't remember what state that was. He just got rescued. But he was in a ragged state and near death, so I'm sure predators are kind of watching. That LA stars going by. I kind of like watching that. 4:39. We're at 9 hours and 51 minutes on stream. It's the cool down period. It's the story time. What do you want to talk about, time? Because I don't see how we can really track too many fires right now. Got live views of. That was a full view. Live views of the lake, but no real updates. What are the other cameras showing? Maybe it'll be back up and running tomorrow. Or the next day. I bet you it survived. The camera survived. Hope the building did, of course. Don't know if it was a historical fire lookout. Yeah, did we want to look that up? So it was Figueroa. It's a bunch of, yeah, Hey, they got pictures. Those padres. Padres. Oh, there was a photo on the search page here. Fire Lookout Association. So that's our little building with a tree next to it. I hope that's gone. Oftentimes, all I gotta do is shut the windows, and it's pretty good. But I worry about embers getting into the roof eaves. Figueroa Mountain Fire Lookout Project. Well, I hope it's still there for you, friend. Oh, this photo at the top is that special thing. Oh, there's a special device inside of Fire Lookout Towers, and it projects maps in a way that they can find exactly where a fire is. God, what is that thing called? It's a disc. A special instrument. Oh, do they have like a? I wish I had more pictures here. But that's the thingy. You can go like, how do fire lookouts know where fire is? Show it. Of course, they use a map, compass, and binoculars and two-way radio. But what's the special thing? What's it called? The Osborne Firefighter, Firefinder. Yeah, it's a type of holiday. I don't even know what that is. Looks like a sextant. A device that allows one to sight a distant object and use the line of sight to perform a task. It can be an example to triangulate a scale map on a site using a plane table drawing of intersecting lines. Anyway, you can they have a map on the thing in the device. They spin it around and like look at where the fire is, like a sight on a gun, and then it puts it on the map. These are neat, and that's solid brass construction right there. I've always wanted to see like a virtual example of how they're used. Like here's one inside of a fire lookout tower. They could adjust for elevation as they sight it in, spin it around. That's why there's 360-degree windows. You want to look out that way. But it's centrally located in a tower on the top of a big table. And there's not that many around anymore. I don't think they like make new ones. It's one of those wonder devices of the past. When was it invented? The modern version was created by William B. Osborne, a United States Forest Service employee from Portland. Really? And has been in service since 1915. Mr. Osborne also designed the photo recording transit for making panoramic records of forest conditions, as well as a collapsible water bag knapsack for firefighting, patented in 1935. Renaissance man. Many firefighters were manufactured from 1920 through 1935, but the manufacturing Leopold and Stevens, as in Leopold, high quality optics and scopes and camera lenses. It's called Leupold, isn't it? Can't remember. Stopped production of replacement parts after 1975. In recent years, with the resurgence recovery of fire lookout towers, the Forest Service tore a whole bunch down, let a whole bunch burn. Thanks. In recent years, with the resurgence and recovery of fire lookout towers, new Osborne devices were needed. Forest Service San Dimas Technology and Development Center was contracted regarding the deteriorating condition of the surviving ones housed in the fire lookouts throughout the United States. A pilot program to create new Osbornes was coordinated. The manufacturer Palmquist tooling incorporated, and now Osborne firefighters are once again available. Yeah, you like sight it in, point it at the fire, adjust its elevation. That's a pretty simple device. Genius. Once a friend of mine was playing a video game online, and it was a video game that had a fire lookout tower, just like complete perfect scale model and everything. It was like virtually walking into one. And it was a murder mystery game, and he was like an investigator for a murder in a remote campground or something. And I said, dude, who cares about the clues? Show me that Osborne Firefinder and see if it works in the game. I want to see how it works. He goes, what? I was that annoying person in chat, like, screw the murder mystery, I don't care. Does this thing work? He goes, shut up. And he goes back with his gameplay, you know. I was interrupting his show. Amy D says mountain lions were seen on one of the cams on the pay fire, but I couldn't find that thread. Wow. Really, it was the pay fire. We only have one good view from Mount Danaher. Most of them are around Placerville. Gotta give you a view like that. I wonder which one could have shown something near the ground. See, Coonflow is up there. Maybe somebody saw it in another cam. Just if you zoom out, you see more cams. See, when they were tracking the fire at Placerville, you know, could have been another. Yeah, but all those around are up in high elevations, except Saddle Timber has a ground level. We're here, but that's not in time lapse. That's fascinating. That's amazing. Yeah, Ratha's writing poetry. Oh, Figueroa. Oh, Figueroa. When we needed you the most, you fell at your post. Rest in peace, Figueroa. Tear to my eye. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. But no, I'm actually very worried about the buildings. We may have lost structures here. I guess we'd find out when they get out to it. Oh, we had videos. Got no updates on the pay. There maybe whenever they get around to it. I don't know if they'll get an incident management team or not, or if it'll just be CAL FIRE. When incident management teams show up, you know, for their big, like CAL FIRE ones, for example, or ones that CAL FIRE share. Sorry if that made microphone noise. Then they have sometimes on YouTube, you go to CAL FIRE IMT 5, for example, and they have their morning briefing just for each other, for other firefighters. Like, here's our battle map and here's where it's going. Oops, wrong page. Let's look back at the lake fire and see what the little videos are. I just hate it when they start super loud. But Twitter always does. Yep. Lake fire. Okay, I'm gonna put it down ultra low volume for you guys myself, and I'll be ready to adjust. Lake fire videos from yesterday around 1 p.m.
Hi, this is Captain Scott Safechuck, Public Information Officer for the Santa Barbara County Fire Department. I'm currently Hi, this is Captain Scott Safechuck, Public Information Officer for the Santa Barbara County Fire Department. I'm currently assigned to the lake incident, and I'm standing at the Zaca Lake Resort. You can see behind me here they did an excellent job of defensible space, which allowed our firefighters from Santa Barbara County and the Los Padres Forest to defend. Hi, this is Captain Scott Safechuck, Public Information Officer for the Santa Barbara County Fire Department. I'm currently assigned to the lake incident, and I'm standing at the Zaca Lake Resort. You can see behind me here they did an excellent job of defensible space, which allowed our firefighters from Santa Barbara County and the Los Padres Forest to defend these cabins during the firefight last night. So this is a testament. If you haven't cut your weeds, please do so, and I will give further updates as the fire continues. Hi, this is Captain Scott Safechuck, Public Information Officer for the Santa Barbara.
Sorry, that loops. I don't know why he's tiny on the screen. He is for me too. I just want to write down, and we watched some of these videos and vids from earlier today. Well, yesterday on the lake fire, people asked me, well, did they lose everything at the Zaca Lake? I said probably not, because that's where the fire started, but oftentimes it just takes off running in a certain direction away from where it started. And they arrived really quickly and evacuated people, and it looked very like there are not even a lot of structures to defend. It was right next to a big water source. And like he's explaining, as long as there's good defensible space, buildings oftentimes defend themselves. There's a very high probability your building would be totally fine, even if a big wildfire comes. If there's no vegetation right up next to it, you have good screens, fireproof screens on all the attic vents and basement or subfloor vents. That's golden. You know, no overhanging trees that could be on fire and then fall, like flaming branches on the roof or that entire tree falling on the place. You're golden. No gutters with a lot of like pine needles in them. You're golden. Finally, we found the information officer and retweeting this. This is why we do what we do, to find information like who is in charge, who is explaining things. You have to look all over social media. That's why I have 130 tabs open at once. Not exaggerating. Anywhere from about 68 to 135. Because who would have thought to look for his specific name? Oops, follow. You know, on Twitter to get your lake fire info. I've been following the hashtag, but there's lots of crazy fire images and stuff. So let's look at the other. Okay, I hope the volume is still okay. I assume that's Lake Zaca. When you get video and pictures from the ground, it gives you a whole lot better idea of what the heck's going on. He's rubbing the camera with his sleeve. I think his sleeve is hitting the microphone, making that kind of sound. But you could hear the roar of the fire. This gives you an idea. You can see that it was like a little crater-like bowl lake. I wonder if it was volcanic in origin or something else. But just how nightmarish it would be if it starts to run up the hill. This is why, you know, I took off running. You couldn't put a lot of roads here if you wanted to. So, but that's an eerie roar of the fire, and you'll see it change color and intensity as he's making adjustments to the camera. And I think it's his or her sleeve camera. sound. Jeez. Okay. People were asking about information. Storyful says, hi again, Scott. The darker visuals. Was that video shot last night, or were all 3 videos filmed today, Saturday? Thanks. Reply from Scott. The night video was filmed last night prior to the narration video at the cabins all at Zaka Lake. He replied 12 hours ago. So it's okay. It was the 6th when people were asking this question. They said, this is darker. So did you film this before or after this cabin video?
Santa Barbara County Fire Department.
Which looks like daytime. Right? So he goes, the night video was filmed last night prior to the narration video at the cabins. So what he meant was that was the night of the 5th. And in the morning of the 6th, I suppose, we filmed the video at the cabin. Because he said, yeah. A lot of people saying naked firefighters, etc. Now we know where to get our Twitter info, official sources at the lake. So I'm going to drag it on over to the Lake Fire tab, the collection of tabs in the Lake Fire subgroup. What's the next video? I think there's a 3rd. Okay. Panorama mode. And what we hear is a bird call at the very end, right around here. I believe that's a bird. There's still critters alive over there. Yeah, it's pretty decent defensible space. Bark dust can burn though, that's bad. You don't want bark dust. Bark dust fires are invisible and they're so insidious. I once had a friend, bless his little heart, who was a little bit, we'll say, stubborn. So I said, hey, you can't smoke near the house. It was the only smoking friend I had at the time. We had gaming nights like Dungeons and Dragons dork nerd nights, And he was always the cool cat. He don't take no instructions from nobody. But he respected the wishes, so he goes across the street from where I lived at the time, rented house. And he goes, there's a cricket. Yeah, it could have been an insect. It sounds like a bird, though, to me. Crickets are at night. I think it was a bird. But he goes, okay, fine. And he's smoking a cigarette out there. So he comes back, and I said, here's the ashtray on my porch, though. Because, of course, I have a glass ashtray that's really shallow, which means people can't overload it and it can't catch on fire. I had a different set of friends in high school. And as soon as they graduated high school, they go rent an apartment together. And they had like a Cool Whip tub as an ashtray at parties. And of course, millions of cigarettes filled it up and it lit on fire. I extinguished it and said, guys, that's not a safe ashtray. He goes, safety girl's back. I'm like, well, later I found out they got evicted because they started a fire and burned their deck off during one of their parties and caught the deck of the people above them on fire too on the next floor. So all of a sudden they're like, what should we do for an ashtray? And I'm like, okay, glass, shallow, that's best. Change it often. Yeah. Or multiples, check them. Great to fill the bottom with water if you need to. Anyway, so I had a glass ashtray on the porch. Friend comes back and says, oh, I don't need it. I said, wait a second, what do you mean you don't need the ashtray? He goes, I took care of it. What are you saying, man? You littered? You threw a cigarette butt somewhere in my neighborhood? He goes, look, it's one little thing, it doesn't matter. I said, seriously? Oregonians don't litter, man. This is my neighborhood. You're trashing. And that's not good to do to my neighbors. Like what? Sorry, that's gotta mute that.
I'm currently assigned.
I guess you can't mute all videos and they play loudly. Let's get out of here. Does he have any more updates? Scott, Safe Chuck. San Bernardino County Fire Info on Twitter. I am following. I'm gonna put all notifications on. Here's a link, friends, by the way. Anyway, he comes back and he refuses to tell me like where he's put the cigarette butt, and I assumed it had gone into the street, gone into the storm drain or something. But we went back to our game playing, right? It was like the afternoon. He goes out for another smoke. And I said, this time you bring it back and you put it here in the ashtray. Okay. I said, well, you don't have to comply, but I don't have to say, unlock the door to let you back in my house. That'll be the way you get in. How about that? It's the key to getting back in my house. Otherwise, we lock the door and continue the gaming session without you, dude. And he goes, oh, whatever. He's a cool cat. Yeah. So one cigarette butt ended up in the ashtray. I said, could you retrieve the other one? He goes, it's gone, man. So what happened later is we're back to gaming Dungeons and Dragons or whatever. And I hear the unmistakable sound of air brakes outside, like from a large truck. Sounds. And so we're all very curious when we're peeking out the window. There's a fire truck outside. So it's in front of the neighbor's house. And I just looked at him sideways like, oh, really? So I walk over, and sometimes the neighbor, one of them was the one that nearly died in the heat, that my other neighbor had to break into her house, right? Sometimes there's welfare checks. It may be the police that show up or the fire department, but they both know how to let themselves in without breaking down a door. Refugio can. I didn't do a time lapse of that one. I just wish we could see and know what the heck is going on here. And so I walk around and I said, are you here for the... I politely waited and said, are you here to check on the old lady? He goes, no, we're here to put out the fire. And they start getting out a hose. I look left. I look right. What fire? You step aside, please. And the lights were on. I couldn't see it. But as they're getting their hose out, I noticed that there was a black spot on the bark dust of the neighbor's place in her yard. And the black circle had not been there earlier today, was getting bigger and bigger and bigger, really slowly. What? And they said, yeah, the bark dust is on fire. The flames are invisible when it is, but you got to put a lot of water on it to make sure it's fully out. It just tends to go and go and go like a coal fire, like extremely hard to extinguish. Like they have to take shovels and smooth it out on the ground and like soak it with water. Like the Titanic actually had a coal fire in her deck. Some speculate that if we weakened the steel on the side of the ship where the fire was, and yes, fire can weaken steel, but it's got to be long duration and somewhat decent intensity. But well, that's what coal fires are. They're pretty long duration. So the best way to put out the coal fire in the Titanic was just continue shoveling it into the boilers, deal with it in port. Um, they're pretty low key, but extremely hard to extinguish. So they showed me. They said, "Here, I'll show you." Turned off the lights of the fire truck, and the shadow of the fire truck blocked the street lamp because now it's after dark. And sure enough, there's a ring of fire just spreading out really slowly in the bark dust. So the lady who owned that property had gone out to water and had seen like a little ring of fire there, and well, called the fire department because she thought somebody lit her yard on purpose. I go, oh my God. So I go back. My friend didn't even have balls to show his face outside. He was hiding in my house. I said, the firefighters would like to speak with you. And he's lucky he wasn't given anything but a lecture, for youth, And he said, discarded cigarette into bark dust is a major cause of fire. Once bark dust gets going, it's an invisible flame, but you'll recognize it by the characteristic, blackening of the bark dust. It can be really low key until the wind picks up. Bark dust that's on fire will tumble around in the wind. It can go up against the side of a structure and light the structure on fire. So basically, my friend is sheepish now, looking down, embarrassed at his feet. He goes, I thought it couldn't burn. I thought that was safe extinguishing of it. So he apologized to the homeowner lady and the fire crews for like wasting their time. They soaked her lawn pretty good. And he made a nice gesture of reparation later to the lady. I think he brought her a bouquet of flowers. Like, he was a nice guy with a tough guy attitude, right? But that's how I found out that bark dust fires are invisible. So when I see the Twitter here where the public information officer is saying great defensive space, the only thing I would like to comment on. Sorry, this might show super loud again. Hopefully it doesn't play at max volume. Mute it. I think that's bark dust all over the place. I was just researching like gardening in general. I really suck as a gardener. But it really can destroy the roots of trees, especially if you pile bark dust at the roots of trees. You're basically burning the roots and screwing up the tree and weakening it really bad. Mulch and bark dust should not be piled on top of roots. It should be pushed far away from the base of the tree, not up against the bark, not nothing. It's actually seriously bad. So I think they might be damaging these trees right here with their landscaping. I'm not an expert, but surely they should not allow bushes at the base of the trees. That's good. I mean, one of the ways that fire can climb trees, at least the limbs, look like they have to be dead limbs way up. This dead tree, that's not good. But yeah, bark dust is not very good. Not in a fire-prone area. Don't do it. Avoid it. I really don't think it's all leaves. I think there is true bark dust here as a landscaping thing. Wow, look at that extremely old oak. That was probably here before white man. Wow. Look at that. And what these cabins need for sure is the if the bark does to her, these little bushes are on fire, that window will break and it's game over. They need iron shutters. It's not just for snow. It's how they fireproofed all the Wells Fargo buildings back in the day. Because every robber would have gotten rich if they could have just lit the Wells Fargo buildings. The stagecoach stops on fire. I mean, gold doesn't burn, then they would grab it at the end. Driven out the guards, right? So they had tin roofs, usually a well on the inside of the building so that they could fight a fire from the inside. And they never did abandon the Wells Fargo station. Otherwise, all the criminals would have done that. They would have lit grass on fire nearby and robbed them easy. They just shut the iron doors, had iron window covers too, and defended the structure and had the original defensible space. But yeah, this one needs iron shutters. The plastic ones. We had plastic decorative window shutters in one of the homes we were living in once. Oh my God, they didn't even close. Well, all it is giant, a guaranteed way that fire would enter the home. The plastic would start to melt off, eventually catch fire, and fuel it at the window's base where the heat would shatter the window and it's game over. But just say no to bark dust. Yeah, little embers landing on it. Oh yeah, they'll light fire. Then it'll blow up against the house, and whoosh, I win. Well, it looks like a lovely place. I've never been anywhere near here. Glad they've been able to protect much of it. I just don't know. I'm unfamiliar with the lake. I guess it's a dock. You can see which side of the lake this fire is on. I'll look at it. Lake. No. Taka Lake. All right. No. Caltoga, why are you stupid? Called Lake Taka? It's not even the right spot. No, it's like an airport. Santa Ynez Airport. Ridiculous. All right, let's just put the fire history back on activity and go find it that way. So where did it start? It's kind of small. Sorry, rogue mouse. Fire activity. Where's that little mini lake? There we go, Zaka Lake. All right, where are these docks? Right there. So, assuming those are docks. Anybody know which they're on? Or something? Yeah, there's some. The cabins probably that you just filmed right there. Weird, different levels. Is this a foundation or something? Or? I don't know what that's supposed to be. Looks like it's filling from here, and what was on fire was right here. This climbing up has spread to the south, but much of this side was on fire from those videos. I wonder what formed it. Is it man-made? Yeah, it's a cool thing. Never mind. Like, they not have a does not exist. Zaka Fire has a page. Going for 2007. Oh my god. The one that got the 240,000 acres? Oh my god. We just have it repeat there. Over 240,000 acres. It started July 4th again, just like this one started on July 4th. And by August 31st, it burned 240,000 acres, making it California's second largest fire in recorded history at the time, just after the Cedar Fire in 2003. As of 2023, it's California's 12th largest fire in modern history. It was contained on September 4th, with it being brought under control fully by October 29th, which is probably the wet season. But thank God they did it by October, because the Santa Anas would have started as our October through January. That would have made it even bigger. So I guess what we have to think about now is, will the lake fire be contained or out before the Santa Ana wind season? If not, all hell really could break loose. Yeah. It only destroyed one Forest Service outbuilding, the old Zaka fire. The impacts on the environment and area water resources are not fully yet known. What? I guess they didn't ever fully finish this article. Many trails and campgrounds in the Dick Smith Wilderness were destroyed. Since then, a number of them have been rebuilt. Okay. The Zaka fire neared containment on September 2nd, and by September 4th, it had cost $117 million to fight. Reach 100% containment. Hotspots within the perimeter continued to burn for over a month until the Zaka fire was brought fully under control on October 29, 2007. Of the 43 non-fatal injuries, 2 occurred when a helicopter assigned to it crashed. Whoa. Dang. What caused it? They don't have progression maps. This is like a stub article. What was the cause? Okay. Death 0, structures destroyed, damage. Bird areas caused sparks from a grinding machine on private property. Yeah, that's what people are saying. I have an article that's stuff. Zaka fire helicopter crashes. Whoa, they survived that. Gee. Was that film? I think I've seen some footage of some sort of a crash of a copter in a field like that. Yeah, out of context, it's just kind of tickling my memory here. At 4:07 Sunday afternoon back in 2007, a contract helicopter being used to fight the Zaka fire in Los Padres National Forest crashed in a field off of Figueroa Mountain Road. Deja vu. The field was being used as a fire helicopter staging area. Both pilot and passenger were transported by ground ambulance to Santa Ynez Hospital for evaluation. Injuries both appeared to be minor. Wow. The accident occurred as the helicopter was taken off. After injured personnel were removed, fire personnel doused the helicopter with foam. And immediately following the crash, all air support for the fire was recalled to base camp to be grounded safely for the night. Jeez. Deja vu, guys. History repeating itself. Wow. Okay. I'm surprised there's just really not a whole lot of information about the old Zaka fire and maps or anything. Wow. Alrighty. Let's do a quick cam roundup. I was hoping for some sort of morning updates or something. It's 5:20 and I'm not going to stick around 7. I was hoping Ferris would give us an updated video. Saw the one for Placerville. But now we know that we have to turn to Twitter for our info from Los Padres National Forest. This is the current lake fire. Was taken, or at least posted on 5th at 5 p.m. Okay, 15 hours ago they had a 12,000 acreage, but that's changed. That's changed a lot. No update at all since then from Los Padres National Forest. Just 15 hours ago. We watched the camera burn over and all this chaos happen once again at night, and they just don't tell us anything. Not the National Forest Service, not the PIO, not the Santa Barbara County Office of Emergency Management website. We're on our own, just left to try to fill the gaps, try to figure out what the hell is going on with fires, because they don't have anybody on a night shift who will update the public on anything. At least they've got an actual evacuation map. It took them more than 24 hours to generate one. I should have shamed them and made one myself and said, here you go, would you like to use mine? It's based on all the info here about your road. If this here the road there, this here the road there. Not the first time I've come across this. People with these government jobs, they get really nice benefits. If you're going to have an Office of Emergency Management, you don't have to have 24-hour staff for crisis, especially like, red flag, holiday, Really, you need to set that up. You got to set that up. Yeah, they've never had a phone number to call. Only about animal evacuation help and shelter help, which I bet you just go straight to the Red Cross or something. But here we are. We do what we can. When people see this out the window, there's nobody to call to for information, so we do what we can. Holy mackerel. Yeah. You made homebrewed napalm, Wrath? Somehow, I suspect you may not be lying. Wrath says, he's Australian here, I was making some homebrewed napalm in my magazine at the back of Dad's shed when I was a young bloke. Bit fumy in there. Knocked a hammer off the bench and kaboom. Dad comes running over to see scorched pock marks, embers of me clothes and hair still smoking, and he says, now, you know you shouldn't be smoking in here. Oh my God, Ralph. Oh my God. Oh. Alright, I'm finally relaxed enough. I've finished my easy sipping of my nutrition shake, my Spirotein. But man, that was at midnight not last night, night before. So, all the mods have been exhausted and collapsed and fallen asleep. Some of them are still on vacation. We're at a mod shortage, so we can't just go 24 hours a day. It may be the day that I just have to catch up on my sleep. I hate to have you and your dad were both laughing until your mom showed up. Men. 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 I'm hoping there's an easier time today. Just hoping, but I was hoping for that yesterday. Heat should start slowly decreasing, but it's slow. It's going to slowly decrease. Hey, Lady Bird, I'm trying to figure out how when I should stream again, or if I should finally actually take a day off and just not even look at the phone and actually sleep. Hey Larry, thanks again for the kind donation and your tip. Remember guys, keep hitting the like button. We had 6,300 views today. Only 297 likes. But thank you so much for your kind support. It's going straight to the donut fund. Bugs Bunny put 10 or 20 in the donut fund. Now I got $10 for Larry for the donut fund. Awesome. What do you mean homebrewed napalm? Okay, don't say that here. I don't want to get banned, Wrath. I know that naphthalene puts the nay in napalm, but it's not like we want to instruct people and give people ideas. Not during epic fire season. Oh no. Oh no. So I was trying to find the animal and bird watching cam alert wildfire thing on Twitter. I know I follow them already, but I don't know how to find them again. I've never really felt comfortable navigating around Twitter and all that. The Daily Mail has like aerial video. I'm sorry, it always starts super. They probably got it from some government agency, but I can't tell if it's something I can show with copyright restrictions or not. I'm gonna retweet it though. It's old, but yeah, it's a little helicopter just zooming around. It was 12 hours ago. I think this footage is right before it came to the fire lookout camera. We had a burnover. The cameras are dead. Rest in peace. They died at 2:42 a.m. was the time of death. That's when we stopped CPR. We verified it's an actual, like Rob Lingsdorf said, an actual little fire lookout tower that's tiny, not very tall, and just tiny. So it's probably just a loss of power. But we've had, apocalyptic views as it roared through here. And so I think that what I'm seeing on Twitter, that I just retweeted, is the helicopter cruising through here before the fire did yesterday. Because it looks so similar, and the fire is coming towards it from the west like it did. But yeah, we saw deer walk by. It was sad. I don't know that the building survived. That's what I really want to know. And I just tweeted it, guys. Excuse me. This might be. So best we could tell, and we were just matching up videos. When the public information officer took some video, the south, all the south corners, it's like a heart-shaped lake actually, was on fire. The fire was climbing up. He took it sometime on the 5th. So there still is fire by the lake, but they saved the buildings. And he was saying that they were savable because they were defensible. But we've had quite an exciting night. So no, I didn't sleep again. So the Figueroa 1 and 2 cams have been knocked offline, but I think the fire lookout tower is probably safe because it had decent defensible space. Figueroa. Yeah, the lookout. I'm not so sure about the historical looking building in the background though. Does anybody know what the buildings are? But they issued little evacuations. Oh, was I in the wrong? My I don't think I was. I thought Figueroa Mountain Lookout was here because we could see other buildings. So they evacuated Sawmill Basin in this area when the heat was already well established there. They finally got an evacuation map. But we're still pretty much totally in the dark. Here we probably watched buildings like probably burned down. And we don't know if they're standing or not, or if they saved them. And the cams went dead. And we have absolutely no information. If we try on global imagery, oh, and we may have seen the explosion of a literal explosion of a gas tank. Like this is how we fuel up the farm tractors kind of gas tank. We did not see the propane tank explode in front of the building like we thought might happen. I really thought the lookout tower thing was down here. Because we saw a big parking lot, so I thought the cameras were looking left or right from here. Like I said, I've been in this area, I don't really know. But then the fire raced up a hill, threatened them, and then there was a little olive tree. So it's kind of hard to pinpoint where it was. It was just all heat detectors like everywhere. But it was grassy and clusters of trees and a couple of scattered buildings. I'll have to go back. I didn't name the screenshot with it looked like a little red helicopter dropping water, like a tiny one. So I was like, could that be a drone fighting the fire? Oh wow, look at how this climbs up in the mountains, this whole road. Looks like an epic drive. Whoa. Man, that's rugged. Anyway, I don't know if the buildings made it. Or if they're homes or recreational places or camps or resorts, retreats, or ranches or farms or whatever. I don't know where exactly the cameras are, what we were seeing. But the heat detectors are just all over the place. But good morning. You know what I'm saying? The moving edge of the fire is probably within red. And this is where it really was burning up the landscape. A mix of red and yellow. Let me go back to chat. I broadcasted all night again. Yeah, the government is failing with staffing. Yeah. I know. I'm so sleep deprived now that I don't know I'll have the strength to get out of bed, even if I want to, even if the world is ending later today. I knew, whatever's going to happen is going to happen to the camera. But we saw first responders driving around and probably attempting structure protection or something, a new level 3 evacuations for this area, and the fire running at it so quickly. I'm going to do, okay, if you have a seizure, flashing lights warning, we're going to do some time lapse. Here we go. Look away if you get flashing light seizures. Los Alamos 2, yeah. Stop right there. You see this looking due east. In front is the fog, and up there is the fire. It's so eerie. But we couldn't pinpoint the locations of anything. It was just mostly out of focus the entire time. We look at the others, and of course, Figueroa 1 and 2 are out now. Grass Mountain was of no help or assistance. Santa Ynez Peak 1 West was looking at it, marching around, but it was at super zoom level, mostly unfocused, so we could never tell where exactly this was, but it seemed like generally from the west. The fire approached, and it even was against the wind. Just approaching because it's just fires continuously touching new things that burn. It's a vegetation touching the vegetation next to it, which is a bit odd, but it does make it more intense, even if it's against the wind on the side of the fire. So it's a weird effect, but see it in action. That's our current video view. So that was looking at this region. Like Santa Ynez one has been looking at the presumed little fire lookout mini tower, or wherever these cams are, right here, just east of Figueroa Creek. That's the way you can find out where this is. Yeah, just south of Figueroa Mountain Peak. This is hopelessly outdated, the fire perimeter map. Hey, good morning. We held a mini funeral and a moment of silence for the cams. We don't know the building status or the other buildings nearby, but I fear we may have lost them. They looked historical, like a barn or a ranch. So I took a million screenshots, and some of them were out of order. Hey, trying to drag it here. Why isn't it showing? Anyway, we're talking about random topics. I was trying to wind down to go to bed. This is Figueroa Lookout Tower, and I don't know that this is where the cameras are at because it doesn't look like this when they face the building. It's like brown. So who knows? No running water, air conditioning, or heating inside the fire lookout tower. What a little prison. So I don't know if that's exactly where the actual cams are. That's been the confusion of trying to locate this. But it just occurred to me now to click on the different the topo view, and it just identified the mountain lake. This is the last image the cam had before death, around 2:40 in the morning, which is probably just some power loss. They may have even requested that power be cut because these are power poles in the distance, and they're probably made out of wood. They're probably damaged, and if fire was on them, they have to cut the power in order to put water in there, unless they want to go straight to heaven by putting water on an electrified line. So Trident 1 says it's a foggy morning here in the central coast of California. Yeah, it's foggy down below central in Santa Barbara too, but up high it's an inferno. The temperature difference is extreme. It's like 74 down the valleys of Santa Barbara with fog. It stays 95 degrees at night and like 10% humidity up at the top because the desert wind's blowing over. It's just mind blowing to me. Good morning, friends. So we fished around for all kinds of information. We finally found that public information officer has a Twitter. And so we looked at some of the videos. Yeah, you'll just have to rewind some of my broadcasts like we just did that. And it was personal story time too. Cougar was apparently in one of the cameras. Somebody said looking at the pay fire at Placerville, but they're all up in the air. So what we saw was possibility, unconfirmed, of a black bear sitting under the tree in the Figueroa 2 cam. But I bet if anybody saw a cougar, it would have been actually tracking the lake fire as the animals are running away from it. That's pretty prime cougar territory. They blend in so easy in this kind of thing. But there's 2 deer right there. Well, I hope they're not burn victim deer. Maybe it's the other ones we saw in the can. That was a little heartbreaking. See it? It's right there. So that's 5:38 in the morning. That was 2 minutes ago. Look at it. Check out the deer. There he is. It's probably just one. But it was Bambi and Mommy up at the tower, or camera location, I should say. Yep, deer using the man-made trail. They will take the path of least resistance. Animals are really helped by the presence of roads. People don't get that. They use them and burn a lot less calories than pushing through the bush. That's why you see their poop on the side of the road all the time. But that's neat. I was just we were just speculating, and Amy D said that somebody said, she couldn't remember where, that a cougar was spotted on one of the camps, but she thought it was the ones watching Placerville, but they're all up on high poles by Placerville. We haven't been able to monitor Placerville throughout the night because, well, there wasn't really anything on the radio to listen to. They all switched to tactical channels. And the camera looking at the airport turned away. I guess looking for Embercast and new starts, but that sucked. So that's the dawn there. Which camera was that? Refugio one. So that's pretty far away from the fire, actually, looking south, I think. Still see the marching flames still going towards the east and southeast. Eerie. Fog and a mix of smoke. I guess that's what smog is. The Grass Mountain cams were not really a help last night. Sorry, we might have flashing lights again. Sorry, I forget to tell people when it's over. What I'm going to do, it's probably going to be a flashing light cam. Remember how these are the Grass Mountain cams that survived somehow. They're really not much of a help. Oftentimes we went out of focus or zoomed in too much or rotated. But it was looking at the fire headed towards the be back later. Okay, I may not be live. I'm feeling my body now is calling on me to get that rest. I promised it. I'll need to eat some good nutritious breakfast first. But it's like, come on, you're about to collapse. Crisis is over. Go to bed. Well, as far as we can see, it is. But yeah, look at the fog in Santa Barbara County. So freaking beautiful. It swirls around every morning. A lot of places on the California coast are like that. But, there's a price for everything, and where you have a lot of beauty, there's often a lot of danger. Like living by volcanoes, whatnot. There's blessings and drawbacks. That's current Santa Ynez Peak. Now, we just saw deer walking around in Refugio. Where there's deer, there's the predator. So I bet it was this cam that somebody may have seen a cougar hours ago. But it seemed to have been looking up at the fire most of the night. Ras says, I'm done telling you to eat. Starve, woman. That's brilliant. You should totally reverse psychology on me. That would probably work. Because I resent being told what to do so much. But you know what I resent more? being told to wither and die and, get worse. People like wish you ill, that I resent that more. That will totally work, Wrath. Okay, from now on, you're instructed to tell me to starve myself, stay up as late as possible. Also, don't go outside. Don't take walks. Yeah, just tell me that kind of stuff, Wrath. That'll work. Oh man, you're a riot sometimes. You know that. That's why I keep you around. Okay. Well, that and you send me jewels. Oh, I won't open that. I still haven't opened it. It's going to be a reaction video live on camera. That'll be cool. Okay, sorry. But back to the camera burnover itself. And we're going to have more flashing lights, so just keep closing your eyes if you're watching. Yeah, rip, it's dead. Right, 12-hour time lapse. Now, Figueroa 2, from what we could tell, looked west as the fire approached, but it seems to have spotted well ahead of itself. See what I mean? That this just doesn't look like the same building. This looks like a normal building, not a fire lookout tower. Just because the cameras are named after the mountain doesn't mean they're on the fire lookout tower, which seems like it's an antique that Historical Society bought or something. This is ground level, so I think I was correct in identifying it by the sawmill gulch thing or whatever. So eventually it stops panorama mode for a bit, just keeps looking west. I believe that's what the camera from the far south, Santa Ynez Peak, was fixated on. But all of a sudden, from the east, a fire comes. Sorry, that's so flashy and weird. Came from the east. This is right before it shut off. But it had good defensible space. In fact, the grass burned already way earlier than that. Like this is the number 2 cam doing its panorama mode. And so it's actually not a solid thing of fire here that's close. It is still calibrated to look that direction, which has less light. Look the other direction. So when it kept twitching around, taking 3 pictures to make the panorama, it was still calibrated for low light, which made this blinding. That's just a camera error. It's not like a solid wall of flame. Because we could tell, because all the stuff that's almost in complete darkness, like the side of the building underneath the roof, you can see a lot of it. So it's calibrated for the moment for darkness. So the other camera was calibrated differently, Figueroa 1, and was looking east and caught the show. And I did individual time lapses until it looked away. Still flashing lights, hang on. Till it looked away for a bit, right as some of the main fire hit. So we have a break in what Figueroa 1 caught. So we will pivot to look west, or east, excuse me. I take that's south, actually. So this is around 9:30 at night. So we were up all night, 10, 11. It turns around and you can see all the buildings that I think maybe are gone. There's the propane tank right there. It's still a bit flashy, I'm sorry. But look, it looked away. Like, seriously, what? Then it looks back. The deer go past. And this was its last image at 2:42, time of death. Cameras died. But as you can see, the other camera shows blinding white. It's just because it was calibrated wrong at 2:40. This is a reality. and the other cam was looking at the darker side on the other side. So every time it looked this way, it was blinded. You can tell the fire's not here. It came up right here and it burned off the grass. It was very short. It's a done deal. You see these buildings here: farm, homestead, campground, turn living museum, whatever this is. We may have lost this and that. I don't know. It's been heartbreaking to watch and not knowing. We were wondering what was going to happen to this propane tank. I don't think it blevied or exploded or did anything at all, actually. The camera kind of looks away from it. But I took screenshots for most of this. It's still, we're skipping a lot of frames. But you see, it was not calibrated. It's just light. This is the light of the fire reflected in the smoke above. Camera's trying to see in the dark, so it's exaggerating light. It's actually just a quick moving but rapid grass fire that may have taken down some power poles and trees. But it's total exaggeration. It's not really that ferocious of a fire. They could have sit here, protected the different buildings with one unit. It's just like that's a headlight. Headlights are not that bright. It's just calibrated to see in the dark foreground. So everything in the background is super bright for most of the time until it self-adjusts. But the crazy thing that happened, like this is more like reality, you know? The flames were really not more than 3 feet tall, 1 meter. It's just the way the light is. It goes into daytime mode, which distorts light even further. It's just on automatic settings, trying to do its best. But what cameras try to do is oftentimes adjust for the light in the foreground, which is dark, and it'll blow out the rear. Or sometimes it does the opposite. That's why you take a picture of somebody in front of the sun and their face is black, but the sun's really bright, but you can't see their face. I'm very worried for these buildings. It would only take one unit there wetting them down and just waiting for the grass fire to pass, then save the other building. But I don't know that anybody was babysitting them. It looks away again, unfortunately, and I got really mad. Like, seriously, show us what is occurring over there. Pivots back. Much time had already elapsed. And notice the grass that's cut short, but it's here to the right. High winds are going to sweep fire over to them, but you can't see the propane tank now. It's out of view to the left. But as you can see, it just marches kind of slowly down. This is not high intensity. It's just a grass fire. Then the deer show up, and they're like, "We're out of here." And underneath an olive tree, I think it's an olive tree, in a different camera angle, we saw it look like a bear sitting there, like the shape of one. But it never moved, so maybe it's just like a stump. But sometimes when the wind gusts really pick up, they could have been pretty serious. You see that the flames get sucked up into the sky for a moment, like mini fire whirls. That's the danger of high wind. But okay, so now it skipped a while. So it was 1 minute later, and the fire came up the hill, and it pivoted again. So here's the wind whipping up the little grass thing, but 1 minute later, phew, grass is gone. It's over. That's a great way to protect buildings, just keep the grass short. That's a done deal. Building's pretty safe. Grass burns off super fast. But we saw something super weird. And it's not in this frame. I may have to go back. And this is still a bit flashy, I'm sorry. I just don't know how quickly light has to change to trigger stuff. Now, I identified that as one of those old windmills. aerators, you know, like the windmills that were automatic well pumps. I think that's what that is in the background. The weirdest thing happened where there was a big flare up, a huge one, embers being thrown. And I said, is that like a small drone helicopter putting water on it? And Smitty goes, nope. I bet you it's a gasoline tank, kind that farmers have to fill up the tractor, you know, like their own mini gas station. Poor dear. And I bet you it's exploding and launching into the air, and it's gas spilling out of it, not like a water drop. And we did see like a crazy flash of light. Remember, this is a 12-hour time lapse, so we get a lot of skipped frames. We did a 3-hour, if it would function. See it. These might just stop functioning. Hey Dave T, how are you? I rode a mountain bike up the Little Pine Mountain on December 1 day in Santa Barbara. Views incredible. The Channel Islands, I bet. Hey Jay Catmore, if you take a picture of me in the sun, have a black face, chances are I was working on one of the trucks. It's not the camera's fault, right? Um, yeah. Good morning, guys. I guess the 3 hour is not cooperating. 6 hour is. Sorry, it's still just the nature of these are still flashy. I just don't know why it looks away. I don't know if they lost control of the camera. The other one went into panoramic mode. So I was hoping that one of these frames I didn't have to dig it out of the thousands that I took. I was right click saving, right click saving. They took a new image every 15 seconds. Yeah, there's it. A weird thing, right? I've been right about here. But we saw this huge explosion of sparks right about here. And a huge flare up. And what looked like a little red helicopter or something, but too small to be a helicopter. I thought, well, maybe it's like a little firefighting drone. We've heard of these. And Smitty goes, they usually paint the gas tanks on farms red. And I went, oh, oh, oh. And then it dawned on me what we were probably seeing. Probably a gasoline tank launch up into the air, spilling the gas. So I've got lots of my own still pictures. We could do a frame by frame of what I took. Probably missed a bunch anyway. Maybe that's easiest. Some of them are out of order. Right click. Here from view. I swear I'm gonna pass out no matter what, guys. We may, if mods are here wanting to, mind you, you might have to hold the fort for 10 hours, mods. I could just turn on the stream on a basic camera, and it'd be probably silent, but you could give people fire information, but I don't know about that. I would hate to ask that of you guys. All right. Here from view. Oops. Wrong windows. Adjusting the wrong stupid windows. There we go. Whatever. It's a free photo viewer thing. So I can safe now. Flashing lights are over. I'm just gonna do this like frame by frame. Some of them are duplicates and out of order. Just manually advancing the frames, and I want to show you guys like what was so weird. That's possible gas tank exploding and launching in the sky, perhaps. I'll leave it to this folder. have some big panoramic screenshots as well. Okay, zoom. Yeah. So I was like, wow, look at the embers. What happened? Is that a tree on fire? You can see the embers blowing up into the sky. Sometimes if there's like a dead tree or like a little shack or something that collapses, you see the embers go up in the sky and then they get carried by the wind and start new fires, right? So I was like, what could have caused that? So I went back around. It's probably out of order, trying to figure it out. And that's what we thought might be a bear. See the frame, but it never really moved. So I mean, it could be an animal chilling out and hiding from the fire, or a stump or a chair or something. But that looks like an olive tree, which they're very flammable, I hear. But somebody cut down the grass around it, so it's more likely to have survived. It was right around the time that, yeah, right here. Okay. Sorry, so we're out of order. So I could see that that's one of those, I think those old windmills that they were for pumping wells, aerators or whatever they're called. Classic turn of the century, changed farming forever because it could pump water without a person being there or an engine. It was air powered, you just let it go. And that allowed there to be watering stations, automatic watering stations for wildlife and cattle and the like. So they're super popular all over the American landscape, but pretty rare these days. Many of them just fell down eventually or weren't maintained. But awesome, totally green innovation. So we were looking in that corner. Shoot, the zoom is going to change every time I advance the frame. I should have looked at the timestamp of when the embers happened because it was the frames right before and after there. There it is. Okay, what's the timestamp though? Excuse me. 2:21 in the morning. Okay. Hey, Rob Coldwave, thank you so much for donating towards our laptop fund. We're getting there, guys. Super cool of you. We get hearts. If 20% of the viewers donate $1, we'd be on our way. But here is your heart. Thank you, thank you. Okay, this is what's so weird. I went and zoomed in and went, what the hell is that? Isn't that like a little drone? It looks like a little helicopter. It's red. Is it pouring water in the fire? Like, what's going on? And Smitty goes, it's probably a blevy, basically. I mean, he didn't say blevy, but he meant that. Blevy sounds for what? Boiling, evaporating liquid explosion. Meaning when you have flammable liquid like, kerosene, gasoline, or a gas like propane or liquid propane or LPG, whatever it is, when it gets hot inside of a container and the gases expand, eventually the container detonates, and it's some of the most powerful explosions that are non-military that you'll ever see. We're talking like tanker trucks, derailed trains. They leave a crater if they're a big one, the really huge propane tanks. Sometimes it's not a true blevy where the whole thing detonates like a bomb, but at the spigot or the spout or wherever the hose goes to pour the gas on the farm or whatever, the opening, that thing is blasted open, just the weakest point of the container, and it'll shoot out the hot gases and the hot gasoline or propane or whatever it is. And because it does that, it will launch the container into the sky. That's Smitty's speculation on what that is. I went, oh, that would explain the flare up. And that might just be like flaming gasoline. I don't know if anybody's familiar with this area, but farms need to have their own little mini gas station. They get gas delivered to their tank. The next frame, 2:21 in the morning, is all this embers flying up in the sky, which would be about right with lining up with a mini explosion. But I don't know what we're looking at. Like, what is this? What the hell is that? He says it's just that the gas tanks are above ground, like on stilts or something, tend to be painted red. I'd very much like to know. Maybe we could ask the PIO or something in the Twitter what the heck happened there last night. And did it like detonate and wreck the that windmill, historic windmill thingy? Because I don't see it anymore in the other frames. So what heck of a mystery? It's 2:21 timestamp. Like this is 2:21 and 15 seconds. And this is 15 seconds later at 2:21 a.m. and 25 seconds. Like, what? Oh, thank you for the heart reactions, guys. Like, what? Sometimes you just see weird stuff. And let me timestamp that if people want to go back and speculate. My guess, your guess is as good as mine, I should say. The exploding gas tank, question mark, launching into the air. So the other frames later in this area, we do get quite a, there's the poor deer going by, deer with her leading her baby, hopefully to safety. They seem to be calmly and rationally walking away from this. They'll probably make it. The panicked animals don't make it. But they're not in full flight or anything, you know what I mean? And the weird thing about fires is where there's a little place of safety, animals stand next to each other, predators and prey, and they don't bother each other. I don't know if it's a state of shock or a weird truce, or they're not hungry, or what's happening, but cougars, bear, raccoon, deer, they'll all stand underneath bridges and inside like creeks, getting culverts, and sit in mud puddles all together, and they just sit there. So later there's quite a flare up, but I don't know what to make of it. If it was gasoline, maybe it just kind of all detonated and exploded at once, but then you see these really big flare ups later. I don't know what to make of it. Like that. So this is at 2:33 in the morning. But it could just be a little unburned patch of grass or something, and it just goes real quick in the wind. That's further away. That's not all fire, but doesn't that look weird? Oh, this is more grass on fire coming towards the camera. So it's poor calibration. It's light reflected off the smoke. The flames are just a couple of feet high. So flame comes straight towards the camera at 2:33 in the morning. And it burns up that short grass, and then next frame, the grass right here at the top is already burned up. It's gone. A little bush bit the dust. Rest in peace, bush. And then pretty quickly, this is 2:35 in the morning, 40 seconds, it's gone. Grass already burned up, it's gone. So cutting the grass short is a super good way to protect your building. I don't think this building caught fire. It's hard to say. If it did, it's from embers. But you see how grass fires is just gone. This 237. Nothing to burn anymore near the building. The only way it really could have gotten taken down, because it has good defensible space, is if the embers found their way through a crack in the building. Now, this is safe to look at. We're still just doing slow time lapse. These are my personal frames. I just right click, save, right click, saved. And remember, the camera is trying to see in the dark in the foreground, so it's exaggerating light in the background. Not as intense at all as it looks. Hey, good morning, Irvin. And all the weird purple color distortion is it's trying to automatically adjust for light. So generally cameras, whoops, and those are my new screenshots. So that was the last one. This is the last frame I believe it took at 2:41 in the morning. At least I did with this cam. It died at 2:42. But as you can see, the fire was next to the building when it died. I think what happened is the power lines down there. Since the fire was climbing them, you could see them back in different frames. I bet you the crews asked for the power to be cut so they could put water on the burning power poles and make the area safe. That's my guess. But if burning embers went into the roof or like through cracks in the siding of the building, then all bets are off. It could have burned down. We'll just have to figure it out and wait. But this is what the other camera was seeing, when in reality, whoops, wrong frame. The other camera, this is Figueroa 2, kept making us freak out at the beginning before I realized what was happening. It's calibrated for the dark siding of the other side of the building. It was taking 2 frames to the left and 1 to the right for a panorama. And it wasn't recalibrating for the light. So it's still thinking it's dark. That's why everything is exaggerated. This is not real. Fire is very far away. But when you look at some of the frames, like this is that the other camera sees. There's 2 on the same building. But the other one was focusing on this side of the building with a lot less light, and they would take a picture of the siding. The siding looked a little bit compromised. It looked like it could have holes in it in certain places. But just grass embers burn up real fast. It's not like burning tree embers. This was the other side of the building coming up. The grass is pretty nice and short, good defensible space. And it was doing this with panorama. So showing the 2 parts of the building, and these are presumably cable take the images, like the internet images that shown to you and me. So it was in panorama mode. The image to the right of the building was always exaggerated with light because it didn't readjust, like I said. So panorama 2, 3, panorama 4, panorama 5. You can see my millions of tabs open up there. Panorama 6, panorama 7. I don't have an 8 for some reason. Panorama 10. And this was the last panorama before it died. 2:42 in the morning, the left camera. So that's why we have a time of death, rest in peace, 2:42. But like I said, this is exaggerated light. If we look at 2:42, the last frame from. Actually, that's not midnight. I go back. They're out of order, unfortunately. But one of the last frames of the other cam. Like here's 242. See how it's not a big deal. This is 242 for Figueroa 1. The building didn't get overrun by fire anymore. Rest in peace, this little bush though. Little parking lot bush. You were cute. We loved you. But I think it's fine. It was also kind of amazing. I don't think I took a. Oh, did I not take a picture? Oh dear. It's on the stream though. And we watched this happen over the course of hours. There's a little button in the panorama mode that showed what it looked like on a nice sunny day. It was so eerie. Figueroa 2, call it cameras. We can't get it back. Can't get back any of the panorama images. But it showed what the. Let's see. Yeah, we can't. Sorry, I'm gonna switch around. See what I mean? How embers could have gotten into the cracks in the siding. That looks like a hole not filled. Pretty sloppy repair work, whoever did that. That's gonna rust everywhere that the galvanized coating and paint wore off. I'd be like, you redo that. If that was contractor work for me, redo that, you slob. Seriously. Anyway. This is from earlier today. But this building is too low to the ground to be this weird fire lookout tower. We look at current images. It's smoky, super smoky. A lot to. It's a beautiful sunrise though. These are pretty eerie. Fog in the foreground and the smoke in the background. You can still see marching open flames. It's still headed at a decent pace to the southeast along the tops of the mountains, going along with the wind direction. This is our current live view, but you know, it's just doing its thing. La da 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 da, la 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 la. So we'll stop it. We'll see what their plan is and what their options are. But it's steep purgatory like that. Good luck. It probably could go 240,000 acres again, like the original Zaka fire. This is like Zaka fire too. This one is Refugio 2. This is basically on the coast. And we were seeing the deer walk by earlier. But you can't time lapse a panorama. I wish you could. I had to manually take those screenshots, and I forgot the important one. It showed the before and after apocalypse. Anyway, it's back in the stream. Current morning view, Santa Ynez Peak. Showed you that one. Los Alamos 2 was looking at the fire tonight. During the night. Sorry, it's super annoying. It mostly twitches around, flashes and goes in and out of focus. We weren't able to track where it was or even tell where it was due to this ridiculously crappy image. We had a little moment of clarity just before clicked into sunrise mode because the infrared can see through smoke much better than the human eyes. Like this was a little moment of clarity at 5:14 in the morning before we lose it. Likewise, the even though we're nearby, the grass mountain cams were really a help to figure out how fast it was going. You just see fire moving away from the cams. Man, it's suddenly blazing hot in here. Okay, no matter what happens today, I want to be fast asleep and just mummified until I wake up. I hopefully can sleep a long time. If I don't, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Getting an average of 5 hours of sleep day after day is gonna wreck my beauty. I can't wreck my beauty. I gotta get my beauty sleep, man. Or cut two, that's beautiful. I'm taking a screenshot of that. Ah, sunrise on the cam. Or cut two cam dawn. Number one screenshot. Isn't that just great? Hey RJ, how have you been? Good to see you. J Cat says chances are if that cam was on a building and not on a radio tower site, the cam probably lost power to the phone line. Yeah, that's what I speculate. Radman says Cat update on the lake acreage today. No, they don't have it. Like, it's so outdated. We were just complaining most of the night that even though there's apocalyptic views all over the camera, and we may have seen structures being lost and tanks exploding and fire runs over our camera and animals flee for their lives in front of the camera. Even though we've seen that, no updates all night. What they did is they randomly said when the fire was already there, level 3 evacuations for where the fire is already present. And they finally got around to having an evacuation map. Good job. It took you more than 24 hours after you first issued evacuation warnings and stuff. Santa Barbara County to finally have a map. We finally found the public information officer for Santa Barbara County Fire has a Twitter, so we finally figured out how to get some basic info, and he posted some awesome videos yesterday about they saved the cabins and stuff at the lake. And here's looking from north, I assume, to the south part of the lake, and you could hear the eerie roar of the fire. This was taken on the 5th, the night of the 5th. Yeah, J.E. Cat, listen to that sound. It's terrifying. That's a hopelessly outdated acreage. And I was at least sort of correct. I said it would be 8,600 to between 8,600 and 12,000 acres by dawn yesterday. But who knows when they actually updated it. So, but that's a hopelessly outdated figure. It made super big runs. The actual perimeter map and stuff is all junk now. I'm gonna go back to the Twitter. So that was taken on the night of the 5th, morning of the 6th. He praised the defensibility of these cabins, even though there's weeds growing up right next to them and there's no fire shutters. There's bark dust, which I told an elaborate story about how bark dust is very flammable and it's invisible when it's on fire. Somebody throws a cigarette there, all you'll see for hours is a spreading black dot that gets bigger and bigger as it smolders like a cigarette until wind hits it, then the bark dust blows in the air up against structures and then it lights the structure on fire. Because it would go into these it would go into these bushes. So, but other than that, they had good defensible space to allow them to save the cabins. This is at the lake. Also, the fire was pushed away from the cabins, so there's that. Even if they never came here, these would be okay because the fire, this is the north side of the lake, and the winds pushed the fire, like we just saw in the other video, to the south side. So, I mean, it's good. He's pointing out that in general there's good defensible space, but there's still like overhanging trees here. There's several flaws here. Where if the fire had been here, I bet these would have been toast without true babysitting. But it was defensible enough to allow for babysitting if crews had been here. I mean, obviously, if the fire had been wind driven, like that's the south side, they're on the north side. If it had come this way, there's not much you could do. But he was mainly, I think, the big point, which was true, was that the forest isn't too thick to create this madness right here by the actual structures and cabins. So let me do a timestamp. We're at 11 hours and 39 minutes in the video. We will be ending in at least 20 minutes. As YouTube doesn't save a video that goes over 12 hours. Remember to hit the like button. We had 6,658 views. We always forget to tell people only 303 likes. That's a lucky number for me. But yeah, the current acreage, if I just had to take a guess, it's still marching around right now. So by the time, see, it is the full length of the yellow over there to the red. It's just that some of the spots have died down and not triggered the satellite again. So gray means there hasn't been a new heat detection that's strong for at least 12 hours. That'll change. There is still a blaze in between the yellow and the red. So if we were just going to take a, this is very unscientific, but watch. We take the measuring tool. We can measure distance, but I think we can measure area with polygon tool. Let's just kind of make a crude drawing about where the heat detections have been. That's 71 square miles. 183, well, basically rounding up 184 square kilometers. Of course, not all of that is on fire because I can't see the heat detections from yesterday and kind of pinpoint that. I don't know how to translate 70 square miles into acreage. What is 71 square miles in acres? 45,000. Okay. It's not quite that. Because we know the heat detections are big margins of error. But I had to just take a wild stab, like a wild guess from memory now about where all the heat detections were. If it was 12,000 acres before, double, could be double. Really could be looking into the 20s by now. Or by the end of the day, I'm sure. San Francisco, RJ, and where have you been, by the way? How are you? I've missed your radio expertise and your expertise in your company in general. Glad to see you here. San Francisco is 49 square miles itself. Yeah, if you zoom out, people it's hard to understand the scale of this. When it was all red, it was easier, but yeah, there's San Francisco up there. Right there. Yeah. And once San Francisco was basically all on fire in 1906 after the quake, and most people confuse the fire damage with the quake damage. And it started this myth that brick buildings are totally unstable. You can't live in them. They're all going to collapse on you. Most of the brick building collapse in the San Francisco 1906 quake was because they blew them up with dynamite trying to stop the fire. They lost their water pressure and their hose for the broken water mains. So they thought if they blew up all the buildings, fire is not as intense on a pile of rubble as it is in a tall building. But they were pretty stupid and or desperate. The fire chief died immediately when the quake happened. They were like headless chickens. And the military took over, and the National Guard thought they knew how to fight fire. They really freaking didn't. For the nearby military fort, the one under today's Presidio or something. Anyway, they said, let's just detonate entire blocks of buildings, especially in the downtown, in an attempt to save downtown. Let's save it from fire by blowing it up. They thought they could stop it that way. No, you can't, because they didn't use the correct type of dynamite. They used granulated, which spreads fire. So they made it worse, and they leveled buildings. And that's why downtown San Francisco on Market Street looked like a war zone instead of a fire. The brick buildings would have survived. They would have lost the center of them, but they would have just put the floors and roof back on and windows, and they would have rebuilt their city a lot faster if they just let it burn. There was nothing to do. So they only made that problem worse. They didn't make it better. But the greatest loss of life in most building collapses were wooden structures. It matters what the ground the building is on, not really what it's made of. Just it's a very grim story, but if you want to look up I was going to make a documentary on it. I went there and filmed it. The Valencia Hotel. The buildings on either side survived with somewhat minor damage. Wooden buildings. It sank into the ground with liquefaction. Basically, the fourth story became the second story. And the reason was it was built on top of a creek bed that they just drained and thought that's fine. Well, underground, there's still a water table in the creek. So when you shake a table of wet sand in the bottom and have a building, it sinks. Just drops down. Doesn't really collapse. It sinks down. So it doesn't matter what kind of structure you have on top of liquefaction. If you build on marshland, old creeks, old lakes, what's called infill, landfill, unstable stuff, nothing is going to survive on top unless there's a super deep pilings going down to bedrock to support it, like a high-rise building. Now that's exactly why the Great Leaning Tower of San Francisco is going to fall over, especially if there's a quake that happens. It's madness that they haven't tore it down. What people speculate about the Great Leaning Tower of San Francisco right now is that it's built upon a water well, a natural water well in downtown San Francisco. So there should be a park there with maybe a fountain, but not the building. You know what I'm talking about, the Leaning Tower of San Francisco. But they just keep thinking, oh, it's called the Millennium Tower. That's right. So, people wonder why our city's so much hotter than everywhere else. Why are there super heat waves? The glass of the buildings is heating up the city. Stop it. Stop building buildings like this. This is stupid. What does glass do? It magnifies heat. And if you put a little reflective coating on it, it magnifies the heat, concentrates it, that heats up the rest of your city. then you have to run excessive amounts of air conditioning to cool it, which also helps heat up your city. But anyway, we'll learn our lesson someday. But yeah, that little focal point of light, that's incredible heat. If they curve buildings like they tried in London, even London where it doesn't really get that hot. There's a curved building, and where they had to put no parking signs up on the street because it melted cars. It was like a giant magnifying glass. Mountain Kayak says, I live near Placerville. I have friends who are evacuated. We've been trying to get new info. They may not release them until at least 7 in the morning, but we're coming up on the 12th hour of the stream. If mods are willing to take over to chat, I can just put up a sign that says, hey, I've been awake for like 4 days. Very little sleep. But the point is, this building keeps leaning over, and a lot of people just fled. They evacuated. They bought like really expensive $1 million condos in the top, but they got pretty alarmed when they dropped something on the floor and it rolled all the way to the end of the building, and they started to find out just how much the building is leaning and keeps leaning. So one of the, like I was saying about San Francisco's fires and stuff, it's mostly a myth about brick buildings just being unstable in a quake. Plenty of them survived that were built in the more solid parts of town, because there's just not that much shaking on the actual bedrock. It's the soil that shifts around in water, but bedrock gently sways. Up on Nob Hill, which is a big rock, the rich people slept through the quake, even though it was, what, 7 point something? Pretty massive. There's chaos and panic in the rest of the street, place. But wooden buildings were mostly the death traps. The Barbary Coast, today's Marina District, where they had a repeat of the quake in 89, 86. It was 89 or 86. Guess what? The Marina District collapsed. It was mostly wooden buildings. It's what you build upon. And so what is insane is they build a high rise with incredible weight pushing down on the very unstable, nature of the fault lines near San Francisco, and they did not sink the pilings to bedrock. That should be a rule, like a law. Like, what kind of idiocy is this? So now they're trying to fix it by redoing all the pilings. You can't fix this, tear it down before everybody gets killed inside. What if a quake happens right now before you fix it? They're just throwing millions and millions of dollars after millions and millions of dollars. So one theory is that, looking at the really old maps of San Francisco, that one of them had water well listed where on the block where the building is today. What could possibly go wrong with that? But if you look at, I think it was Brick and Mortar, who had really good detailed architects take on things. One of the ways they were fixing it made it lean more, and they had to stop. And so he noticed something with their plans and said, I think I know what's wrong. Yeah, I think it was Brick and Mortar. I can give a link and just find it off screen if you want to know more. But you know what, mods? Let's see if we do have a Placerville update. But mods, if you're comfortable with taking really long shifts and coordinating with each other, like not even everybody's awake. Smitty just went to bed. He pulled like a 16-hour. So did Angela Rounds, pretty much. C-Probe did much of a 12-hour. We're still in the dark as usual on the lake fire status, even though it rampaged throughout the night. But they had a 5% containment as their last update. Yeah, more than 8 hours ago. So El Dorado County Sheriff's Twitter, I checked. They haven't updated it for years, or at least a long time. The evacuation map hasn't changed. I don't believe they have an incident management team. I don't think it got that big. The cameras turned away from it to look around, like the Danaher camera. Looked around at the landscape all night, so we couldn't see anything. They stopped saying stuff on radio because they were talking to each other local. We didn't have tactical channels to listen to. R.J. Walter says if the government made some of these skyscrapers into low-income housing, the homeless crisis wouldn't exist. Exactly. It's an option. And I recently become a little more disheartened and jaded because it turns out that these cities are actually making money off of the homeless. They see the homeless problem as a source of revenue. That's why they don't even want to solve it. They just keep getting grants and stuff. I don't know if it's Multnomah County or Portland itself, but finally homeless advocates just said, we don't care if we insult or piss off Multnomah County or the city any longer. We have to just say they put out an actual homeless tax on Portland businesses and people in 2020 to help the homeless, and only got worse. All of a sudden, tent cities are everywhere, over every sidewalk. The disabled people in wheelchairs had to sue because there was nowhere to walk on the sidewalk, so they were with their wheelchairs in the streets with the cars. And we're like, where are they getting all these tents? Like thousands and thousands of nylon tents. We're just showing up and being abandoned and then occasionally being lit on fire. Sometimes by arsonists trying to drive them out, sometimes. And there does seem to be one on the east side trying to kill the homeless. But sometimes just by their own warming fires because they didn't have adequate warming shelters, which is another city problem. We had blizzards last winter, and they kicked people out when there was 3 inches of sheet ice on the ground and it was only 27 degrees. So what were they supposed to do? But these homeless advocates just straight up said, look, Portland sat on the homeless tax money. They have more than $9.5 million. They didn't spend a dime of it over the last several years. But they keep raking in grants and other things, other sources of revenue, and they want to use it for other purposes. But it's supposed to go to the homeless. So what did Portland do? It took $20,000 and bought tents for the homeless and gave them tents, nylon tents, like during the blizzard. And they made it a law that even the private warming shelter places had to close as soon as it got to be above 28 degrees. That's still below freezing. They kicked everybody out, and it's not an exaggeration. Literally 3 inches of freezing rain had hit everywhere around the city. There were 65-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and it was a blizzard, and it kicked the homeless back out onto the streets. And some people froze to death. So that's quite a scandal. So the homeless advocates came out and said, we've been doing this for 25 years, whatever. Portland does not want its homeless crisis solved. Same thing with San Francisco and LA. It's a revenue stream. Wow. I'm just retelling what they said, and I am starting to believe it because that's confirmed that they've been sitting on millions. Portland created its own housing affordability crisis because they were seduced by all of the easy, quick revenue from approving towers and condos and high-rise buildings that gave them all the construction fees, permit fees, even huge sources of revenue. They tore down tons of historical buildings and nearly all of the affordable housing in the entire city. And they did it in the name of earthquake safety and all this BS. And everybody got evicted. They even issued 24-hour demolition permits for buildings on the National Register of Historic Places. They evicted elderly people out of their homes somewhere in their 90s, like the Rosebud Friend apartment complex. Totally violated the law, lied to people. They would show plans to keep the historic structures up and say, we're building a glass building around it and up and around it, but the historical structure stays on the bottom, like the United Workmen's Temple building, which is a masterpiece of masonry. And then they issued a demolition permit and they knocked it down like in the middle of the night. They said, whoops, no, we're not doing that actually. So it lulled into a false sense of security all the historical preservation people. And so quickly, within a couple of years, they demolished 38,000 low-income housing units that were affordable, put up mostly empty condo towers in their place, which remain about 70% empty to this day, and then said, oh no, where did this housing crisis come from? Why do we have 28,000 homeless people on the streets right now? Terrible. And they taxed everybody, got like $9.5 million to help the homeless and didn't spend it. And left them out in the streets to freeze to death. So I'm starting to believe, the jaded, the actual homeless advocates who know that they don't want the problem solved. We have to push for change because half of these fires in Portland all the time, it's always, I look at Pulse Point and it's vegetation fire, vegetation fire, illegal fire, illegal fire. It's under the bridges. It's in the Hooverville. Portland, on like every street corner, has a tent, miniature shanty town. On every off ramp, every freeway, every empty corner lot that has like a miniature Hooverville. It hasn't been like that since the 30s. But it's a pretty wealthy town. And San Francisco, well, the Bay Area, if it was a country, it would be the 9th richest country on earth. So there is no funding problem. It's a we don't care about the homeless problem, but we're going to pretend like we care as politicians. And what San Francisco does every once in a while when there's a big expose on this, I can't remember which documentary it was. They buy the homeless a bunch of bus tickets and tell them to get out of town temporarily and give them like a couple $100 in cards when there's like big conventions and stuff and they want to show off about how much they're cleaning up the cities, and then they come right back on their buses. This is all verified. It's not like rumor or speculation. So if people become aware of this, it's enough. Just it costs less money overall to house people, at least basic tiny homes, and help them get a way out of poverty. Make heating that's safe and that's sewage hook up in some of these little areas. Security, drug counselors available all the time. The like, just do something. Little small communities that are policed. Actually try to help people. That's solving it will cost less money than dealing with these problems. The constant fires, the ER trips that they go with frostbite to like Portland. How many historical buildings from squatters we're going to lose to massive forearmed fires, and how many firefighters are going to die in there trying to pull out the homeless? You know what I mean? So this is all optional. If we want to see change, we have to push for it. And that's the revelation, the new information I've got over learning about this over the winter time. Portland's appalling. But if you look at the other cities, they're not doing better, How many years has LA had to fix Skid Row? Like, it just grows. Just its thing. The new Supreme Court ruling, I don't know what to make of it. I'm pretty appalled at it. Even if homeless people have nowhere to go, like the city hasn't provided anywhere for them to go, they what little they have and what little shelter they have can now be destroyed and bulldozed by cities. So I believe that what that is going to happen is some cities will have a zero tolerance policy and bulldoze all homeless encampments, send them to the cities that tolerate the homeless, and they'll all be concentrated in one spot, cities that tolerate it, and they'll become, well, like massive ghettos. But that's what we're going to see down the pipe. I hate to make a grim forecast, but we have to do something about this, or we're just going to have constant fires that get out of control. Ones that cost, $200 million to fight and may erase neighborhoods and towns. Any ignition source can do that. So we don't get political on the channel here. It's not really, that's not the goal. But we have to address causes of some of these major fires and issues. I'm not here to tell you what to think, but think about it. I can tell you what some of my basic observations are. You don't have to agree with me, that's totally fine. We don't want to debate it, of course, but it's when they tell you that we don't have enough money to solve the homeless problem, it's a lie.